I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back, 'cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, 'cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up.
you're mine. I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah, we can call it a second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms, yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. I give to you. Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above. Fear and this pain, letting go of memories. Knowing they came to find me, rising up, above. Feels good.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no.
I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me, I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feeling taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us. And I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
There are wild things, they are hiding, lying in plain sight, not just hunting in the night, no.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause
it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no.
I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before.
Count that big smack.
Double kill turns to three. The key is take him down. They don't have the damage. SBTC. 이거 ต้องใช้
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. Only 4 more days to go until we crown the WCS PH champion. And today we get our first set of elimination matches. 6 teams and 2 are going home today. No, I'm just living out my reality show host dreams. Of course, they're safely at home or at the boot camps. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Autolus and Dash alongside me. Oh my gosh, we're saying goodbye to 2 teams today, and I can't believe it. As we mentioned yesterday, these 6 teams are so powerful that it feels like the grand finals can go to any one of these 6 teams. So it's a little unbelievable that we have to say goodbye to 2, but of course, has to end sometime. It's the end of the road, and because we only have a few days left, it starts today. Oh my gosh! And as we jump into our series highlights, Dash, I want to ask you, of course, we had some very close matches yesterday, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on how you feel the matches went down, especially between this one, Underground, and Secrets.
This was the hottest match yesterday. That went out onto game 5, and that was so every time that I was watching every game, I was like on the edge of my seat, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I think during this time for Team Secret, they had the chance to get the win against UDG, but UDG just pulled out a left field, or rather a curveball, against them at one point, and that's why UDG was able to get out of this game and was able to be victorious and put Team Secret onto the lower brackets. But still, I would like to point out UDG with Midarina in the team. Yes, it was just right now that we have seen this team composition for UDG, but it's showing that this could be a strong team for UDG. It showed yesterday, and it could show a lot more during the next game. But for the other series, for FLA versus Oasis, FLA, whenever I see them play, just to make it relatable to almost everyone, I can say they're like Echo with a parallel convergence. Like, every time that they play, they slow down the whole field and make sure that everybody is up their level on the pacing. And that's what they did for Oasis, and that's why they got the win. That was just the games yesterday was just so great, and I was excited the whole time.
Yeah, everybody was pretty much on the edge of their seats. I saw Twitter exploding as well, even from other regions. A lot of people chiming on in just because of how close all of the matches so far here in the playoffs have been. And Autolus, Oasis, and Team Secret took a tumble to the lower bracket yesterday. They're now with RRQ and Grindsky, which we will be seeing today. 4 very powerful teams, but who do you think is making it out of that lower bracket?
Okay, so you really want to, throw me the hard questions. I mean, guys, it's not really...
It's so early.
I know, and it's not... The 6 teams that we have are making things a lot harder for us because we have to analyze so intense games, and, it's not just the ones and zeros. We also have to factor in a lot of things like the distraction, like the emotions of the game. But to be honest, if I'm going to just stick by the numbers, I'm liking the chances of Oasis.
Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis. Because right after today, I mean, they have a winning record against RRQ. And if Team Secret comes out on top for our second game, they also have a winning record against Team Secret.
Yeah.
So Oasis does actually have a better path towards the top from the lower bracket, in my opinion. But then again, it's all the ones and zeros I'm talking about. Nothing, nothing fancy, nothing out of the box as of yet. For me, though, let's just have fun. That's it.
Yeah. We're definitely having fun here, thanks of course to the backing of all of our sponsors, such as PPGL, and that's the reason why you guys have this event, because they are the largest multi-game esports league in the country, and of course, together with our mothership, Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and UnliNet all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Now, gentlemen, I do have some quick questions for you guys because, of course, we've had a couple of new champions enter the Rift. We got to see them already in the Rift with our past few days of our champions, of our playoffs games. So I want to ask you guys, Karma, thumbs up, thumbs down. How are you liking her so far in the Rift?
No explanation needed. Just, quick thumbs up.
Yes, indeed. And what about Shen? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Can I go for a right there?
Like a left? I'm going to go down for sure.
Where are you, Dash? Where are you?
I'm on a 50-50 for Shen.
I thought so actually. I mean, Shen hasn't been making as much of an impact as Karma has, as we can see. But we'll see. It might switch up. I mean, like, the teams might probably need a little bit more time adjusting.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe, we just haven't worked out somewhere where Shen could, like, really make those plays. Third question. A PPGL gaming chair. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Let's
think
go.
that's thumbs up all around.
For
and
sure.
you guys can actually get to win an exclusive PPGL gaming chair. And all you have to do is post a photo of yourself watching the PPGL WCS PH playoff stream. Take a selfie of yourself. Maybe it's with us on the panel. Yeah, you can include us on there. Explain in your caption why you love watching the WCS PH playoffs and which team you're rooting for. Make sure that your post is public with the official PPGL hashtags, hashtag PPGL and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. I mean, if we're not your friends, we can't see your post. So yeah, I don't know how you're gonna friend PPGL. PPGL, am I even friends with PPGL? I'm not sure. My entries
Wait,
with the
you're
best
not?
caption. I don't know if I'm friends with them. Entries with the best caption will win an exclusive PPGL gaming chair, which looks oh so good. And the winner will be announced on Tuesday, April the 5th. Is my calendar correct? I have to double check that. No, that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
April 5th is Tuesday.
Wait, no.
It's Tuesday, yeah.
What's
Yes.
wrong with my calendar?
Solar,
I'm on a weird other
calendar.
That's on me. I have really weird settings apparently, but it will be on Tuesday. So technically, it is your last chance today to get in, really nice photo of the live of WCS PH. So I hope you guys get really creative with your answers. And I hope whoever wins that PPGL gaming chair do post a photo of it and maybe tag WCS PH because I'm actually really curious as to how it looks like in person. Looks really sweet in the photo. So I hope it carries over, of course. And, of course, at stake here, aside from, of course, these two teams going home today, we do have a prize pool, by the way, of 160,000 US dollars. That is, as of today's conversion rate. It's very educational here on the WCS PH playoffs. Yes, so as of today's conversion rate, it's almost like 8.4, I believe, million. So just in case, it's like it is a lot indeed. And let's check out the brackets actually that we have today, especially since, of course, two teams will be going home once again. Dash, I just want to get your thoughts on this because, again, we know that any one of these 6 teams can make it into the grand final. But were your expectations shattered with yesterday's matches, or were they actually met?
Actually, it was met. I was expecting UDG and Final Adversity to be put up there because they have been performing so well even in the regular season. I was just on the thinking that it would be also Team Secret could have had the chance against Underground and will be fighting Final Adversity on the upper brackets during these times. But because of how Underground performed, they exceeded a lot of expectations with this newly formed team, and that's why they were able to get up here. But now, in the lower brackets, I hope that these teams would exceed expectations too. Because most of the time, we have known that some of these matchups already happened. There have been wins already on the regular season. I hope they grew out of that, and they would be able to get themselves through the lower brackets rather than getting eliminated.
Checking out the schedule for today, our next couple of best of 5 series that we have for you. It is going to be Oasis Gaming versus RRQ, followed by Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. And now, Audalus, I know you guys that predicted Team Underground and Final Adversity are sitting really comfortably right now. There is this, I sort of call it a wild card though, for Team Secret to probably make it out of that lower bracket run. I know you're all in for Oasis at the moment, but what do you think of Team Secret's odds right now in that lower bracket run, that scenic route that they seem to like taking?
I mean, the thing about Team Secret is that, again, for yesterday they were like quick push away or a kick away for Dawn in securing the game number 4 and securing the series. I still feel that Team Secret could have and should have won that game number 4, but because of the mental, I would say, stability of Team Underground as a whole, they did not really falter and was able to win against Team Secret. Now, for Team Secret, we know that their CEO is here in the Philippines, so it could be the time to bring out the CEO buffs, and they could really go for a Cinderella run here in the lower brackets. So I'm liking their chances, but there are so many check marks that has to be checked, especially against Oasis.
Yeah, and it might not be the time right now. Maybe the twerk buff was working for the regular season, but it might be time to bring out the big CEO guns and bring out the CEO buff for Team Secret throughout the playoffs. Dash, I'm just really curious. Of course, I think you also voted for your Team Underground versus Final Adversity for the grand finals, right?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Is it? I mean, are you still sitting comfortably on there? Could I maybe sway you a bit? I don't think so.
I mean, if it's gonna come down to UDG versus FLA, if FLA gets down to the lower bracket, yeah, you can swing me to the Team Secret
Really?
hype train. Yeah, because
Oh,
honestly,
okay.
right now I can see that Team Secrets, they have this playstyle that they have pocket picks now. That you need to ban some of their champions. For example, like what Tatsuri has always been putting out, which is the Yasuo during the last games that we've seen him with. And getting a respect ban is really hard because you open a lot of other options and FLA needs to answer that back. I hope that they would though, but Team Secret right now has been performing really well, almost putting UDG to the lower bracket. So that's why I'm kind of afraid that my predictions would not hold up until the end.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're scared, imagine how I feel.
yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Team Secret has done some pretty miraculous things in the past, and we'll just see, how much of that fire is ready to bring them all the way to the end. But of course, they have to get through Grindsky Esports first, and we do have our first series of the day before that, which will be Oasis Gaming versus RRQ, and this is just full of banger matches. I have to say, like the whole playoffs has been just incredible. And Dash, in terms of these two teams, in terms of their matchups in the regular season, these guys I believe are tied at 1-1.
Yeah.
And we got a glimpse of the Oasis of old when they went up against Grindsky during our first day.
Yeah.
But the LFA Magic hit a bit of a stopper against FLA. Haha, FLA yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, they got a stopgap yesterday. I mean, Oasis has always won against FLA during the last time, so FLA was able to get themselves out there. They got the curse down. I mean, when you get hit by a curse once, then you know how to decurse or debuff it to take it off. You know how to take it off the second time around. And that's what FLA did against Oasis. So now Oasis needs to find new curses, new concoctions for them to win against FLA if they would be able to get out of this. Especially that they're fighting against RRQ. What I love about RRQ and Oasis, they put out, for me before, it was like a flat field. Whoever is at the top will win against whole teams. But RRQ and Oasis, they actually took that down because they knew how to fight against some of the top 4 teams. So that's what I love about them. But Oasis in general has always been creative with their daps, which puts them above the competition or down some steps of the way, like the Jin or S that they put out, which wasn't successful during the regular season. But now, the double enchanter setups that they've been putting out has been finding some success, which I love that they've been putting out a lot of these unorthodox picks for the playoffs, and they're not afraid to put them up. This could be a notch off their belt because they could be more flexible with their draft compared to RRQ that they could use for them to get out of this lower brackets. Draven and Corky have found a lot of success during their recent drafts during the playoffs. Vayne has always been a respect pick. They just don't want Demon Kite to get it. And also, what I'm excited about during the past playoffs, Hullbreaker Graves. They did that yesterday.
Oh, please.
And and that's what I love about it. And they did it with yes, but it's okay. I love that they have the flexibility here in their drafts. They can be aggressive. They can be a bit more toned down than their usual pace. And also, they had this knack of stealing away from their draft win conditions, which is almost the reason why they have been losing some of the games during the playoffs. I hope that they would be able to get out of that. But let's take a look at the player. Let's take a look at Edaf right now. So Edaf has been the most flexible that I've seen so far. He has been playing the Chase, the Diana, the Ari. Put him on anything. He's like a, what do you call that? What do you call he's like a Swiss knife for the team here.
Okay.
Yeah. He got this creativity like what Bambi had for the drops during going to enchanters if they're available, and also doesn't have the same full aggression playstyle like what Helios is. But what's great about Edap is he keeps the rotation together with his style. He oversees the fights and finds plays that could get them wins. And I can definitely claim that Etaf and Edda play around each other to invest resources to their other laners, but he won't hesitate to make a sacrifice plays if that's what's needed to let them win. And yeah, that's exactly it for me and for Edaf. And Oasis has been great so far. I hope that they would be able to get out of this.
And speaking of wickedly skilled mid laners, just like Edaf, RRQ, of course, has a couple, with one moving over to support. And that seems to be the secret sauce of RRQ, though, Otolus, because we do know how this team looks when all the pieces fall perfectly into place.
Yeah, positive and negative, I would say, because there's some, I would say there's an identity crisis right now for RRQ. But In my eyes, RQ's playstyle is eerily similar to Team Secret in where their focus is to get their solo laners ahead. But the difference between them and RRQ is Chaz's reluctance to play utility for the sake of the team. In their playoff losses, Chaz went for Master Yi, Graves, and Jax, making for an awkward draft that needs too many mouths to feed. In patch 3.1, it's a lot harder to get carry junglers ahead. Smite penalties were prolonged, auto-attack damage to jungle camps was reduced, and it's becoming more apparent that the need for a double utility setup is needed just to balance the composition, which Oasis does. So I prepared 3 keys to victory for RQ. Number 1, if Akali is open for Devil J, take it without hesitation. His Akali is lethal on teamfights and can take some pressure off of Helios and Chaz to carry teamfights. Number 2, if Akali on Devil J is not available, a little flexibility on Chaz's champion choice will help. Interestingly, Chaz has played Lee Sin just twice for the entirety of the tournament. Kinda not acceptable. I don't think so. Number 3, if they really want to rely on Chaz to win the games for them, then picking winning lanes is a must and has to start with our solo player highlight, Helios. Well, last time these two teams met, Helios went for Gragas that doesn't really suit his playstyle. But if yesterday's games were any indication, flexibility in the mid lane is really a must right now. He has to be open in picking Karma just to further unlock Chaz in the jungle. Or even better, have Chaz play utility so that he can focus on carrying the team more. Stats don't lie. His numbers are among the best in the mid lane. But the most important stat right now is the victory, because the loss here will spell another early play of elimination for Team RQ, and I don't want that. I don't like that. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember how shocked we all were during the fall Icon series. And, it was RRQ in this position once again. So, of course, we are definitely cheering for them. And actually, all of our teams, really. We just don't want to say goodbye to anybody, but it has to be done, of course. Looking at our head-to-head, though, with what you guys have mentioned with our 2 mid laners over here, it's going to be really spicy because both of these players have shown that they are willing to flex. They are willing to widen their champion pool and explore a little bit for the benefit of their team. But Dash, what do you think? How is this going to go down? I mean, what kind of playstyles are we going to see out of these 2 very, very diverse mid laners?
Yeah, very different playstyles for Edap and Helios. What I really like about the Edap playstyle is that, as I said a while ago, he oversees the plays. Most of the time rotates around Edap and invest resources on other parts of the map, especially for Demon Kite on their team. But Helios, he's a monster of his own. He can and would be able to carry if he's given the chance, if he gets the champions that he can. And for example, something like a Zed, that if he puts it out, it's that other team would be afraid of what he can put out because he gets picked every step of the way. And yeah, that's very different playstyles, a utility man versus a monster. And I hope that this mid laners would be able to get it. But what do you think about it, Otto?
Yeah, well, Edaf is like the Swiss knife, as you mentioned. Helios is, for me, like the drill. Pandiin. That's it.
Right. Right.
Okay. Very, very interesting analogies over here. But, with those 2 tools, picturesque tools that you guys have put forward, I mean, both of these players, very, very painful indeed in the mid lane. And so, of course, we have to proceed to, the other deadly thing that is here on the panel, which is our consequences. I am bringing out my little bag over here as we pull up the predictions. The predictions for today. I think we're pretty, I think we're pretty unanimous here on the predictions.
So, yeah.
We just pull it up here.
Oh!
No!
Oh!
Mika, where are you?
I'm surprised by that too. But okay,
Are you going to stick by what the front?
I'm surprised by that too. But sure, but sure. And here's the thing, Autolus, like you mentioned before, right? Whenever you have very high expectations for RRQ, somehow they crumble and everything. It's the pressure coming from Autolus, such a great mind, of course, in Wild Rift. So I have a feeling that this Oasis vote over here is kind of for RRQ too.
Okay, so you're sticking by what Frog prepared. Okay, all right.
Yeah, sure.
Dash.
What can I say? I mean, Oasis Gaming with this is... I'm not really sure what to say. Honestly, I just am G with Oasis Gaming because they have been performing really well. I thought that during the last time on the playoffs, they said that this is their final form, but there's still a final form, like a Super Saiyan 2, that they can go for. So maybe this is the time that they could put that out against RRQ. But I don't know. Mika just went in with RRQ, so let's see about that.
Yeah, I'm ready to be tagged by Coach Kaigo. Yeah, I was ready to be tagged by Coach Kaigo if I wasn't. So there. But Otoluz, yeah, are you anything to add to your Oasis vote?
Oasis has um, a more crisp identity for themselves. They know that when they need to play around their jungler, they're going to double down with it. RRQ, I feel like, is still stuck with the patch 3.0 B meta and is reluctant to play double utility. That may come and bite them right now in this series. But we will see. Again, experience really allows them to adjust on the fly. We saw how they did it with Exocent, putting Exocent on support, barring not having any practice at all on that role. So to me, yeah, if RQ is able to win it, they will have to rely on their experience. For now, that's it.
Yeah. And with our experience here on the panel for our consequences, it's actually good that we don't all agree, because that leads to very exciting panel consequences over here. By the way, if you guys tuned in yesterday, the consequence was to buy coffee for the broadcast directors, which I did, by the way, with the thankless loss.
Yeah,
Yes,
the pictures,
I
right?
did. I
Yeah.
did. Oh boy.
Coffee for the casters.
Oh boy.
Chewy? No, not the Chewy,
RRQ,
please.
What is that?
Oh boy.
TikTok dance challenge. So many TikTok dance challenges na. Oh my god!
At least we
Okay,
get to pick. At least we get to pick
Yeah,
which one we want to do. So it can be one of the easy ones. It can be that set one that was playing throughout the regular season. So at least we get to choose. RRQ, I already danced. I already danced during this WCS. But yes, oh my gosh, now everybody, I see now the casters panicking and saying, oh my god, Oasis. I feel like we have to get the casters on this as well.
Yeah.
We do know their predictions for this, so we'll have to call them out in the post show. You know, it's incredibly delicate as well for the panel because there are only 2 series. So that means it's like, if you get the first series wrong, you're pretty much already. You should be preparing for the challenge already. So here it is. Oasis Gaming versus RRQ and a TikTok dance challenge at hand. Even more importantly though, one of these teams will be out of the tournament. I keep on saying going home, but of course they're safely in their boot camps. One of these teams will be out of the WCS, the first of our elimination matches. Casters, over to you guys.
Wala ka sa'yo.
Welcome everyone to WCS Philippines once again. And we're now here, Crazy Apple. We're now here in a do or die, the lower bracket here today. I'm Infinity, and of course, as you've guys seen already and heard a while ago, together with me is Crazy Apple, and it is such a dire situation, not just for the players, not just for the teams, but also for the casters to see who is going to be the first team to say goodbye for WCS.
Yeah, Infinity, it's been a long road for all of these teams, and here we are now, day 3 of playoffs, elimination matches, as you mentioned, between RRQ and Oasis Gaming. And these two teams have gone through the first matches. Oasis Gaming had a really good match against Grindsky, but yesterday they fell short against Fennel Adversity, where it really seemed like Fennel Adversity had their number. While RRQ versus Team Secret, it looked like a very clean Team Secret in that match, but we'll see what will be happening here today.
Yeah, yesterday, it was the first 5 games all throughout WCS Philippines. We've seen it in Team Secret and UDG's matches. We'll see Team Secret once again in later series. But for now, let's focus on RRQ and Oasis Gaming. The panel has talked quite a lot between both these teams, wherein we're looking at EDUP, we're looking at Helios for RRQ and Oasis Gaming. So it is such an interesting case here because Oasis Gaming in day number 1 in the playoffs, they performed quite well, defeating the top 3 team from the group stages in a 3-1 standing. And yesterday, they lost against FLA, the first time that they lost against Final Adversity, because typically, when looking back at history, Oasis Gaming has this power against Final Adversity, and that they lost yesterday. What do you think will happen here between Oasis Gaming and RRQ for this game 1?
Okay, we talked about this a bit off camera, Infinity, and my guess is RRQ has that capability to replicate what Final Adversity did yesterday. But it's hard to say when it's just been a day for them to prep. Basically, they knew about the matchup, the final matchup that they were going to have last night. So this is going to be a hard ask for RRQ to be able to replicate specifically what Final Adversity does. So I do expect either a bit of replication or RRQ will just come here today and play their game and enforce it upon Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and as Autolus has stated a while ago, it's all about experience for RRQ here on out when it comes to adapting and adjusting situations. So we'll see how that draft will turn out for RRQ. As Oasis Gaming and RRQ, we're heading into game number 1, picks and bans. Master Yi, Seth, Jace banned away.
Yeah, the Master Yi ban is just more of a respect ban right now, taking it away in the hands of Chaz. But it is a bit of an issue, as mentioned earlier by the panel, wherein Chaz, basically this team RRQ doesn't really pick a lot of supports. That is very much different for Oasis Gaming, where they are very much willing to pick 2 supports into their lineup, and that has allowed Etaf and Demon Kite to carry a lot of those games. So banning out the Master Yi is a bit, more of a respect, really, just to take out one strong pick that RRQ could utilize.
Yeah, and after the Master Yi, the Seth, and Jace, we now have Karma, we now have Camille. And yesterday, we've seen how Oasis Gaming has seen, or yesterday overall, we've seen Karma in the light of day, having a Karma, Lulu, and Olaf pick. With UDG picking it up, it was crazy on how Olaf was just buffed there. So we'll see how that would turn out for Oasis Gaming, as they have the priority onto Fiora as their priority for Oasis.
Yeah, taking out the Fiora immediately, taking it out in the hands of Double J or even Helios, as we've seen yesterday. Team Secret was using it in the mid lane with Tatsui, so that's a good advantage right there, at least taking out one of those picks, and also a possible split pusher. Escilla was not really utilized yesterday as a carry. He was mainly focused on the tank, so putting him here, hopefully on this Fiora, would enable him to really push the tempo for Oasis game.
Yeah, and it was in highlight yesterday, right? How Esla played Graves as a split pusher, how Dash already stated it a while ago, the Hull Breaker Graves, but that's not going to be something that we are going to see so far, as Galio and Varus will be the next picks of Oasis, with Zed being the last pick of RRQ in the first phase.
Yeah, very fast pick and bans here we're seeing Infinity, and I do like the 3 picks right now coming from Oasis Gaming. It already shows that they're having some components for a 4-1 strategy, wherein it's going to be a Varus and a Galio just running around the map, shoving waves and putting pressure, while the Fiora will go for the split push. The answer for RRQ has been the Zed, and the Zed will prove more of a threat against the Varus rather than really just being this team fight monster, or either a split push monster as well for the side of RRQ. They still have a lot of choices, because this Gragas can still go into the support position, while the Riven can still go into the hands of Chaz. They can still match up this Fiora with maybe another top laner. One top laner that comes to mind that was mentioned in the panel is that Graves with the Hullbreaker.
Yeah, definitely an option for Oasis Gaming if they want to go for that route. And with a Gragas spec from RRQ, there is also an expectation, a potential Senna Gragas bot lane that could happen for RRQ if they want to pick it up for themselves. As we've seen Riven and we've seen Zed already being locked in, this could be an option for them. But right now, we'll see what that 4th pick will be, because it's so interesting to see what that draft would be, especially how panel has discussed a lot about the picks, about the bans, about some potentials here for RRQ and Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Infinity, it's going to be the Senna grab right there for RRQ. It synergizes well with what they have right now. Zed and Riven are scary if within the miss of Senna, because you won't really see where they're coming from or when they're going to come in. You won't even see them if you just turn around the corner, and you're just going to be shocked that there's another guy there. So right now, in terms of a team fight and in terms of a 4-1 strategy, if RRQ is looking to counter that, they do have the tools that could really surprise Oasis game.
Yeah, and with Ari being locked in by Oasis Gaming, followed by an Olaf, they're looking to play as a pickoff comp. You have Varys, you have Ari, you have Galio, you have Olaf to be that frontliner for them, and Estela might potentially be that split pusher that we've seen yesterday, not with a Graves, but with a Fiora. But RRQ locks in onto a Kali, finishing off the draft for game 1.
Yeah, finish up the draft here for RRQ. I love that they have 2 assassins. This is going to be a huge threat to Demon Kite on the backline. So do expect that Demon Kite will play a lot more conservatively when you get into these team fights and objective fights. And it will be on RRQ to really look for him. It's going to be the Defiance under Akali, the flavor of this patch right now with the new item. She is a more independent assassin, does not really need anyone to bail her out. Thing is, before with Akali without the Divine Sunder, is she goes in, she deals damage, she throws the mist, then stasis. Then she looks for a way out by either the team bailing her out by winning the fight, or she gets a flash away. Here with the Divine Sunder, she can delay when she uses the stasis and the flash, just because she can last longer in the back line. So it's going to be very tricky for Oasis Gaming right here, but I do love, as you mentioned, pick composition from them. They have the Ari, they have the Varus. One thing that I see that it's hard for a Senna Gragas, or rather the Senna composition, is you know where they are, even though you have a good idea where the Senna is because of where the invisibility is. If you can target the Charm and the Chains of Corruption correctly on either the Senna or anyone inside that miss, you can have an immediate pick up for Oasis.
And here we go. Welcome into the Rift for game number 1 of a do or die match. Oasis Gaming versus RRQ. The team who loses this series will say goodbye in WCS.
Yeah, and that's a tough statement right here. It's going to be a lot of pressure for both of these teams. Whoever loses this best of 5 will say goodbye to their hopes of becoming the champion of the WCS. But on the other hand, whoever wins here will still have that chance as we get into this game. Looking at where everyone's starting, it's just going to be the default setup, which is the usual we have been seeing here in the WCS. Santa Gragas lane, though, a bit of a strong lane, especially in level 1, but seems like it just has been more of nullified by the twin duo in the Dragon Lane, Demon Kite and Dragon. These two have shown to be such a strong Dragon Lane duo in the WCS and have been more of the bedrock for Oasis Gaming in their early game.
Yeah, and looking at the state, you're just going in for the traditional laning phase, right? But the strength of Senna, when we're looking at the draft of RRQ, is that it's infinite scaling. So expectedly, you have that Black Cleaver and Divine Sunderer being picked up by Marky as his first 2 items to have that damage, because looking at this state, or looking at their draft, they have Riven, yes, they have Zed, they have Akali, but those champions need some time to be able to scale. And shoutouts to some community members there for Wild Rift Philippines, is that we're seeing RRQ to have this trump card, to have this traditional Devil J Akali with the Divine Sunder that we keep on seeing. So that could be expected for RRQ if they want to go for that route, as someone who is more tanky of an assassin here. But Demon Kite is very low, forces out the barrier, Dragon is rooted. But RRQ will not secure the kill, as Oasis Gaming will fall back under the turret.
A great punish right there from Exos, and seeing the opportunity to hit that double body slam, was able to throw a lot of that harass on the duo of Oasis Gaming. They're able to take control of the wave right now. Looking at the wave state in the Dragon Lane, they're just holding on to it. They're not shoving it. So it's looking for more of a freeze, trying to maybe get as much resources as they get before they let it go, while Oasis will have less experience when they get back there. So a slight level lead, but a tussle here in the top side doesn't seem like it will result in a kill for any of these teams. But going back right now, 2.5 minutes into this game, Infinity, we are about to reach a 4-minute mark, which is going to be the first couple of objectives. No first bloods yet, so no team yet clearly lead. So looking at the items as well, no Luden's Echo for Edduff. It's going to be the Rod of Ages first, so more of a defensive setup as we get into the first fight in either the Rift Herald or the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and Edduff is here to respond, and Ari is also roaming, and they're looking for that cove here in the jungle. So if RRQ missteps, could be a potential to punish for Oasis. But they're really playing safe. They know that there are a lot of stakes on the line here, and we've discussed about the objectives. The Ocean Drake and the Rift Herald will be those first objectives to show up here in the Rift. Do you have any expectation on which team will prioritize which objective for this game one? Is it going to be the Rift Herald for Oasis, or is it going to be the Ocean Drake for either of these teams?
Honestly, I think for RRQ, it might be better for them to get the Rift Herald first, just because the thing with Oasis is they really love to be this team to be in lead early and to really force the issue against you. And if you have if you have the Rift Herald and you're able to take the towers first, Oasis will have a smaller map to play with, and that's gonna be harder for them. And it could be a quick lead that RRQ gets. Right now, though, with the objectives up, it looks like it's gonna be the Ocean Drake priority for Oasis. And also, looking quickly at the items, it's not the Divine Thunder for Devil J on that Akali. It's gonna be the Lich Bane. So going for the more traditional AP damage burst route for this Akali.
Yeah, it's interesting, but considering that they're lacking the damage on bot lane with the Xenogragas, they need someone else to hyper carry the team. So Double J will be that perspective that RRQ is looking at, but here in the first objectives, it will be a handshake. RRQ taking the Rift Herald and Oasis taking the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, almost a dive right here. Great safe play from Devil J, ceding some control. It doesn't seem like he will be able to defend this turret, so this will be a give right here, or he's trying to.
Yeah, Double J tries to defend, but Oasis gets the tower first blood. They're looking to be collapsed by RRQ. And now it's the hero's entrance from the Galio. Will not be able to connect though as Exosen and Marky slowing Dragon down. Demon Kite is there to respond, but an explosive cast disengages, collapsing onto Oasis Gaming as RRQ takes the first blood, with Oasis taking the tower first blood, but with a trade for RRQ top lane getting their turret as well.
Yeah, overall in gold, RRQ does get a bit more. Because of that, yes, the first turret gold did go to the side of Oasis, but because of the first blood kill, along with the turret on the top side, it is a net positive for RRQ. Now both teams have opposite sides of the map in terms of pressure that they can enforce. But looking as well in lane assignment wise, they have put their 2 assassins on the side lane. So looking for RRQ right now to do this 1-3-1 strategy to just really pick up the items for Marky on the Senna, picking up the stats, the stacks, I mean, and seeing if there could be some duels on the side lane. So with that in mind, if we're looking at the side lanes in terms of the duels and the fights, we have to look at where the junglers are going. And just for once, Etaf, this guy has the Phage, has a Gargoyle Stoneplate. It's not the usual enchant that we see on Olaf. Usually we do see the Righteous Glory as this enchant that lets them get into the fights more and then slows down the enemies that are beside him. But looks like he's going for more tanky stats. Essentially, everyone actually on Oasis is looking towards a bit more tankiness with the Rod of Ages as well on Edap on that Ari. So expect these fights. Oh no, another all-in though from Devil J.
Yeah, Devil J is looking for that solo kill as he gets the kill onto Escala, but RRQ is now here to respond as they get the trade. As Oasis Gaming will lose 2 members, 2 for null for RRQ.
Yeah, that's quick kill right there from the side of RRQ, and this is not a spot that Oasis Gaming loves to be in for themselves. This seems like the game from yesterday with Fatal Adversity, where an Oasis Gaming was not being able to make a lot of good plays early on, not being able to convert on any aggressive plays in the opening minutes, and they're just stagnating to this point, while RRQ looking for those openings, getting 2 quick kills, 3-0 now in kills with a 2.5k gold lead for RRQ.
Yeah, and those 2k gold lead has been a really dangerous spot for Oasis Gaming because it can balloon to more and more, especially with a lot of scaling champions and Akali and Zed for RRQ. Oasis Gaming needs to look for something, needs to look for a blow up, a catalyst for them to make it back in equalizing the gold standing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And another death mark here from Helios.
Yeah, will not push through though, as Oasis Gaming is now on the jungle of the enemy team, as RRQ is looking for the retreat, is looking for the chase, as Senna is down, Marky is dead, as Jazz will get the trade and is looking for another, as Dragon is 1 HP, and Ilias is there to respond as RRQ gets the 2-4-1, 3-4-1, but Escala is now jumping once again. That's a quadra for RRQ.
4 kills going to the side of RRQ, double for Devil J. This is just really going bad to worse for Oasis Gaming. As I mentioned earlier, Oasis feels like they're stagnating a bit when they don't have a lead early game, and their composition is really good when they're ahead on a 4-1 stack. Looking at this replay right here, Chaz is going in, and they're essentially getting the pickups on a lot of Oasis gaming here. Actually, 2 kills did go to the side of Chaz, so this will accelerate his build even more. And going back, just looking at the compositions, Oasis will have a really hard time when they're behind because Olaf, yes, gets invulnerable, gets very much invulnerable to CC, but doesn't invulnerable to death. Demon Kaido going down.
Oh, Demon Kai is just gonna get picked up by RRQ. He can't even walk away from that fight. And now it's Olaf forcing out the Ragnarok to go back away as RRQ gets the Infernal Drake. So their first dragon in this matchup as Essela, he doesn't know there are 3 man looking to kill him. Explosive cast.
No.
Goes for the knockback. Essela uses the flash to go back. But he is going to meet against Riven as there we go. The grand challenge is there, hoping to survive a bit more. Hoping for that HP, hoping for that sustainability, but Exosen is here, Marky is here. He has seen the light of day, but not for long, as he will go to the ground. Just a bit of a delayed
Slowly.
fight, but Essela will fall.
Yeah, that was a very slow kill right there from Essela. And just because of the lane assignments that RRQ decided right there, Chaz, instead of keep chasing, tried to get the kill, went to the mid lane to defend so that Oasis won't be able to do any funny business in the mid lane, denying them that standing gold, that standing structure. So that's why it's a bit of a slow burn between Exos and Marky and Isilla getting the kill on the Fiora. But again, this is still not a good position for Oasis Gaming because yes, they have the Fiora that can split push, but when we saw there, she was a bit too overextended, stayed too long in the lane, and was just picked off by RRQ. Now, Oasis Gaming needs to look for a way to get back into this, and they do have a couple of champions that can enable them to start off some picks. They have the Ahri, they have the Varus. They can start off with the Chains of Corruption or even the Charm and take one member out from RRQ. But with the rotations that RRQ has been doing this game so far, seems like they are very aware of when Oasis can get to them and has been answering appropriately, either by backing away, respecting the position of where Oasis could be, or just having a lot more teammates with them, reinforcing them as they go for the defense. And mid lane, Herald has been spawned. RQ is here to defend.
Explosive cast. Splits Oasis Gaming. But look, the RRQ, they also split as Healers gets picked up by Oasis Gaming. And there we go, the second kill for Oasis, as they got the kill that they were looking for, but it is still not enough as RRQ still have that 4k gold lead.
Yeah, at least this is a start right now for Oasis Gaming Infinity in terms of getting back to this game, but because of them going to the top side, the exchange for RRQ is getting a turret in the mid lane. Essentially, what Oasis gained from that is evening out the turret count for both of them. 3-3 right now in turrets. All outer turrets have been destroyed in this game so far. As we approach a 12-minute mark, looking at the items, Hullbreaker, Triforce right now on Isilla. He's a very effective split pusher at this point, although he is 2,000 gold behind Double J, which would be his counterpart or maybe going against right now on Helios. It's still 1,000 gold behind him. Helios does have the tools to be able to 1v1 him, but at least Asilla with that Hullbreaker and Triforce will make it a run for his money.
Yeah, and this is what the panel discussed a while ago. When Devil J gets the pickup onto Akali, it will look so scary against this Oasis Gaming as they're looking for this game number 1. And so far, Devil J has been showing so much value for his team. 4-0-2. As you stated, 2k gold gap against Essela in the top lane.
Yeah. One thing that could be dangerous here for RRQ is, yes, they are ahead. They have the Senna, who is infinitely scaling, along with the Gragas, who is very tanky. But looking at the composition as well of Oasis, they have nothing but damage, except for the Galio, who is the only tanky member. So things could still turn around for RRQ. If Oasis gets a good catch, they can blow up the members of RRQ, especially if this game goes to the late game.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming is playing hide and seek, but RRQ has his wards as like the vision on top side, but we'll see about that. As Oasis Gaming is now being collapsed by RRQ. RRQ is looking for the chase, and it's Dragon in trouble as he goes back in with a Justice Punch to go for CC, but not enough to follow up as RRQ will lose Exosen, but that's a 2-for-1. And RQ will get that advantage, and Helios is looking for that kill. That shuriken flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill onto Demon Kite, assassinating the ADC. And Oasis Gaming lost that match, but here we go. Escalates split pushing top lane.
Yeah, still split pushing the top lane while Chaz is picking up this Cloud Drake, second Drake for RRQ. That is the only exchange that Oasis can get apart from the kill that they got from Exos and 1 kill and a tower in exchange for 4 deaths on their side in the Cloud Drake. That is net positive for RRQ at this point, which will keep on ballooning the lead that they have. Yes, Scylla is able to put down the pressure, having that Hull Breaker and Triforce, but will it be enough? I don't think so unless Oasis can get these pickoffs. Earlier on, you mentioned Infinity. It was the hide and seek for Oasis, and you could also frame it as who is the hunter and who is the hunted. And apparently Oasis trying to be the hunter, but they were actually the hunted. They were the prey in that fight. And RQ, with this gold lead, can put more pressure against Oasis, maybe putting down some deep wards like what Chaz and Devil J are doing right now, bullying out Dragon from Oasis's own jungle. So looking to where the wards will be put by RRQ. It's a lot of deep wards into the blue buff side jungle. Do expect RRQ to pressure the Baron, while Oasis will try and look to contest and maybe get picked off by RRQ.
Look at Devil J's position. He's ready to engage. And RRQ has the vision on where
Helios,
SF is. But here we go. It's a 1v1. Escala receiving a lot of that damage from that mark. Down to half HP, but that Hull Breaker is just a clutch to save his life for more resistance. But for now, they're not going for an all-in. Just a bit of a split push, a bit of a clear wave. As Baron Nashor is alive, it's such a scary objective. If a team takes this, turrets will fall.
Yeah, so far Helios is the answer. Oh, Devil J though might be seeing 3 people here.
Yeah, it's a 5-point strike coming through, but the taunt is just a clutch. Devil J falls even if he uses the barrier, and RRQ will lose the champion, will lose the player that has the most gold. And Dragon will come through for that Justice Punch, will not connect for that CC. A Serpent will come up, but the Charm is just something that you need to fear against Oasis Gaming. But RRQ will kill Etoff, and Etoff is very low as well. Stasis entrance will buy some time, but Chaz is looking for the delayed fight. They're looking for the retreat. They're going away, but it's the body slam for Exosam, but a double root from RRQ as Dragon is so low, SL is so low, the flash body slam will secure the kill.
That fight was so long, Infinity, but with the sustain from RRQ, Exosen and Marky just keep on getting health back along with Chaz. Even if it was a 3v4, they still were able to take the fight, take the win there. And the Baron right now at half HP, Oasis won't have any way to contest this without the smite. Baron will be secured by RRQ.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming doesn't have any junglers. RRQ has killed him. And so far, Baron will definitely be something that RRQ will utilize as a split push potential. Get the lane prio, get the minion waves, get the turrets burning down against Oasis Gaming.
Right, and having 2 assassins essentially here, Infinity, will unlock the biggest or the best potential of this Baron buff. A 1-3-1 setup, 3 lanes of Baron buff up minions will be rolling down the doors of Oasis Gaming's base. Do expect that all of these second-tier turrets will fall for the side of Oasis Gaming if RRQ will be able to utilize this Baron buff efficiently. Right now, though, looking at the 1-3-1 setup, Zed and Akali are on the side lanes, while the mid lane second-tier turret has already fallen for RRQ. Oasis Gaming needs to look for a pickoff to be able to stop the onslaught that is RRQ.
I like how RRQ is doing this, though. They're only utilizing the Baron buff. They're not going in for an all-in engage. So this will be an advantage for them, but Edoff is just waiting around the corner.
Yeah, that was a 50-50.
Yeah.
That was a 50-50 charm, and he lost it. And actually, so many towers right now, Infinity, falling for the side of Oasis. One individual turret already down. End up going for an all-in.
RQ going in for the charm here against Chaz, but Chaz is still alive, but the Stasis Ancient buying some time, but he falls as he wakes up. He doesn't even see the sun, as Oasis brings him down.
That's the best target right now for Oasis Gaming in terms of getting a pickoff, because Elder Mountain Drake is up. So there is a chance that RRQ will run towards it. And if they start that off, Oasis is the only team that has the smite. So that is a smart decision, buying them a bit more time here in this game, while Azilla will be shoving up the top side of the map because that is the lane right now the with the super minions for RRQ, because that is the inhibitor turret that fell down for Oasis Gaming. Elder Drake on the eyes right now of both of these teams. 10 seconds left on Chaz's. Oh, wait a minute though. Azula.
1v1, that mark is there. Helios receiving a lot of that damage from the repulse. But look at the Elder Drake. It's being started by Oasis Gaming.
Oh
the
no,
charm
Double
will not
J.
connect onto one as the Stasis Enchant will buy some time for Akali to survive as Double J is very low. Can they take it? As Marky will use the Senna ultimate, giving some shield to end the Exosen. Chaz is alive already. The TPs are coming through from Helios, coming into the fray as RRQ is looking for the engage. They kill Dragon, Eduf, and Essela, the only ones alive as Helios is looking to assassinate. Essela, repose, Denmark is there. Essela will receive a lot of this damage, but a 1-for-1 from that 1v1. But Eduf here on top of the hill. It's Exosen and Chaz looking for that fight, looking to get that kill. It's the prey and the predator, but Eduf will be the prey as RRQ will get the ace.
The RRQ gets the ace. 3 members still up. They can take down these inhibitor turrets and possibly end the game. Looking at where they're going right now, RRQ all in the bot lane. They will end this Infinity.
It's a game-ending push. RRQ is looking for the Nexus. 10 seconds for Demon Kite and Etaf to be alive. But RRQ is waiting no longer as they take the advantage in the series.
Yeah, RRQ gets first blood in the first series of the day. This is still a best of 5, but a 1-0 lead right now for RRQ against Oasis. And that was just, again, more of a methodical game coming from RRQ, punishing the mistakes from Oasis. And Oasis has shown this tendency from yesterday that if they can't get an early game lead, if they can't find any early game plays, they will just they will not be able to look for some of them when it comes to the mid game, and they just fell behind more and more until RRQ was able to turn the tables around them. There were moments that I thought they could have gone to the side of Oasis Gaming, especially our Devil J on this Akali was super aggressive with the Lich Bane with the full AP build. Yes, he was getting these solo kills, but the later the game went, the more exposed he was because he wasn't building any durability. But it didn't matter. With the lead that RQ had, they were just able to get that game won by the Elder Drake.
Yeah, and what the panel discussed a while ago, right, is if RRQ goes and chooses a winning lane for themselves, they have a higher chance of winning. And we've seen how Helios is playing for himself, and Devil J just winning the top lane by a huge margin. Yeah. And Akala is just so scary on this player.
Right. If we get to see the highlight on the Elder Drake fight, I just want to point out something, and that is the positioning of Oasis Gaming, because they were the first team on the pit earlier on in that fight. And I was wondering, why was Etop so deep into the jungle of RRQ? He is the Smite. He's the jungler. He's the Olaf. He has the Smite. He should be the guy sticking near the objective. But before we get into the... Oh, actually, here. Let's see the fight right here. Look at where Etaf is. He's the one chasing down Marky, and he got a bit too bloodthirsty, really looking for the kill on Marky. But that was worth it because most of his members were on the right side of that fight. If you're the jungler, you should be the one sticking towards the objective to make sure that you have the chance to either secure it or steal it away from the enemy jungler. But that wasn't what happened. The priority from Oasis in that last fight was getting the kills, which I do understand. If you do get the kills, you have positional advantage. But unfortunately for them, that fight went the other way around, didn't go to their side, and that literally cost them game 1.
The assassin, the predator of RRQ. It's a Glow Prepaid player of the game with Akali from Devil J.
Devil J, Glow Prepaid player of the game on the Akali. And yeah, you mentioned winning lanes. Akali is not something you would think as a winning lane the top side, but in the hands of Devil J and the hands of Helios and the Zed, they can make it at least an even matchup. And we saw Devil J getting those solo kills, having these cheeky positionings. It showed how comfortable he is on this champion. And this could just very well be one of many Akali games we'll be seeing here in the series.
Yeah. And I don't know, I feel like Devil J's Akali is just so strong. And Oasis Gaming might like to see a ban on the Akali, maybe. it's just so strong as an assassin, and the flexibility of Devil J that they're providing, looking at that bot lane since they have that Senagragas, Akali look for that AP damage instead. So I like how the flexibility is there for RRQ, how the panel has highlighted the experience on how RRQ has played from League of Legends PC here in Wild Rift, and that foundational knowledge gives them the advantage to adapt into situations.
Yeah. It really is. It really is the experience as well. But we have to look at the Oasis Gaming. This team still has a lot to prove. They are RCBO representatives. They have been on the hot streak before. They were able to dismantle Grindsky, which was one of our top 3 teams. And I still have high hopes that this team can think of something up in game 2, change things up a bit, go back to the double supports that they have been using if the karma is left open, or bait it out, try to get a bit some more strategies that they have used before against RRQ.
Double utility, we'll see about that. Can Oasis Gaming equalize this series with a 1-for-1? But for now, it's RRQ who took game 1 for the win. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple with me. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go away.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself when I look into your eyes. I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. Chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us. Sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. There's enough above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels.
Welcome back to game number 2 of WCS Philippines on this series. The lower bracket between RRQ and Oasis, with RRQ taking game 1.
Yeah, RRQ with a very decisive win here in our series, taking game 1 against Oasis Gaming. And I feel, Infinity, we preface this saying that if Oasis Gaming just did what FLA did yesterday, it would be fine. They can win the games, and that's basically what RQ did. They didn't let Oasis Gaming get anything early on, and when the fights happened, it was RQ taking the advantages. Although I am still looking for that Oasis Gaming who's a bit more aggressive, going for these level 3, level 4 dives in the bot lane, because I think that is where Oasis Gaming could get their openings against RQ, but it still remains to be seen here.
Yeah, and you know what I want to see? Crazy Apple? I want to see
What?
that Graven, man. That Graven is just a very dominant, strong force in the early game. That Oasis Gaming took the win against Final Adversity on one game yesterday in the series. So we'll see. I'm really, really excited. I feel like Demon Kite is just hiding that card. If ever there's an opportunity, here we go. The Draven is out.
I mean, to be honest with you, Infinity, that game 3 was a bit of, I would say, a bit of a fiesta, to be honest, in terms of
Yeah, it's chaos.
the Draven. Yeah, the Draven was given 3 quick kills in 3 minutes into the game, and it was Arise in the bot lane instead of Danny. So it was just wild seeing that game again when it was repeated.
Yeah, and we're now jumping into the draft for game number 2. And earlier, we talked about a whole lot about Devil J Sakali. And Oasis Gaming is looking to ban it away. They don't want to fight against these assassin champions, because we've seen a while ago, Demon Kite has not seen a great day because he was just getting killed out from the left side, out from the right side, and they just want to remove that from this game number 2. And we're speeding all throughout the bans here, with RRQ banning away Karma, Lulu, and Camille. And Oasis Gaming will finish their bans with Fiora.
This is a very different pick and bans compared to the group stages, compared to the last 2 days. I was just about to say, Seth, Darius, Jace, Lee Sin, Gragas, Galio are
Senna.
open.
Senna is open.
Senna is open, right? I mean, a lot of the bans that we usually see in the group stages are open right now. Both of these teams, first 3 bans off the bat, are just all of the strong picks individually, especially Oasis Gaming. You can see right there, targeting out RRQ. Yes, Senna is still open, could still be in the pickings right here for RRQ, but they chose not to get it in the first round.
Yeah, because if Oasis Gaming decides we're gonna deny Senna, who are you gonna pair it with in bot lane, right? If you want something, it could be a Graga Senna, but not anything else. Yes, Senna and Nasus in the past was something that you can see in the meta, but not here on out, because it's just too hard to play with. But we'll see how that would happen for Oasis Gaming. As predicted, no Senna here as a deny, but instead they're going in for Jace and Corki as their second and third pick.
Yeah, and right now, Oasis Gaming, I love the 3 opening picks. very flexible on their side. Set can go into Escila or Dragon's hands. Jace can go into Edaf, Escila, or Etaf's hands. And this Corki can go into Etaf or Demon. It's just so much flexibility now. They're not really showing what their cards are yet for RRQ. And you were mentioning earlier, Infinity, Senna could be on the cards. RQ has just taken that away, taking the Ziggs for themselves.
Yeah, and Ziggs is just a champion of Marky that has the most pick. So you know that Marky from RRQ has a lot of this knowledge on this specific champion to play with. And Gragas is something that is flexible. It can be flexed into the jungle, it can be flexed into the support. So a lot of this flexibility and adaptability for RRQ just gives them the advantage up a bit against Oasis Gaming. But in the draft right now, we're seeing a Galio and an Ari ban from both Oasis and RRQ.
Yeah, Oasis just really targeting a lot of the champions that they think RRQ will use. It's not necessarily any strong picks. It's not even denying some of the more classic picks we're seeing. Rakan is still on the table. There's still a lot of champions that are open for Oasis here, especially for the twin duo. Can still be the set being flexed to the top side, and we could still see maybe the Rakan, maybe the Zaya, maybe even the Draven, as you mentioned. Oasis picking up when it's their turn to pick.
Although I don't think Draven is fitting for this specific draft of Oasis anymore, because they have Corki already, they have Jace already, but still, Jace can go jungle, but having the Draven again for Oasis Gaming will put their draft at a very squishy state. So I don't think that will be ideal for them, but RRQ now going in for the Darius, a potential top lane for RRQ.
Yeah, and they have left a flex in the mid lane for RRQ right now. They want to have priority on Helios's pick. There's still a lot of champions that he can go for, although Riven can still be flexed to the mid lane as has been used before by RRQ. With the Kha'Zix pick from Oasis, we now know that it's not going to be the jungle Jace here, Infinity. It's going to be solo lane, most probably in the hands of either Asilla or Edda, but we will figure that out once we see the last pick here from Oasis.
There's a lot of options, right? They can go for Garen, they can go for Shen. It could be a set support here for Oasis Gaming. We've seen it before, but an Alistar instead. They need something in the front lines, and Alistar is definitely a cow that can get all the aggro against RRQ.
Yeah, it's definitely a very tanky town. Yeah, I was thinking about that and I was looking at RRQ's draft. Yasuo is the pick. It's gonna be in Helios's hands, and it has a lot of ways to get the last breath off. Has the upper hand from the Darius, has the explosive cast, even has the knock up from both the Ziggs and the Riven. So a lot of ways for them to really prop up this Yasuo. And right now in the mid lane, they saw the matchup. It's gonna be most probably against this Jace, and against the Jace, he can block a lot of the damage, just except when he goes for the hammer form. But at least a lot of the damage from the cannon will be able to be blocked by the wind wall.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time that Helios is going to play Yasuo in this draft, or in WCS, because in the group stages, there's no Yasuo that we can see for RRQ. So definitely something that is new for RRQ. But as you stated, every single champion of RRQ can set up the play for that last breath.
Yeah, and looking at the overall team compositions at this point, Oasis has a lot of hope potential in their hands. Has the Corki, has the Jace, even has the Void Spikes from Kha'Zix. So expect it when RRQ sets themselves up in an objective. Oasis can just keep poking and prodding against RRQ and slowly whittle them down until it is time to go for the all-in on Etaf on that Kha'Zix. So on the other hand, looking at RRQ's team composition, it really relies a lot on the coordination with this Yasuo, but they still have a lot of damage on Marky, and as we know, Marky is one of the most reliable AP carry players here in the WCS.
Yeah, the Ziggs is just too strong, so we'll see how that would turn out and pan out for RRQ as we're jumping into the rift for game number 2 in the series for the lower bracket.
And this could very well decide if RRQ can close this out easily. Oasis Gaming was known to be this team that if they don't if they lose a game or two, it's hard for them to get back. Yesterday, they tried that with Fennel adversity. They lost the first two games, got the third game, but fourth game was just a blowout that went to the side of Fennel adversity. Here, RQ again gets game one. If RQ gets game two, it's gonna be a big question on the mental for Oasis Gaming getting to game three.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Oasis Gaming has the hands to go for an equalizing 1-1 in this lower bracket series because the stakes are too high to underperform at the state of WCS playoffs. The team that will lose the series will say goodbye officially here in WCS, and the team that will win will proceed into the lower bracket finals.
Scuttles are up. Chaz and Helios looking for Etaf. Okay, Etaf just was able to leap away, but a bit of a fight here in the mid lane. Don't think it will amount to any kills at this point, seeing as it's still very early into the game. Both junglers just doing a bit of a handshake right here in terms of the Scuttle Crab. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1, one for Chaz, one for Etaf. At the same time, looking at their levels and the jungle clears, Etaf was able to get more gold and a bit more XP, was able to hit that level 4 earlier than Chaz on that Riven. So it's just a bit of a disparity in the jungle here.
Yeah, but I'm really afraid of what it's gonna happen for RQ because Yasuo never carries early. He has to scale a bit. He needs 1 to 3 core items to be able to get that power spike. And if RRQ is able to reach that point without getting a lot of these casualties that Oasis Gaming can do, because we know Oasis Gaming to be that aggressive team, they could definitely do a big thing up against Oasis and take this game too. But if Oasis takes the early and takes that mid game, it's looking quite dire for RRQ. So these are some of the things that we need to consider and look at for this game.
One thing that we usually see with teams that would have a Kha'Zix, would have a composition that would really would relish the early game is wave control in terms of trying to really push a huge wave towards the tower and having a bit of a level disparity between a dual lane or even the top lane. And we have not seen Oasis do that. That's why have not been able to capitalize on this Kha'Zix pick on Etap, where if Marky or Exocen were a bit low, the side lane, they could have very well gotten that early game. And that is the early game I am looking for from Oasis Gaming. They still have not done that. We are at 3.5 minutes, and as the game goes later and later, feels like there might be a mistake that Oasis that will commit that RQ could just take advantage of, and that's a scary thought in this game too.
Yeah. Right now, 19 seconds before the Rift Herald and Infernal Drake spawns. And Infernal Drake is such a huge priority right now, especially with Oasis Gaming in the RRQ. Looking at a lot of these power scaling champions in the mid game, late game. It's looking quite an interesting situation here. Which team is going for the handshake, or which team is going to contest this Infernal Drake or the Rift Herald?
Well, it is an Infernal Drake. It's going to be super important for both of these teams to grab it, and it is going to be a huge point of contention right here. The Scuttle Crab, I believe, has been secured by Oasis, so they have a bit of vision right now in the river as both teams preparing themselves to get this objective. We have to look at the positioning of each champion. Demon Kite is far away from the team here if the fight will start out, because he's in the mid lane. He also is in a flanking position. He won't be able to deal a lot of damage as this Drake is now at about half health.
Yeah, and no team wants to continue the Drake. Just goes in for the reset, because there's a lot of potential to take and go to a collapse in the Dragon Pit. The package is now forced, so expired already, and RRQ will lose the chance to go for the Infernal Drake, and now it's set, going for the showstopper, kills on Chad, followed up by Exosen, being dead by Oasis Gaming, taking the kill, and it's out Devil Jado saving RRQ's life, going in for the Decimate, a lot of these HP coming through, and Essel will just get burned to the ground, as Marky will finish him down with a bomb.
Yeah, but first blood and the dragon goes to the side of Oasis Gaming. I feel there was a bit of a weird call right there from RQ. Last breath was used on Dragon, on the Alistar. It's not the ideal target, but it was a target that they had after the package was burned. Great positioning right there in terms of the fight for Oasis Gaming. I was scared for Demon Kite because he was in the mid lane, but he had the package, was able to use it in the middle of the river to put a line in the river, not being let through for RRQ. And great call actually from RQ. They didn't pursue the fight further. They backed away as soon as they saw Oasis in the back foot. They got a bit more exit kills out of it. RQ though, Exocen might be getting a bit overextended.
From a knock-up though for Dragon, followed up by the CC from that set. The Rift Herald will
That's
go
close.
to the side of RRQ as a 1-for-1 objective will be traded, and as of yet, both teams are looking dominant and fashionably well as 2-for-2 kill standing. Only 300 gold lead for Oasis with the Infernal Drake in their pocket.
One more
But right
kill.
now, Oasis collapsing under the tier 1 turret mid lane as they take the kill on the support of RRQ.
Yeah, that was a quick kill right there. Tower at 358 HP. Almost out of Marky! Oh, Marky almost falling right there. Tower really almost about to fall, but no mana and Demon Kite. He must back away right here. Well, RRQ has 2 members on the top side. With Shelly, they will be getting the first turret of the game. And that's why Oasis Gaming really wanted to try and contest that mid lane turret. Wanted to get it at 358 HP. They were able to get the kill on Exocen, as Exocen, I believe, was trying to defend. His explosive cast was about to come up. If it was back up maybe a second or two earlier, he could have used it on the wave for the defense. But alas, he was killed, giving 1 more kill gold to the side of Oasis Gaming. And right now, after that Rift Herald fight, it's 1,000 gold in the lead for Oasis Gaming. A very small gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless.
Yeah, but remember, we have a Yasuo for RRQ and 4 champions that can set up the play for Helios. As the panel has talked about, when it comes to RRQ, we're looking at Helios to carry the team. Devil G to be there to also do the same role, to do the same job, to be that scary player that Oasis Gaming has to play against. But as of yet, as you stated, it's Oasis having the advantage in this game number 2 in the early game, but only a minute gold lead with 400 gold.
Minute one, but oh, wait a minute, there could be a fight in the Dragon lane right here, Infinity.
If they get the turret, this could change things up. The last breath already forced onto Dragon, but that's support here, RRQ. Too tanky. It's the Alistar. We talked about Alistar being that cow that can take all the aggro, can take all the damage, but not gonna be enough as Chaz will be there to provide damage for RRQ.
Yeah, he was very tanky. That fight went so long before able to kill him. But look at the poke from Oasis Gaming. As we mentioned earlier, they do have a lot of poke on their team, and they could go for that retreating fight, dealing more damage to the members of RRQ, which forced them now to back, but RRQ was still able to successfully defend another turret. 2 outer turrets right now for RRQ are very low, but as we approach the in about 15 seconds, Mountain Drake's about to come up, the next point of contention for both of these teams. And with these 2 towers still up for RRQ, that is still a defensible position that they can fall back on if ever this Mountain Drake fight will go sour for them.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming is setting up the play. It's Helios in the middle of the fight. It's Oasis Gaming, the 4-man roam looking to kill him as Helios cannot move, cannot go away, cannot retreat as he gets slain by Oasis Gaming.
And that's Oasis Gaming we're waiting for. The Oasis Gaming that's very aggressive, but Devil J!
Apprehend by Devil J! Gets the hook on the Demon Kite. No, you can't run away. Come here, boy! As RRQ will put him to the ground.
Yeah, great pull right there. No AD carry right now for the side of Oasis Gaming, while Helios is still down for the side of RRQ. It's going to be a 4v4 on this Mountain Drake. Both teams still looking to contest here.
Yeah, and Sexosen, it's Tesla coming through. The Showstopper is there, going to have access into the backside. They get the kill onto head of now. It's 3 for null as RRQ will decimate Oasis Gaming, and Demon Kite will be the only one left. And RRQ will secure the advantage.
And that is a delayed ace essentially for RRQ if you count the first pick up on Demon Kite. That was still a 5-man that RRQ was able to take down in the end, and they're still able to take 1 more turret along with that Mountain Drake. Rift Herald's about to spawn in a second, and they're also pinging it. They could start it off right now. Doesn't seem that they will be, but with this replay, you see right here Showstopper being thrown by Oasis, but the fight was essentially in 2 small parts of the map. RRQ was able to put to half the team of Oasis, and they weren't able to put up a solidified front that they were able to throw all of the damage on RRQ. RRQ was just able to pick them off and get the win in that Mountain Drake fight.
Yeah, and I think it's clever for RRQ to not go immediately into the Rift Herald and just go for the reset, because they have a lot of gold from that Drake, from that fight. And if they go to the Rift Herald immediately, Oasis can respond quickly, because Etaf at that point in time has the 1-second respawn. So it's clever for RRQ, and now that they've gotten the reset, they bought some items, they have the advantage, and now they secure the Rift Herald.
Right, and if they went for the referral, Oasis could also have grabbed the mid lane turret. We see that
Yeah.
the bot lane turret is already down, so one turret has gone to the side of Oasis Gaming. If they stayed a bit too long on the map, and as you mentioned, not buy items with the gold that they got from the kills and from the dragon, yeah, it would have been more resources at the side of Oasis. So good mitigation of gold generation aside of Oasis, putting them a bit farther behind. But as we get a bit of a lull here in this game, Infinity. Looking at the items, Divine Thunder and Black Cleaver right now for Demon Kite. So very tanky, quirky on their hands. Also able to just get more damage down on Devil J and Chaz, who are building a bit more health in their champions, as well as looking at Edaf. Already has a Muramana and the Edge of Night, so he will be dealing a lot of damage, as well as being able to block at least a spell, which could be a knock up, a stun, or a knockback that could lead into a last breath. So pretty good pick up right there for Edaf.
Yeah, and right now, as RRQ is only looking at the last tier 1 turret, it's RRQ putting Exosen as 1 HP! I can't believe it, but Dragon will burn him down with Ignite. But RRQ with a Rift Herald looking for that finish on the tier 1 to open up the map, to open up the bot lane as they secure the tier 1 turret, and they're happy with that. They're going back.
Yeah, Hero Shelly right there, sacrificing her life to get one more tower for RRQ. Got the tackle at the last second, and that cost Oasis a tower. Looking at the pings right now, Oasis are pinging the top side wave, which is very huge at this point. A lot of gold. The dragon might be getting caught out here.
Chaz going in, use up the flash. Summoner spell burned, but Dragon is there with a flash to come back to safety, and that Mega Inferno Bomb is also at the cost of the Dragon going away. So Oasis will have that advantage as 14 seconds on the clock for the Baron Nashor to spawn.
Yeah. At this point, Baron Nashor is about to spawn. RQ could set things up. Looking at their items as well, as you mentioned, Helios is not in the early game. Not really a strong champion on this Yasuo because not a lot of damage coming out. Already has the Solari Charge Blade and the Blade of the Ruined King. I imagine he will be going for an Infinity Edge as his third item, which will give this Yasuo the amount of damage that we're looking for out of him. So the later this game goes, the harder it is for Oasis Gaming to be able to navigate these fights, just because of the amount of damage that the champions from RQ can throw, as well as Marky. Already has the Ludens and the Death Cap. These bombs are just gonna hurt Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and Oasis at this point in time already at the 4k gold deficit, and they're only depending on Edaf and Demon Kai to be able to give that consistent damage. And Edaf to look for some assassination against RRQ, but Exosen is there to initiate the fight. The body slam onto Edaf, but jumps over the wall back to safety as RRQ is now starting that Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Ocean Drake has been started. Looking at the members right now. Fight here.
The last breath immediately from Helios. They want to secure that kill onto the jungle of Oasis Gaming, as Etaf is still at 1 HP, still alive, still surviving against RRQ, and Helios is down as Demon Kite will be traded. It's a 1-for-1, but RRQ is looking for the chase, and Edaf is in trouble as they go back over the wall. The Sasis will buy some time, but Edaf, as soon as he goes up, he dies, and RRQ will secure the double.
RRQ taking a huge lead right now in this game. Once they secure this Ocean Drake in the gold, it's not a lot, but in terms of the momentum, in terms of what it feels like it's building into Infinity, RRQ has solid control over this game. You can see the decision making in that fight. As you mentioned, immediate last breath when they saw Etaf was the one that got caught in the knock-up, they immediately pulled the trigger because it essentially took out the smite in that fight and gave RRQ that objective. Looking at the gold, it's a 4k gold lead for RQ. But before that, let's look into the replay. Immediate stasis actually from Etaf, being even got hit with a Mega Inferno Bomb. It was kind of awkward and still wanted to get the red buff. But looking at the rest of that fight, Oasis was in full retreat. They were picked off one by one because they had to scatter around the jungle terrain, and that's a very hard thing if you're the one contesting the dragon from the blue side, because you're contesting it behind a wall, and if the other team can jump that wall, traverse that distance, and get towards your team, you're just gonna be scattered. And that's what RQ took advantage of to pick off members of Oasis one by one.
Yeah, and that will in turn give them a lot of disadvantage. The dragons are there already, building onto the IE as you stated for that Yasuo. If he gets that Infinity Edge, it's a power spike rather secured for Helios. So we're waiting for that opportunity, or rather, RRQ is waiting for that opportunity to be able to get that item and just wreak havoc in the rift. But as of yet, Oasis is playing very safe. They don't want to give any more kills to RRQ than they already have. As it is already 4-kill lead for RRQ. It's looking
Yeah.
quite scary. Because if
Yeah.
some team loses, the Baron Nashor is open.
Yeah, this is a lot of tension right here, but just want to go in, but Dragon stopping that fight though.
Last breath once again. The 3-man knockup is just a lifesaver. Alistar is pinned down on RRQ. The 3-man CC from Set is going to be big. Showstopper to initiate the fight. SLA is very low. That Stairs Gauge will buy some time. Will get some time for Oasis to make it back, as that will be the 2-for-1. Oasis having that advantage on that fight. And RRQ is retreating, is going back to the base, going back under the turret. Because they just lost too much members from that fight.
Yeah, they lost 2 members, lost a lot of ultimates, lost a lot of summoners as well. Flashes have been burned for a lot of members from RRQ. While Flashes, Demon Kite, Edda, Scylla still have theirs. So in terms of summoners burned and ultimates, almost everything was burned inside of RRQ. And I just want to say, that fight did not go into the favor of RRQ for one reason: the explosive cast. Explosive cast did not hit Demon Kite in such a way that it would put them in a position near RRQ. Instead, it put Isilla right in front of 3 members of RRQ. Because of that, it was the free setup for Isilla was able to get the face breaker, was able to set himself up for a good showstopper, being able to deal a lot of damage on RRQ members. And that was just a very unfortunate cast for Exosen. But all is not lost. That was only 2 kills that went to the side of Oasis, with Baron up here 18 minutes into the game. Cloud Drake is our elder here as we get into the very late game stages. We could still see that there's a lot of ways for Oasis to get back into this, while RRQ is really looking for these picks. But as seeing that there are a lot of members out of Oasis not in the mid lane, RQ barreling down this mid lane. They're about to take the turn.
Yeah, take the top lane, Oasis. We're gonna take the mid lane. There's so much value out of that for RQ, especially with the Baron Nashor alive and the Dragon coming up at 18 seconds. It's the Elder Drake. So having that map control will give a lot of disadvantage for RQ.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, RQ though didn't really leave a lot of wards in the red buff side jungle of Oasis, so they won't be able to spot out Oasis as they come in. They do have that one lone ward that I believe either just expired or was just cleared away. So both teams coming into this objective essentially blind, not knowing where anyone is, and that's why you can see how safe Oasis's positioning is. They're not crossing the river, but I feel like Edaf might be getting caught out here. Exos and in the tri-bush.
Ooh, an immediate body slam with last breath. RRQ secures Edaf, the jungler that Oasis needs to take the dragon. They lost it, and now it's RRQ going to collapse against Oasis. Esla in the back lines going to take the kill or look for the kill, but will not be able to do so as Oasis will get the 1-for-2, 1-for-3. As
Mark is coming back.
will lose Double J, will lose Helios, and will lose Exosan.
Yeah, and that fight could have gone so sour for Oasis. That was a great pick right there from Exos, and he was inside a pixel brush and he wasn't spotted. But what turned the fight around was the package from Demon Kite, putting it in the middle of the fight, burning down the members of RQ. They can't just easily cross that package because they'll be slowed down and deal a lot of damage towards themselves. One day step on that fiery inferno, and it was a 2-for-3 exchange in the end. No team yet has gotten these big objectives. We're about to approach the 20-minute mark here, Infinity. We're getting into the late game stages of this game. It could just be a very explosive finish that we're gonna see here, Infinity, because both teams packing a lot of damage, packing a lot of punches, and one mistake actually from RRQ, and Isilla gets a great engage and puts Marky down along with Etaf. If they get him very low, pops the stasis early, it could just be enough of damage to mitigate away from Oasis, while Demon Kite can just slowly take down Devil Jade, Shaz, and Helios. It just
Yeah.
could be the formula right now that Oasis is looking for, and that's why they are playing a lot more conservatively, not really poking their heads too far into the river, while RRQ right now clearing some vision, setting themselves up for this Elder take.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about Escala. Going to be a player, a champion that will be the dependence of Oasis Gaming to start this fight along with Dragon. But RRQ is now starting the Elder Drake, and Oasis Gaming has the information but no vision
About
on the
half.
Dragon Pit. Now has 2 wards on that pit. They heard me that Devil J is now flashing in, going through, getting the apprehend, but the stasis engine immediately, and a double man knockup for RQ that sets up Helios for the last breath. And that will put Edup's HP into 1 bar, and he will get slain. Exila is already down, and RRQ is winning this fight, but Chaz is gone, so RRQ will lose their jungler, but that's a 3-4-1, and Devil J is looking for more as Demon Kite is retreating, and the RRQ is looking for the chase, and Devil J with an option guillotine will secure their 4th kill.
Yeah, and this just could be game right now for RRQ. They still have 4 members up. Etap's the only one here to defend.
It's an end-gaming push, or the game-ending push rather, as RRQ is looking for the finish. That's going to be the ace already, and Oasis, the respawn timer is too long, and RRQ will secure game 2 of the series.
And RRQ approaching match point here in our series. 2-0 in the lead now against Oasis Gaming, and that was such a close game, Infinity. It is a 2-0, but game 2 has shown this Oasis Gaming still has a lot left in the tank. Unfortunately, that last fight, we were highlighting Isilla needed to be there to facilitate, to throw the backline damage. He had the showstopper, has a face breaker, has a lot of AoE damage that he can able to throw at the start of a fight. Who wasn't there at the start of the fight? It was Isilla. They weren't able to have that backline access, and I think what was more unfortunate there was the headbutt from Dragon. He put Devil J right in front of Demon Kite, and what did Demon Kite immediately do? Back away, just because there was a Darius that could apprehend him, stun lock him along with the members of RRQ with the last breath and everything else. And that was just a series of unfortunate events in that last fight, and it's now going to be a lot of pressure on Oasis Gaming as we get to game 3.
Yeah. And now it's a dire position for Oasis. Remember the stakes on the line of the series. The team that loses the overall game, the overall series, was looking at this perspective, will lose the chance to compete in the grand finals, will lose the chance to compete in the lower bracket finals. And RRQ is looking fantastic for that game 2 win. 1 game away for the whole series win.
Yeah, and I actually want to see that fight again, that last fight here in this replay, just to double check if it was actually the headbutt from Dragon or maybe a flash from Devil J positioning himself in the middle of the fight. Because, okay, going back here into that 19-minute fight, just that package really saved Oasis right there because they were picked off immediately by Exosen, but great package really forcing RQ in an awkward position. So that was still a good trade. Yeah, Dragon headbutting Devil J into the team. They don't have enough damage to take this man down. They need to take things slower, and that was a very difficult position for Demon Kite because he needs to kite. He needs to stay away from the knockback, the knockout that Helios can follow up. And unfortunately, that was too aggressive of a decision for the other twin. For Dragon, he had a lot of confidence, total confidence in his team. Unfortunately, they weren't able to throw the damage yet because it's such late into the game. And I really think that last fight costed them because of that unfortunate direction of the headbutt.
Yeah, and they really want to fight against a Yasuo, a Darius, and the rest of the crew of RRQ in a small space in the jungle. That's what happened in the last fight. So we'll see how that would turn out for them as RRQ has won that game number 2. And a Globe Prepaid player of the game for that match is Devil J.
Yeah, Devil J. Yeah, I mean, who else would be our Globe Prepaid player of the game than the guy who was pushed into the position to get that fight for their team? Having that Darius is still one of his more comfort champions that we have seen, and is a very great pick against the likes of Oasis Gaming, because Isilla also loves to play this champion. So it's also a double takeaway for them. 6.5 KDA with about 752 DPM. It's not a lot, but the job that he was able to do there was be the tanky champion that want to facilitate the fights for Chaz and for Helios.
Yeah. It was once again Devil Jace's game to win. It's RRQ having that dependence, and we stated just a while ago, right? How Helios will never carry early because of a Yasuo pick. So they're waiting just for the power spike and to put on the gap in between that power spike of the Yasuo from the early game is Devil J providing a lot for his team and taking those early kills.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think for what Oasis Gaming can do for game 3, because they are now on the ropes again. This is the same position that they had yesterday against Fennel Adversity, 2-0. They might just bring out the Draven for this one, or any of the pocket picks left for Demon Kite. But still, I love that we saw a lot more aggressiveness from Oasis in the earlier parts of the game. It wasn't in the first 4 minutes, but later on in the objective fights. And that's what we're looking for from Oasis, because this team, when they're ahead and aggressive, they make a lot of good plays. But when they're on the back foot and playing from behind and still playing aggressive, sometimes feels a bit too forced. So right now, I'm really looking forward to an adjustment from Oasis Gaming. Be more aggressive, get those early leads come game 3.
So we're looking at Demon Kite, and we're looking to be aggressive for Oasis Gaming to make it back on this series against RRQ. Because right now, it's RRQ on match point. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. The series is not over.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me, they could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines. We're now at match point for RRQ. My name is Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple with me. And Crazy Apple, those two games were absolutely insane from RRQ. And now Oasis Gaming has to crawl back to try and win this series.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming needs to dig deep, needs to look for that magic formula to be able to get back into this series and start it off with Game 3 and maybe look towards that towards that reverse sweep that could go into that 5-game series. But if I was Oasis Gaming right now, I would take this one game at a time. It all starts with Oasis Gaming making some adjustments, because I saw, or we both saw right there, Infinity, how they play when they're aggressive. And we know back in group stages that when they're ahead, they're really good at really just forcing the issue against the other team. So really looking forward to what they can do here come Game 3, because this is going to be the very desperate game for them. A reminder also to all our viewers, this is an elimination match. Whoever loses here will be dropped from the WCS.
Yeah, and yesterday we've seen this happen for Oasis Gaming, right? Final Adversity won the first 2 games in their respective series, and then in Game 3, Oasis Gaming says, you know what, we'll bring out the Draven. We'll bring out this champion to dominate in the early game. So that could be an expected pick for Demon Kite if ever Oasis Gaming looks to go for the same type of strategy that they did yesterday up against FLA.
Yeah, could be the Draven, but at the same time, you have to think about it. You have to think about it if you're Oasis, because RRQ could just very well expect that it could be the Draven, and we saw yesterday in Game 4 of that very same series how Final Adversity was able to deal with the Draven and just basically not give him any kills. Don't let him snowball, don't fight him, and then get the advantages from other sides of the map, and then slowly whittle him down, kill him until he doesn't have any more stacks on his passive, so that he won't get extra gold. Because the main strength of Draven really is when he gets that first kill, he's able to get a lot more gold. That's why he's very strong at level 1 and comparatively to a lot of other champions even at level 2. But if you go through that point where Draven is at his strongest compared to other champions, he's just like any other regular champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, and that's just a counter to Draven, right? Don't give any kills, don't go for team fights. And FLA divided and conquered yesterday to be able to just disrupt Draven's power spike. But right now, match point, as we stated a while ago, it's RRQ now on blue side, and Oasis in red as we're jumping into the picks and bans in the draft for Game 3.
Yeah. And Oasis in the red side. Red side has proven to be a more winning side just because you were able to get two quick, strong picks on your side.
Yeah.
And that could very well be where Oasis is looking at, although RRQ is also thinking about that. Immediately take out the Karma. This has been the constant ban from RRQ against Oasis, and Oasis has been the team who has been using both Karma and another support in their lineup. Without this champion, feels like Oasis does not have any more tools that could really prop up Etaf to be stronger in the early game. So nice bans right there coming from RRQ. We'll see what would be the adjustment from Oasis.
Yeah. It's really difficult because right now we're seeing Camille to be open once more for RRQ. If Oasis does not ban this, it will be something that RRQ will definitely pick up, especially as Oasis Gaming. We're known to have Demon Kite to be their hyper carry, so that is an open pick for RRQ.
Yeah, open pick for RRQ indeed. In terms of the bans, I'm just looking at, there's still a lot of open, like Galio, and also Akali and Zed have been banned from Oasis. So the first pick, Camille for RRQ. I know that Chaz plays the Camille, so it could still be a flex for the side of RRQ, which gives them this strong early pick right now in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, but Oasis answered with the Fiora, another split pusher, which is really, really strong. So they're looking to have this Baron lane matchup to be even. But Lulu picked up. Vayne is also open for Oasis if ever RRQ will opt not to go for it. But having Vayne up against Camille, it's looking quite dire in that matchup alone, having the lockdown from Camille.
Yeah. Lulu has not been banned, which has been banned the past two games, so immediately being picked up by Oasis. Yes, Vayne is still open, but historically for Oasis, they can choose to wait maybe later in the pick and ban phase if it's still going to be left open, because right now RQ is already thinking about how to counter a Lulu Vayne lane, and that is with this Varus and Thresh. There's a lot of damage from these two, a lot of lockdowns, and it's going to be a hard laning phase if will be the match between the Lulu Vayne and the Varus and Thresh. So I do expect Oasis could be more creative with their lane assignments, might be swapping out their Dragon lane from the bottom lane.
Yeah, and honestly, I was expecting a Galio since they have the Camille, which can really have that wombo combo for RRQ to win those team fights. But considering they're going in for a bit of a pick-off composition with the Camille there and having Varus in the same lineup, because Varus is not the most mobile champion in a marksman category. So having the Thresh gives them a bit more safety. But right now, when it comes to the bans here, we have Riven and Garen for both teams.
Riven, Garen. Riven's always a smart ban against RQ just because of how much they can swap. They can role swap this champion between Helios and Chaz. Right now, a lot of bans from Oasis on really targeting the jungle for RRQ. I do like that it was the Kha'Zix. It takes away one more threat for the Vayne, but I feel like this just might be a jungle Camille, so maybe a top lane ban against Devil J could have been good, but at the same time, it's fine with the current bans from Oasis, Garen, and Darius, as you mentioned, RRQ bans for the last, taking away champions away from Isilla.
And I like this Lee Sin pick from Oasis. Since they have the Vayne that is hyper-scaling in the late game, they need something in the early game to alleviate some of their disadvantage in that phase of the match. So Oasis picking up the Lee Sin is definitely something great. But RRQ picking up the Rengar and Ari here, double cat. I think Ari is a cat, not human. But whatever. They're picking this up. They're looking for that pick composition and they're going all in.
Infinity, Ari is a Vaskayan, I think.
Well, she looks like a cat.
Way,
well, it's a fox,
either.
right? It's a fox and a cat.
It's a fox, yeah. I think it's a kitsune. But yeah, anyway, getting away from that whole lore hole that we could have gone through. Fizz right now is the last pick for Oasis. As you mentioned, they need a bit more of that early game pressure. So having a Fizz on the hands of Edaf right now has that assassin threat against Ari, against even the Varus on the side of RRQ, and also the Lee Sin could make plays, and that is what we're looking for from Oasis. Let's see if they will be able to get a good early game with that early game champion on the Lee Sin. But looking at the lineup right now of RRQ, it's a very scary prospect if you're alone on the map. As there's a virus that can change some corruption with a hook from the Thresh, charm from Ari, and even a jumping Rengar. It's just a very scary composition right now from RQ, especially if RQ gets ahead.
Yeah. You see one champion just chasing you, say goodbye already. You just have a lot of mobility. You just have a lot of chase from RRQ to pick off certain champions, and especially with having Vayne on your lineup, it's going to be a scary moment for him.
Yeah. Almost the ward take. Oh, actually, it is actually a ward take for RRQ right there. Being a bit creative right now with the starts. Not the usual default. It's just everyone running to a certain part of the map, but actually taking 15 gold advantage actually for the mid lane. While do see here just a bit of a harassment happening on the side of the bot side. But overall, very quiet start. No quick kill. So getting into this game 3 here, Infinity, this is match point for RRQ.
Yeah, and we need to look at Chaz later on, because if he doesn't stack his passive in 10 minutes, he's gonna have a hard time.
First
That
blood?
play blinks Dragon at
First
low
blood!
HP, but a first blood for Demon Kite. This is exactly the early game that Oasis wants.
Yeah, this is the start to the Vayne that they are looking for. An immediate gold infusion of the first blood gold going to Demon Kite, even being left alone right now by Dragon. Dragon needed to recall, even though getting the honey fruit, but this gives the first couple of experience points to Demon Kite. But you already see Chaz roaming around here. If he gets into that brush, there could be a dive against Demon Kite here.
No vision for Oasis, but now they have, as Chaz is there to rotate. They're calculating the timers here, Crazy Apple. They're doing like a quick calculation, quick maths, as you may say here for Oasis.
But see, look at where Oasis is. There's 2 members right on the river.
2-man room for Oasis, and RRQ has to play safe. They're at a numbers disadvantage if they go all in, and that's a clever move from RRQ. They have to go back.
Yeah, a bit of a safe play as well. The answer from Oasis was when they saw that Chaz was running into the jungle of Oasis to get a possible gank on Demon Kite. Immediately, Etaf packed into mid lane, helped with the shove with Edaf right there, and then went into to get the Scuttle Crab. It's gonna be the double Scuttle for RRQ. We're see a bit of a duel here at the top side.
Yeah, but Baron Laners just doing Baron Laners things.
Exactly. Baron Laners doing Baron Laner things. But yeah, going back, looking at the map, 2 Scuttle Crabs have been secured by Etaf. Etaf could also go for a steal right here on the Raptors, but doesn't seem like he wants to go for a gank. He's already level 5. He has the Dragon's Rage. Spotted on the ward though.
He is spotted. Exosun and Marky has this information. They're playing very safe under the turret. But if Oasis jumps through, it's Edov just jumping in as they take the kill. RRQ gets their mid laner. But it's now Etov showing himself. The kick is there. The Dragon Rage goes for the 2-man knockup with Pixie there as well. Polymorphed onto Exosun. Kills on Marky. Chaz is there to respond. The root is onto the jungle. And Oasis loses their jungler as Chaz is there to respond. But in the trade, it's a 1-for-1. 2-for-1, and now Devil J with a flash going in for the lockdown with a Hextech ultimatum. But the Wild Growth will give more sustainability in the play. Is that going to be enough as Demon Kite will secure the kill? Demon Kite is very low. Devil J is chasing as that sweep will secure the kill. And Dragon is very low. That shield will not sustain you as Lulu will be shut down by RRQ.
Yeah, shut down right there. 13.9k right now gold for RQ. 800 in the gold lead. But Isilla having time of his life in the top side, getting a bit more gold in his hands by getting those tower plates. It's going back into the fight on the bot side. It all started with Etaf having a great kick on the Dragon's Rage, even though he was spotted by Marky and Exosun for what felt like a minute. And still, they were able to get a couple of kills on the bot side. Demon Kite right now, 3-1-1 on this Vayne. Already has the Blade of the Ruin King. They are looking at this Cloud Drake at the moment since Vayne is really strong and to be able to burn this objective a lot faster than usual. So do see here Oasis already securing the Cloud Drake for themselves. Infinity, this is more of an action-packed early game than we saw early in this series. It's not the early lead that we are asking for from Oasis, but this is the action that we're looking for from them. Eta looking for a gank right now against Helios' Ari.
Helios is going to face track. That is a wrong move. Zetov is just too quick, too mobile. But Helios with a Spirit Rush saves himself, saves his life. And I like how you mentioned about Demon Kite just a while back. Because even if the kill standing is even, 4-4, it was Demon Kite who got the majority of the kills. It was 3 kills onto the ADC of Oasis. So they really bother in considering the 4-4 wherein your hyper-scaling champion got the majority of the kills in the early game.
Right. That's exactly it. And I love how you pointed it out. It is a hyper-scaling Vayne. And if she gets to that point where she gets all of her items, it's so hard for our RQ because she can just chase you down along with this Lulu on the hands of Oasis Gaming. So it's going to be a hard ask right now from RQ to take on fights, head-on team fights. What they'll be looking for are things like this, the pick.
Let's took ultimatum from Medov. The flash is there. Flash and Ignite is burned, but RRQ will still secure the kill into the bot lane, looking for another turret.
Yeah, and great play right there from RQ. As I was about to mention, those are the things they're looking for. Without Hextech ultimatum, Demon Kite fancying this fight.
Here comes the squad, but Camille's just too quick, too mobile to go back away.
Yeah, just doing a Attack on Titan impression right there, getting away from the Titan that is Demon Kite at this point. Another turret gonna go to the hands of our RQ with Shelly being summoned to mid lane. Chaz looking for the kill on Asila.
Yeah, Chaz jumping onto Esila. Esila is half HP already. The grand challenge now forced. Exosam with a play, with a flash. They're going to CC Esila. Their post is not enough to survive as our RQ will secure the kill. But Devil J on the opposite side of this game will get slain by Edda.
Yeah, Edaf getting the shutdown gold. Nice gold infusion for him there. That was a very deep part of the map where Devil J was. I was wondering how he got that deep right there. But great heads-up play as well from RRQ and able to get SL on the top side before he was able to finish the recall. So now getting more gold into the hands of the members of RRQ. As we mentioned, when the draft ended here, Infinity, RRQ's composition is a pick composition, and that's where they're strongest. As when Oasis is not grouped up, when there are a lot of lone members, and honestly, it's gonna be a repeating thing for Oasis because Asila on the Fiora also needs her own set of resources to be able to scale into the game. Edaf on the Fizz, same thing. Demon Kite, yes, he's already 3 kills, but Vayne would really love to get a lot more gold to keep on accelerating her build, and she's getting picked off right now.
Ooh, the flash from Demon Kite just saved him from the play of the death sentence, which is so menace if it connects onto RRQ, but now Fresh goes back in, chumps the water, just brought back in, and now Oasis got that CC, but Marky will just stay put in that fight, gets pinned down. Oasis will secure the kill.
Yeah, someone took the lantern with the Chum the Waters and it hit 2 members of RRQY. But anyway, 5 members right now. Oasis hunting for Helios.
Yeah, that charm will buy some time, but Oasis, 4-man roam, will not continue as his Spirit Rush has already been forced to more mobility. But a flash also available for Helios, too hard to burst down as Oasis will just opt to back away.
Yeah, right now, backing away, trying to get some more items as we approach the 2 objectives, refreshing across the map. 20 seconds for the Herald, 20 seconds as well for this Mountain Drake. These 2 timers are just about the same time because earlier on we saw that handshake at the 4-minute mark. RRQ though setting themselves right now in near this Dragon Pit, looking for that pick, and that is where they're strongest at. Dragon, very flirty here.
Exec ultimatum onto Dragon, and Dragon is very low. That piercing arrow with a burn will ignite him down, and that Lulu will just get slain by Exosen. Now Oasis will lose their support, will lose the opportunity for that sustainability in those team fights, and RRQ will have that numbers advantage.
Yeah, they will have that numbers advantage. Double J
looking for the chase. Ethos is in trouble as a lot of damage is being secured by Helios onto the jungler of Oasis. They start this Dragon, and Oasis has this information. But the charm will be reposed. Clutch from Esla.
Yeah, clutch clutch repulse right there, blocking the charm. But because, as you mentioned, numbers is an advantage for Oasis Gaming. Dragon fell down. That's why Arky was able to cleanly secure that Mountain Drake. Oasis still not being able to get back on the map, just going for the recall, getting some HP back. That's why, again, Rift Herald will most likely be secured right here by RQ, but Oasis looking to contest.
Yeah. But the ultimate of Exosun is there to delay any contest if ever Oasis decides to go in for the Rift Herald, but instead they go back as RRQ will take the Rift Herald uncontested in that fight.
Yeah. Okay. Right now, those were the second set of objectives, and usually we see games turn around on those in those parts of the match. But right now, it's still pretty much even. Only 1,000 gold lead for the side of RRQ, and that is the third turret that they were able to take away from Oasis Gaming. If Oasis will be able to take one more turret down, it's just gonna be pretty much even. Right now, Demon Kite being very aggressive here. Helios, whoa! What a dodge on that charm. But still, a lot of members right now from RQ running towards Demon Kite because Oasis is just so aggressive here in the bot lane.
Yeah, Spirit Rush has been used already though for Helios, so he has to play a bit more safely as the flash is also on cooldown for the mid laner of RRQ. And now we're looking at a fight here as Chaz is looking for the chase. Demon Kite uses the flash to go back with a barrier also forced as Marky just has too much damage now.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage as well as the Chains of Corruption being burned, but it forced the flash and the barrier, as you mentioned, from Demon Kite. So that is something that RQ can capitalize on when these fights happen, when they see Demon Kite again on the map. And you could really see Oasis really wanted to try something, especially Demon Kite and Dragon. They were forcing themselves far forward so that RQ would go for a pick and then they would try to answer back. They're looking for these skill checks right now against RQ, and RQ is not giving those skill checks to Oasis because they know if they lose another fight, Oasis can just snowball this game into their favor. And I think that's smart right now from RQ. Play towards your advantage, your veterancy, your experience. And right now, Exocet going for the fight.
The flash, the flay, the ultimate is there. Double J with a Hextech ultimatum onto Demon Kite. Demon Kite can't go back, but a Wild Growth will buy that HP the Demon Kite needs to have that safety. Now Exocet is pinned. That flay will knock them back, but Oasis will collapse. They get the kill onto Helios. They get the kill onto Exocet. And now they're looking for more. But Fizz is stuck in between Devil J and Marky in between as they secure the 2-4-2 trade. But SLA is very low as RRQ will get that advantage in that fight as a 2-4-3 secured.
Yeah, 2-4-3. It felt like it was going to the way of Oasis Gaming that fight, but RQ was able to salvage that fight for themselves, getting another kill into their pockets in terms of the kill count. And right now, RQ Oasis backing out, backing away so far, waiting for the next set of objectives. And I want to go back to my point earlier, Infinity right now with how RQ has been playing this series so far is really banking on a lot more on their discipline and experience against Oasis Gaming, and that has been the formula that Fennel Adversity used yesterday. They're not letting Oasis get these huge fights. Whenever RQ sees a way out, they will go for that. Dragon though might be getting caught out here by Exocet, although he was spotted by that ward placement, I believe, with the 20 seconds on the next Dragon. RRQ is in a prime position to be able to take this, while Oasis will need to look for a way to get into the pit. Unfortunately though, I feel like in terms of the backs right now, in terms of the timings, Oasis is a bit off. Still on the top side. It's about to run into the river, into the bot lane as this Ocean Drake's about to come up. Rift Herald has been spawned in the mid lane for RQ, so that is something that Oasis needs to go to. Doesn't look like they will be able to challenge this Infinity. RQ already taking the Drake.
Yeah, it's too fast, too quick for Chaz. I mean, he has already stacked his passive. 3 kills, 3 assists. That will be an increase. 25% damage as Chaz jumps in. The charm will connect. That's Chain CC. That's flawless as Dragon can't see the light of day. And now it's Demon Kite, the target that's next for RRQ with Hextech ultimatum locking him down. And Ed is forced to retreat over the wall as SLA will be next. It's RRQ looking for the finish. It's in him third down. It's Oasis Gaming trying. It's third looking for the defense. And RRQ will look to back away as the wave has been cleared. It's Etough with the stasis enchant buying some time, but RRQ will get the 4K.
Yeah, and 4 kills going to the side of RRQ with a great pick off in the mid lane. They are transitioning this now into a Baron take. 3 seconds on Demon Kite. Dragon is up, but with 20 seconds on Etap on the jungler has his might. No way that the Oasis will be able to contest this Baron. This will now go to the side of RRQ, and with that Baron buff take for RRQ Infinity, this is feeling more and more like the 3-0 for RRQ.
Yeah, it definitely is looking quite great for RRQ at the moment. They're looking quite a dominant team. Expectedly, RRQ looks to finish this early because if Oasis Gaming buys more time in this game, go for the late game. We talked about Demon Kite hyperscaling in that late phase of this match. And right now, he has the BRK, the Wit's End, and the Solari Charge Blade as well. The last hope for Oasis Gaming. Now Etop goes in for the Dragon Rage, but Marquis takes his engine immediately. By some time, the Lantern might just save him, but no! It's Dragon putting him down, but Helios coming right through. It's a Charm going in for the double. As Etop is down, Demon Kite is down, Dragon is dead. As Etop and Esla, the only one left to defend. And RRQ is looking for the mid lane. It's a 2-4-2. It's Fizz going for the Stasis and Chad, but once again, it's Chaz and Devil J looking to kill him. The flash for Devil J is looking to chase Esla, as Esla is in trouble. He is looking for death as RRQ will swipe Oasis, will sweep them down, and RRQ conquers this series, and Oasis will be the first team to be eliminated in WCS.
The King of Kings stamping their authority here in this series with a 3-0 sweep against Oasis Gaming. And look at the faces of these guys. So happy to get this series win right here. A clean sweep 3-0. And that is just a statement game right there for RRQ. They have shown us the whole group stages that they are also a very flexible team. They can play pick compositions, they can play team fighting compositions, they can play behind Marquis, they can play behind Helios, they can play behind Devil J. They have a lot of players that can carry the games, and that was what they showed here. That last fight, Helios getting the charm, forcing Oasis in an awkward position wherein Oasis forced that desperate play to try and get back to the game. RRQ moves to the next part of the lower bracket.
There was doubts. There was criticisms onto RRQ from day one of the playoffs, but this is it. It's the King of the Kings. It's RRQ bringing it back. They're creeping their way back in the lower bracket finals. And RRQ has shown dominance today in this series.
Yeah, and honestly, Oasis Gaming had the early game lead, as we see here in these highlights. They did the thing that I asked for, an early game dive against the enemy bot lane to really prop Demon Kite ahead. Yes, in the end, this was a fair exchange for both of them. Chaz was able to get a couple of kills. Devil J came in and also got kills of his own, but that set the pace. Honestly, for Oasis Gaming, Demon Kite was the player that they had a lot of their hopes on. Demon Kite was ahead with 3 kills. He could have basically carried the game on his shoulders, but what did RQ do? They did not let him, and this was the fight that really broke the camel's back for Oasis. Slowly and surely, RQ was getting a bit of that lead, but with the pick off here, look at how deep into enemy territory RQ was to really look for that fight for Oasis, because they knew at that time they had the numbers advantage, they have the item advantage, they can take down RRQ. And I believe the flash and the barrier right then was when they burnt it against Demon Kite, when they knew that there's no summoners on the Vayne, there's less protection. All of their picks, all of the jumps that they can just throw on that marksman champion, they were just able to layer it down and take the game.
And my friend, look at Devil J. This man, this guy, this player, this champion is on a whole another different level today. Those Hextech ultimatums, those lockdowns, those CCs enabled RRQ to win this game. Because you're right, we talked about how Demon Kite was able to get those early kills, but Devil J shown the dominance, shown their potential, their power to conquer. And it was Devil J, it was Camille who was the Glow prepaid player of the game, the MVP from that game 3.
Do you remember who was our game 1 Glow prepaid player of the game?
It was Devil
Was
J
it?
all along.
It was Devil J. Oh,
One, two, three. Game one,
One,
two, three.
two. He is literally the player of the series here. All 3 wins. He is our MVP.
Yeah.
And Matt, yeah, I agree. Devil J has shown that anything you give him, he can play those champions. He can do a lot of things to help prop up RRQ to wins.
Yeah, and Oculus a while ago in the panel said RRQ needs to choose a winning lane. And Devil J, Baron lane, from Macaulay from game number 1 to Darius in game number 2 to Camille in game number 3, won every single time.
Yeah, exactly. And Devil J, yeah, this guy really stepped up this series. As I was saying earlier, RRQ has a lot of players to carry. Marky can do that. Helios can do that. Chaz can do that. But Devil J really has stepped up this series, and he has played a lot of different champions. He even played the AP Akali when we thought he was gonna go for Divine Thunder. He went back to the roots of that champion, and
It's insane.
I'm so excited to see who will be RRQ facing, because RRQ seems like this is still not. I feel like this is not their final form yet. They're still getting there with how their performances have been, and I'm just so excited to see what will be the next step that RRQ takes when they're going to this lower bracket run.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning of the lower bracket. This is just the beginning of today's series. And RRQ, we're seeing already a 3-0 series. It's just insane to think about. And as you've stated, it's still a mystery on who RRQ will defeat or will match up in the lower bracket finals. This is going to decide who will be that matchup as TS and Grindsky will meet later on in the next series. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple, your casters for this matchup with RRQ's dominance, as Oasis will say goodbye. But don't go away, today's not over. When we come back, it's a panel discussing what happened in that series and analyzing what will happen next with TS and GS.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where we've just witnessed the first clean series of the playoffs, a 3-0 in favor of RRQ. And I just want to say, Prod has my back. Prod has my back because in our panel scores right now, I got one correct. I know I've been inconsistent with this, by the way, but yes, I've got 1 point. Thanks to that RRQ. I'm not gonna say what happened behind the scenes, but let's just leave it at like Prod has my back. I think it's the coffee. That I treated them to. But let's jump into the series highlights because Autolus, my goodness, RRQ, what did they have for breakfast today? Because they are on point.
Standard English breakfast, I would say. I don't know. we intercontinental breakfast, something like that.
Wow.
But RQ really just had the number of Oasis, at least for the whole series. On game number 1, I thought it was acceptable that RQ would actually get the win because then again, I listed down 3 win conditions that I have for RQ. And number 1 amongst the 3 win conditions is Devil J being put on Akali. Akali was left open. RQ picked the Akali. No questions there. They got the win in a dominating fashion. On game number 2, though, Devil J appeared to be the second devil or third devil already. You know, that devil has rankings right now, and it does feel that this Devil J right now is like, you know, the higher rank or the higher demon, because Devil J was catching Demon Kite out of nowhere on second game, and you could see here in this clash alone that the finishing touches was actually on that basketball dunk of that Darius. Now on game number 3, still Devil J, my god, my man, on this Camille. Again, targeting the right people with the Hextech Ultimatum. And not only that, Escilla, all throughout the series, I feel that Devil J had his numbers except for game number 2. Overall, RRQ, very well played. And for Oasis, this is the end of the journey, but I don't think
Yeah.
this is I would say this is a bad exit for them. Nothing to be ashamed of. Again, RRQ and the rest of the teams that we have here in WCS PH are very strong, and they could actually use the next couple of months that they have, or next couple of weeks that they have to prepare for the bigger tournament, or for another big tournament to represent the country this coming SEA Games, and that's going to happen this May. So for me, RQ and Oasis, it was a clean 3-0 in favor of RQ, but nothing to be ashamed of for Oasis.
Oh yeah, definitely. Crazy Apple, I know you just came from that series, but do you have anything to add? Anything that maybe while the action was ongoing you didn't get to put out there?
Honestly, I for one, just want to echo as well Autolus's points right there in terms of there's nothing to be ashamed of for Oasis Gaming. They fought till the bitter end. You could really see them trying to look for that magic formula, really trying to turn the game around. Game 3, they had a great start with Demon Kite. Again, we saw Demon Kite on that vein, and it just so happened that there was just an unfortunate fight in the jungle where Exocet was able to catch them out, and that really turned the tides around again for RRQ. And this is, as Autolus mentioned, the best 6 teams we have. They're all so strong that I think any of them could beat each other on a good day, and nothing to be ashamed of really. It's just the level of competition has leveled up here in the WCS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, congratulations still to Oasis Gaming. They have accomplished a lot here in the WCS. Part of the top 6 teams in the Philippines. That is still such a huge honor. And of course, we will still be cheering for them as they represent the Philippines as part of Team Cebol. Now, however, let us welcome back to the panel our champions, our winners. Preempting anything? Am I reversing them? Our winners. I didn't say anything of the first series of the day. We do have RRQ. I might be cursing somebody here. We do have RRQ, and I believe Devil J himself will be representing the team. So let's welcome them back. Devil J, thank you so much. And congratulations on this win along with EXO, of course. So I want to ask first question, of course, yung preparations nyo para sa match na ito, kasi mukhang handa talaga kayo para sa match na ito against Oasis Gaming.
Yung coach po namin, sobrang nag-prepare po talaga siya para sa Oasis. Pinanood niya po lahat ng laban kagabi, tapos nireview niya po sa amin. Then yun po, in-explain niya po pati yung mga bans, yung mga winning conditions, inaral po ng coach namin. And sobrang prepare po talaga kami at kami manalo. Yun lang po.
And Devil J, yung second question ko is actually for you, kasi sobrang ganda ng performance mo sa series na yan. Ano ba yung, how did you wake up today? Ano ba yung feeling mo? Na-feel mo ba na paggising mo na parang, okay, good day today, alam ko na yan.
Nagsabi po ako ng mga ipipick ko kagabi sa kay Go po, coach namin. Sabi ko po na ito yung gusto kong gamitin para bukas. Tapos pumayag po siya, umagri siya. Tapos, kasi yun po yung napupusuan ko talaga. Tapos yun po, pinagbigyan niya po ako.
So siguro ganun din. Dahil nag-align din kayo kagabi, so parang lumabas din sa sa panaginip mo, tapos talagang na pumasok na talaga sa sa kalooban mo. Autolus, do you have a question for Devil J?
Devil J, okay, sige, looking forward. Kasi alam naman natin na ang makakatapat niyo next week will be the winner of our next matchup, TS versus Grindsky. Sino sa tingin mo ang mananalo at or sino ang mas pinapaboran mong manalo mamaya?
Syempre po ang Grindsky, since may momentum po kami sa kanila, and sa secret po, medyo hirap talaga yung team namin. And mas gusto rin po halos lahat ng sa Grindsky since may momentum din kami sa kanila. Kaya
Yun, so eto na. Kumbaga, yung mga RRQ fans ngayon mag-cheer para sa Grindsky mamaya because they won that match. Kampi-kampi muna, di ba? Tropa-tropa muna tayo. Next week na lang tayo mag-away. Crazy Apple. By the way, Devil J, congratulations, and man, oh man, sobrang lupit mo today. Just would like to commend you on that.
Yeah,
Thank
sobrang
you.
lupit mo, Devil J. Actually, may relation doon yung magiging tanong ko sa'yo. But first off, I want to congratulate your team's win today. And also, grabe ka, 3 beses ka nag-MVP ngayong series
Uy,
na to.
sarap.
Kumbaga,
3 out of 3.
MVP of the series ka. Pwede nating sabihin. So, with that in mind, gusto ko matanong sa'yo, 4 na team na lang kasi pwede nyo makalaban eh. It's either Team Secret, Grindsky, FLA, or UDG. Sa mga top laner doon sa mga team na yun, sino yung sa tingin mo hindi mo mahirap pero pinaka-excited ka na makalaban?
Siguro po si Don. Sobrang consistent niya po maglaro tapos ang galing din mag-laning po nun. Parang hirap patayin sa lane talaga. Parang ang playstyle niya po is hindi kami parehas pero malaking tulong po para sa team nila yung playstyle niya.
Right. Oh, si Don. Yeah, as alam ko din kay Otolus yung mga ginather niya sa data. Don is like our first all-pro team, right? For top laners. And that would be a matchup that I also would love to see, Devil J. So hoping to see you guys match up against Team Underground soon in the playoffs.
Devil J, meron lang akong pasingit na tanong kasi nakita ko yung post ni Kuya Helios nung dun sa pentakill niya sa Irelia. Meron kasing malaking palaisipan doon di ba? Yung unang dalawang picture, tapos may pangalawang set ng picture. Ngayon ang tanong doon, sino yung katabi ni Marky? And sa mga viewers natin na hindi pa yeah, sige, Devil J. Sagutin mo muna, pare.
Tatawa na siya.
Si Marky.
Sila po yun, Renzel.
Sis. Oh, double agent? Joke lang. Pero yes, sila pala yun, yung katabi ni Marky. Okay, nasagot na, Tita Mika. And para sa mga viewers natin, kung hindi nyo alam kung ano yung tinutukoy ko, I think I shared that video. Yun yung pentakill niya on the Irelia. Pakihanap na lang.
Ayan guys, I think nasa page ni Otolus, Otocast, di
Kaso
ba?
kailangan kalkal pa kasi ang dami ng patom.
ang dami na. Devil J, I do have another question for you. Nung nag-cut kasi sa player cam, syempre, sa victory moment nyo, ang dami nangyayari sa moment na yan. So, nakita natin na si Marky, nagbababay, tapos si Helios mo nasa ilalim ng something. Pwede mo ma-explain kung ano yung nangyayari dun sa moment na yan?
Parang yung babay po ata yun, yung babay na talaga. Tapos yung, di ko po alam dito kay Sean kung ano yung trip niyan eh. Bakit po may dalang panyo?
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
May Titan!
Jump scare!
Sino yun?
Si Helios po yun.
Ayan tuloy. Okay, I think self-explanatory na yan kung ano yung nangyayari given na yung nakita lang natin just now. Devil J, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give? And of course, messages of gratitude para sa lahat ng mga supporters ng RRQ.
Shoutout po kay Boss Nano, Boss AP, Boss Ricky po. And shoutout sa mga fans po ng RRQ na patuloy na sumusuporta po sa amin. And shoutout din po sa family ko na sumusuporta po sa akin, yung mga relatives ko po. Tapos, shoutout din po sa girlfriend ko, Mansar. Happy Mansar, I love you!
Wow!
Ano po? Maya ka na.
May gusto ba mag-shoutout? Pwede naman.
May shoutout daw po kay Sean Miranda, napaka-pogi niya daw po, yun yung pinasulat niya sa akin. Okay na.
Okay na
Pinapogi daw
daw.
po siya sa lahat. Face reveal daw po.
Reveal. Thank
Nahiya
you
na po
very
siya.
much, Devil
Thank
J.
you po.
Ay, nahiya na. O sige, wag na. Thank you very much, Devil J. And congratulations to you and the rest of RRQ. Good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you po, thank you.
We had a surprise attack by a Titan during that interview.
Let's go.
But of
Yeah,
course, once again, we just want to congratulate, of course, Oasis Gaming and yes, Audrey, go ahead.
No, I just couldn't believe that was a 3-0. I still couldn't move on. I know that I voted for Oasis and I really have a lot of expectations for them, but rather than I still have to commend RQ for what they did, and they said it best, right? Kaigo really planned against Oasis, and I saw that plan come into fruition. I mean, all the check marks were there, and they really controlled Oasis from the get-go. So, yeah, good job, RQ. And for Oasis, hoping to see you soon, very soon.
Yeah, I want to emphasize as well, that was only one night of preparation because they only knew that they were going to face Oasis last night, right? So it was rush. You might have a list already, but at the same time, you have to review and list down things and then disseminate it to your team. And that just shows as well the dedication and basically really the effort that the coaching staff has put. And yeah, really kudos to them, to Kaigo and the coaching staff of RRQ.
Yeah, I hope he gets a good night's rest tonight, because for sure he didn't get that last night while putting in the work for this match. So hopefully you guys deserve it. Congratulations again to RRQ, and congratulations of course to Oasis Gaming. We will still be cheering for you guys as you represent the Philippines for Team Cebol. And again, like Otlus mentioned, that is coming up as well. So it's non-stop for Wildrift action all around, and I think this is all the way until June-ish for a big event coming up as well. Stay tuned for that. Or July, I'm not too sure. But of course, we are not done just yet with our series for the day. Next up is Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. Now, on one side, we have the team that we have dubbed as the most improved team of the season, exceeding everybody's expectations. On the other, we have the team that we've obviously expected the most out of. And Otaluz, it's been a little 50-50 for Team Secret throughout the season, but it is now time for them to unleash everything they've got for this elimination match.
Exactly. And we're talking about Team Secret versus Grindsky. Just to paint a picture for everyone, it does seem that this is going to be a David versus Goliath, really. But I actually would like to ask Crazy Apple as to what his thoughts are about Team Secret, because I believe I shared my thoughts about Team Secret yesterday. I don't want to jinx them.
Right. Sure. I'll take the help for Team Secret for now, Autolus, and you can get Grindsky later. But yeah, Team Secret, this team, as you guys mentioned, I remember this was something that Mika mentioned before. This team loves to go through the tourist route or the scenic route in the playoffs. They love to be here, taking the long route, and that's where they are right now, starting it off here in the first round of the lower bracket. They did have that five-game series yesterday against Team Underground, and so far, I think that has been the best series of games we have seen here in the WCS. And yes, they suffered that loss against UDG, but there's nothing to say about the skill of this team coming into playoffs. Unfortunately for them, the team that they're gonna go against is Grindsky, which you guys have mentioned is the most improved team, but it seems to be their kryptonite in the group stages. They're coming in this series, and you could maybe think of Team Secret as maybe a bit of an underdog just because of the record. But at the same time, this team is still pretty strong, coming in very hot from yesterday's series. And I want to highlight, in terms of our solo player highlight, it's gonna be Tatsuri in that mid lane matchup. And Tatsuri, this guy, he plays a lot of assassins. He's been playing that Zed and the Fizz. And yesterday, that game 5 where he put the Zed against the Katarina, against Midarina from UDG, it felt like he was playing against a mirror of himself. But at the same time, Tatsuri, when he gets ahead, this guy can really prop up the team to win. In terms of Team Secret, I just want to also have this image for you guys. I feel like Chewy right now is the foundation of the team, while Tatsuri and Azar are like the walls that prop them up. In terms of really, if Tatsuri and Azar gets ahead, the walls become stronger in such a way that they can have a solid, they just have a solid fortress that can go through any team, and that is helped by Trevor and all of the team. So yeah, I know that our solo player highlight is on Tatsuri at the moment, but at the same time, I also feel that when Team Secret really gets ahead, a lot of them will play together and really form a unit, and that could be the key here to win against Grindsky.
Yeah, we've seen Tatsuri do some amazing things in the past, and that spark, that hitman, definitely needs to make a comeback for this match against Grindsky. We saw a little bit of it come out during the match against Team Underground yesterday, but there needs to be something more, because if you had asked me at the top of the season between Team Secret and Grindsky, you'd think it was a clear David and Goliath matchup, like Audalus mentioned. But you know what? Now I'm not too sure which one is David and which one is Goliath. And Audalus, something interesting here. Team Secret used to be known for their creative drafts, but now I think that award goes over to Grindsky because Team Secret definitely needs to tread carefully and play wisely against Grindsky Esports.
Exactly, because of the support system that Grindsky has, I believe, the flavor of the draft will always be exciting whenever Grindsky plays. But whenever they're facing Team Secret, actually they play standard. And Team Secret hasn't found a way to really counter Grindsky as of yet. For Grindsky, it is a team that has defied our expectations, as you have said. We have set them a lot of expectations, and they defied almost everything, and they're now on the verge of being eliminated by Team Secret. Now, for the GS fans out there, I don't want you guys to worry. Please do not worry, because Grindsky has shown complete dominance over Team Secret, a 4-0 game record during the regular season. So why is Grindsky doing a lot better when facing against Team Secret? The answer is Chinese One. In the 4 games they played, Chinese One has been a driving force for the team, netting an average of 9.75 KDA. He is consistently out-jungling Trebor, which makes things hard for Team Secret to stabilize and make plays for them. But to say that Trebor will go down without a fight is easier said than done. This playoffs, Tatsuri has made Yasuo pick an option that not only unlocks his aggressive ways, but also creates a synergy with Trebor in more ways than one. Now that brings us to the solo player highlight for Grindsky. It is Bambi. Bambi against Tatsuri, he has played the Jace, the Fiora, the Arya. We saw multiple solo kills for this guy already. Now for Tatsuri, he has been playing the Yana, Katarina, and Zed. So you could see that the champions are actually very similar. Barangay Grindsky will really bank on Bambi and his mid and jungle synergy to do the unthinkable. And that unthinkable is to eliminate Team Secret.
I just love that we're continuing our mid lane madness from the WCS regular season. We've now got the playoffs version here in our head-to-head with Tatsuri and Bambi. And I know that, everybody's been saying with Grindsky, it's difficult to predict which player will pop off for certain series, because it's like you have stars that come out in every single series that that this team has played. And it's hard to say that okay, we have to focus on this player because he's a star player, we have to focus on this. For Grindsky, it can be anybody at all. We could say the same for Team Secret over here, but again, it's been looking 50-50. So Crazy Apple, I'm gonna start with you. Is it down to our mid laners over here on the side of both of these teams?
I want to say yes in terms of mid laners, although I want to temper the expectations as well of our viewers, because there is a clear difference. Just looking at the stats right here, 2.76 KDA compared to 4.67 KDA, and the reason for that stark difference in KDA, Tatsuri tends to have games where he just dies a lot. And he loves playing the assassins, he loves playing the damage dealing champions. That's why he has a higher damage per minute than Bambi. But on the other hand, Bambi has shown to be a lot more flexible. He has been picking a lot of the Lulu, and even though we are thinking that Lulu might not be as prevalent now because of the nerfs to the auto attack junglers, which Chinese have been playing often in the group stages, Bambi can still be flexed into this more support role. So yes, I think we will be seeing the mid laners really be the key focal point here in the series, but at the same time, just tempering expectations that there could be more of a supportive kind of champion coming out from Bambi.
Audalus, anything to add to this head-to-head?
You know what? Part of the reason why Tatsuri's KDA is 2.76 and Bambi's KDA is 4.67 was the 4 games they played. I mean, the 4 games they played, Bambi netted a 17.0 KDA.
Right.
He died just twice. He dealt Tatsuri solo kills after solo kills. So if there is something that, Grindsky could really bank on, at least for this series, it is Bambi's confidence over this guy. We wouldn't say that last season, but this season, Bambi have had, Tatsuri's mental already, even before the playoffs started. So let's hope. I mean, if you are Team Secret, you have to be hoping for Tatsuri to really have that reset already and, have the champions that are needed to really go against Bambi. Because so far, Bambi greater than Tatsuri.
Well, I'm definitely holding on to that hope over here because as we pull up our predictions I think okay. I think everybody knows what I'm going for. I'm eager to see your predictions, my fellow co-panelists over here, as we bring up predictions.
I am now awaiting the screenshot.
Wow!
Oh, before predictions.
Before that,
Mika,
however,
before-
this is an even bigger prediction. I'm going to win a PPGL gaming chair. No,
No,
I
there you
can't. That's totally unfair, but you can definitely win this sweet gaming chair. All you have to do is follow those 3 mechanics that you see on your screen. Post a photo of yourself while watching the PPGL WCS PH playoffs, and explain in your caption why you love watching WCS PH playoffs and which team you are rooting for. I just realized there's a typo on there. I'm getting OC. I'm getting OC. Please make sure that your post is public with the official hashtags #PPGL, #PPGL Wild Rift, and you could stand a chance to win this PPGL. It's an exclusive gaming chair, by the way. The winner will be announced on April 5. That is this coming Tuesday on PPGL's Facebook page. So stay tuned for that. I am
What does it
immediately jealous.
remind you? The color scheme itself. What does it remind you?
I think I can say this. Yeah, it's not. It reminds me of a stormtrooper. I'm gonna rather say that. It reminds me of a stormtrooper.
Right.
That's why I want to win this. It looks so cool, and it reminds me of a stormtrooper. So like,
Stormtrooper, right?
Definitely Empire vibes over there. And I know. And I think we have our predictions over here. That Mika is gonna win that PPGL. Why are we sprinkling salt? I don't know. It seems to work. But yes, we have Autolus for Grindsky Esports, myself for Team Secret, and Crazy Apple for Team Secret as well. Let's go with Apple first as to explaining his why he's going for Team Secret here.
Do I really have to go first?
Yes,
okay.
you do.
Fine. Okay.
Ace for Apple.
I'll do it. I
Ace
know
also for
if people saw the talent predictions, I said UDG and Grindsky will be the top
What?
in the WCS, but I was just so amazed with yesterday's series between Team Secret and UDG, how closely matched those teams were, and I have no doubts Grindsky will come in this series today with a very great performance, but the recency bias, you could say, in me wants to root for Team Secret today. So I am predicting Team Secret for this series.
And Autolus on the side of Grindsky representative.
That look though, that look.
We only have 2 possible outcomes here, Mika. It's either I go double dead because I, miss out my prediction twice, or I commit, a saving vote and put Apple on the spot, Apple and Dash, to be the only performer, to be the only TikToker, at least for today. And I'm liking my chances with Grindsky Esports. Again, the numbers don't lie. I do understand that there is a relatively difference when it comes to patches, but Grindsky Esports, if there's one thing that I know, is that they do not take Team Secret lightly, and the confidence will really just be helping them more ways than none. So yeah, Grindsky all the way. Let's go.
and I'm just like, I've learned my lesson all throughout this past year of Wild Rift. I'm just like not voting against Team Secret anymore because weird things happen when I do. So that's why, of course, I'm voting for Team Secret. I also still believe in their ability to just, take the long way around, go for the most possible number of matches throughout, the entire playoffs. I believe that happened during the C Championships, where they played the most number of games, and they just want to get in, that all of that experience before they head into the grand finals. But we're gonna see indeed, because I do believe in the numbers. I do believe in those numbers, Autolus. I think it's going to be really, really difficult. So I think this is actually going to go a full 5 games. I'm sorry, Prod. I'm sorry. That's we all know that our RRQ is like
I have
Team
the
Prod.
same thoughts, Mika. I have the same thoughts. It could go the whole 9 yards, the whole 5 games, just because of I would love to see another one of those, like the games we saw yesterday.
Again, if you are not experiencing a heartbreak or a heartache with supporting Team Secret, then you are not not a Team Secret fan.
It's
And the
true.
best way to, put your cardiac arrest is to have a full 5 games.
It's part of the experience, right? It's part of the experience. All throughout all throughout even the Sea Icon series, we experienced like the emotional roller coaster with this team. So I'm prepared for another. We're gonna see how it goes indeed, because remember, whoever wins this series will proceed with the lower bracket run, and whoever loses this will be out of the WCS PH. And it could be Grindsky Esports, it could be Team Secret. We're gonna find that out as we head into our final series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines for the series that we are waiting for between Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. But unfortunately, another team will say goodbye at the conclusion of this series. I'm Infinity, and this is Dash with me to cast this series. And looking back prior, I don't know what's going to happen here, because Team Secret has been showing the signs of life that we were hoping for here in the playoffs, and they have evolved quite a bit, and Grindsky has failed in day number 1. So I don't know what's gonna happen here, but what I can promise to the viewers, this is going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, because of the recency bias that we all have for the performance that they have been doing during the past days, they fought with UDG until game 5. It looked like yesterday they could have won against UDG, so that is just so much to intake right now. But against GS, UDG, I mean, TS has always lost against Grindsky. So now, how would Team Secret, this new and improved playoffs version of Team Secret, would be able to fight against Grindsky? Because Grindsky has always been putting up these drafts that Team Secret hasn't been able to find the answer for so far.
Yeah, and I'm really, really, really scared to jump into game number 1. I don't know who's gonna take the advantage. I don't know who's gonna win it. But right now, every single team, every single player should not underperform. They have to be at their very best, as we are jumping into the picks and bans between Grindsky on the blue side and TS on the red. But an interesting fact, Dash, that Tatsuri has the most champions picked in WCS.
Yeah.
And yesterday, we've seen Elise in mid lane. That's his 20th champion. All over WCS.
That's a lot. That's a lot of unique champions right there being put out by Tatsuri. And remember, he also has put out a lot of these Yasuos that, as Otolu said, has been enabling Trevor a lot more. And that's why this should be, if ever Grindsky would have something that they need to ban on the second rotation, that could be the Yasuo that Tatsuri could put out. But for now, they're banning a lot of the champions that is very typical. If they don't ban the set here in the side of Team Secret, they would for sure pick it up on the side of Grindsky, because Tante has been playing that so much.
Yeah, and I like these bans from Grindsky because we talked about the Yasuo, right? And all of these champions from GS that they've banned away are the setup for the Yasuo. The Gragas, the Ziggs, and Gaio banned away already. So I like this ban so far. But right now, we're speeding on to the picks here with set prioritized by GS and Jace and Jax to follow up as an answer by TS.
Yeah, Jason Jax, that's a lot of damage already on the side of Team Secret. They're set for life with this composition already, but because Grindsky was able to see that the Lulu is still up, there's still a potential karma if they want a double enchanter setup on the side of Grindsky, because it hasn't been banned yet, but they picked the safer route, the safer option. They went in for the Darius for Tante, and they have the set just for them to flex it out, if ever.
Yeah.
So now Team Secret has lost a lot of priority tampers that could help them with a CC, but they still have rocks with the trash.
Yeah, and we all know Rox and Teresh, it's synonymous to each other. When Rox plays this champion, it's just absolutely insane. But jumping into the second phase bans, TS first starts with the Lucian ban, as Grindsky still has a missing bot lane. In the mid lane, their hyper carries are still a mystery here for GS.
Yeah, they're still going for the bans until, for Chewy, because Chewy has a lot of AP champions on his belt, so they're giving him less and less options. Banning the Ziggs would be smart here for Grindsky so that Chewy would not have that option, and also he will be forced to use a Morgana if ever in the side of Team Secret. But remember, Team Secret just needs options for them to get more CC. So even without the 6, it would be okay. Because right now, the Zed has been the priority of Grindsky because they don't want Tatsuri getting that option. So potentially, that's what could be put out here still.
Yeah, Avaris is still open for Chewy to pick up. It is the second most picked champion of this dual laner, followed up from Ziggs, but Ziggs is banned away, and that is
there you
expected
go.
with Avaris pick for TS. Now, Grindsky, what will be those hyper carries?
I love that they have a lot of options for single target CC on the side of Team Secret. Now, also, with that being a comfort of Chiwei and Rox, it would be easier for them to set themselves up for success here. But now, they went in for the Senna. So they want Bambi to use the Lulu in the Senna and the set to the bot lane. They have a very well-rounded composition inside of Grindsky. They have a lot of members who are very tanky. And the Senna is the only damage option that they have. That could potentially put them on a very weird position, maybe on the losing side in the late game, but still, if ever they would be able to get the early game, it would be good. But remember, Team Secret does have Tatsuri on the Fizz, and he has been wreaking havoc with this champion.
Absolutely, with 3 picks in the group stages. But looking at Grindsky's draft, I'm expecting Lulu to go in mid lane, then Senna set to go in bot, as that will be an option for them. We've seen a Lulu mid lane before from Grindsky. This is the draft. This is something that they've done before to defeat TS, and as the panel has stated a while ago, it's Grindsky who is the kryptonite of Team Secret.
And honestly, I'm really surprised that they put out they didn't pick the Karma this time around. So Karma has been getting a lot of bans for the playoffs, and nobody has picked it up on the side of Grindsky and Team Secret. They might be putting that off for later on because Lulu is up anyway, so might as well just take the Lulu. Let the Karma be simmered, marinated for game 2 to game 3. So now it would be a very early composition on the side of Grindsky. They have a lot of options for them to get the early game objectives, getting the advantage against Team Secret. But Team Secret does have also early game champions that they can utilize in order for them to shut down Grindsky. Grindsky has always put out these types of composition, but how would that pair up against Team Secret? That is the question right here.
That's the question indeed, as we are jumping in game number 1. One of the most awaited series so far in the lower bracket. It's Grindsky versus Team Secret. Once again, a reminder to the viewers that there is a lot at stakes on the line. The team that loses this series will say goodbye in WCS.
Yeah, and I love the friendly banter that these teams have been having. Grindsky and TS has been putting out a lot of banters, especially, and it's still fun to see that they are still going for this. But now, with Grindsky and Team Secret starting off the match, we have seen a while ago they already rotated onto the mid side just for them to get some easy XP after they rotate onto the top side of the map. What they need here for the side of Team Secret, always, if they want to win, they want to give Azar that easy advantage in the top side just for him to be on a comfortable position. If Azar is in a comfortable position, Team Secret is in a comfortable position for the objectives later on, which is why most of the time, those investments to Azar are really great, and so far has been paying off for Team Secret. But how would Trevor do that? Because right now, he's on the top side also, so it's easy for him to set up a gank right there.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Crazy Apple has stated a while ago, right? You talk about Azar, we talk about Tatsuri, right? What he pictured for Team Secret is that Chewy is the foundation of the team, and Tatsuri and Azar are the walls of TS. If Team Secret gets the early game, those walls are going to be so big, and Grindsky might have a hard time to bring it down. But we're now here, back again, as game number 1 is now starting. Grindsky and TS. One team will say goodbye here in WCS. The loser will say goodbye. This is just a very pressured game from both teams.
Yeah, and they're still putting up a fight, especially with Rocks. After they get to level 2 here, they can go for an aggression. They can go for flashes if they want to, against Tactical especially. That's why they're putting themselves in front of the problem. So Team Secret just needs to leverage this early game advantage that they have with the champions and wait for Azar to get better right there. Because he takes a long time for him to ramp up, because we all know how Jax works. And right now, looking at it, looks like they're banking on the fact that Chewy and Rocks would win their lane so that the others would be able to get what they need.
Yeah, and Grindsky has to pay the price of not having a great damage dealer in the early game. And having Chewy on a Varus and having Thresh from Rocks, it's both safety and damage at the same time in the dual lane. And we all know Tactical at level 1 will never carry those damage early. But now, Chinese 1 And Tante looking for a gank, but Azar is playing very safe. He's looking to go under the turret.
Oh,
but
bot
here,
lane.
on the opposite side of the map, it's Rocks very low. Tactical and Bo doing a lot of work here in duo lane.
Yeah, Ignite has been popped already, but they're going for the top lane again, Azar.
Yeah, we've seen this before in the Icon Series Summer Season, wherein 3-man roam immediately at 2 minutes to try and defeat a turret, try and take the tower first blood. But for now, Grindsky will not pull through as TS has defended their turret as of yet.
What's fun about this is they're going for more hook.
That's Identity here. Rox is coming in. It's a Flay going for the CC. As Tactical will be first blood by Trevor,
wow.
and TS will secure the double.
That was from miles away. Rox was expecting to get the death sentence onto the flash because they know that Exhaust and Ignite has been popped anyway. Getting Trevor onto the bot side was really important, and after that, getting those 2 kills on Chewy. Oh man, look at that. He has almost a 1-5, rather not even half on Tactical, and that's a big gold lead for Chewy.
Yeah, and they're depending on
man,
Chewy as
you.
well to have that prio in the bot lane. So definitely something that could bring the wave, to bring the tide towards Team Secret here in game number 1. And that 3 minutes with the Maramune already secured is such an amazing feat to see for the duo lane for Chewy.
Yeah, this just tells us that later on in the objective fights, we're gonna be seeing him probably with a serrated Dirk. That just gives him more armor penetration and would be hurting, giving a world of hurt against the members of Grindsky. Now, Grindsky does need to find a way for them to get kills, or at least get a shutdown gold on Chewy as early as this. But Tatsuri though, oh wow, he's low HP against Alulu in the mid lane.
But he has the flash, he has the ignite, be able to come back. But now it's Chumps of Water. Tatsuri is looking for the kill, is looking for the assassination against Bambi. But the Wild Growth will be forced to have more HP, and Tatsuri will not be able to secure the kill.
Yeah, imagine that is a great Wild Growth. Now they don't have Wild Growth to use on this next team fight. 12 seconds on the clock before they go for it. Tatsuri just risk everything just for them to not have the safety on the side of Grindsky, which is very smart. That just takes up more pressure against Grindsky, so Team Secret can go for this fight. Again, look at this, Chalk Blast.
Yeah, but Trevor will not go all in. They have no vision on enemy jungle, but as you stated, even if Bambi uses the Wild Growth, will not be available for GS in the next fights, but in the same time, Tatsuri will not have Chumps the Water as well.
Yeah, go for this fight. They have Ragnarok. They can go in. The box has been popped already.
Ragnarok is there, they're jumping in, but TS will secure the Rift Herald, and now TS is collapsing against Grindsky. Asante will use the flash to go back away. The Decimate will not be enough to sustain, and the double for Trevor. They secure it, and TS will decimate GS.
Oh man, 4 people are down, and as we said a while ago, Infi, the Wild Growth was very detrimental in that early stages of the fight because you're not going to be expecting any damage from Bambi. Without that, they don't have the safety. Look at this. They went in and Bambi, it was a 5-man fight. It was a bit too late for the other members. That's why when they went for the fight, it was a 4v5. Yes, they were able to get a great face breaker, but it was not enough. They didn't have enough damage. They didn't have the safety, and losing the 3 Juggernauts was enough for them to it's like the script. After they lost the 3 Juggernauts, they're gonna lose the fight anyway.
And this is the cost of having a Senna bot lane with no hyper carries mid lane. It is a Lulu that is for Bambi, so this is going to take a long time. Death sentence already for Olaf. The Ragnarok will be forced to deny the CC, and Tatsuri is jumping over the wall, trying to look for the engage, and Chinese 1 is very low. They're forced to retreat, and TS gets 2 out of 2 objectives.
Oh no, Wild Growth though, another.
And TS is looking to go and kill Bambi, as Bambi cannot even retreat, cannot even walk, as TS locks him down.
Yeah, remember, they got the Rift Herald during that fight, and they're already setting up onto the mid lane stages of the mid lane right now. Look at this, they were able to get the Rift Herald bonk on the bot lane. They might be able to get the second tier turret. This is gonna be big for Team Secret.
So coming in, Tactical is there. Not able to catch onto the bot lane, but here on top side of the map, it's TS looking to get that kill. And once more, it's Chewy getting it through, and so far, Dash, it's a perfect game for TS.
Oh wow, nobody's losing their lives on the side of Team Secret. They're just getting every advantage every step of the way. Second tier turret in the bot lane. That is a very big win, to be honest, because you don't have pressure anymore in the bottom lane of the map. You won't be able to push yourselves onto the bottom side, and on the objective later on, after the next 4 minutes, getting onto the Cloud Drake would be very hard for the members of Grindsky because they don't have any natural pressure at that point in the map. Right now, Grindsky is struggling on what they want to do. They do have a lot of CC, yes, but without any damage potential, they can't even get any kills on the side of Team Secret. That has been their underlying problem, and Senna takes a long time for her to get her damage up.
Yeah, and when was the last time that we've seen a team at 6 minutes into the matchup have 7k gold lead? It's a 1k gold per minute here for Team Secret in this game number 1. Looking fantastic to start the playoffs in the lower brackets for TS.
That damage on the tactical, that was half HP already, and now they're taking all the towers here, Infinity. They have 4 towers already down on the side of Grindsky. They can't even secure any kills right there on their side. Yes, they have the Lulu, but the top side, they're gonna go for a fight.
Yeah, and they're looking for the engage. It's a 3-man run from Team Secret, and it's Olaf leading the charge here for Grindsky. But once he steps, he's dead, and TS gets the double for Azar.
Another death sentence from Rox. This man, as you said a while ago, when you see a trash being hovered, that's Rox. That's Rox right there. And he was able to get a lot of death sentence, more fight in the mid lane.
Ooh, the death sentence with a piercing arrow puts Bo's HP in a dangerous spot. The damage of Chue is insane.
I thought that was it. I thought Rox is gonna commit and they try to take, but because they don't have any damage yet right now, I mean, they do have a lot of damage on Chewy, but after the piercing arrow, they need to wait for 4 more seconds before Chewy could put out another. So that's why they played it safe on the side of Team Secret. Right now, it's all coming down to how Team Secret would play the map around Grindsky. Grindsky has been always forced to react because the objectives has been always in the hands of Team Secret so far, and it's really hard to put yourselves out there when you have a 9k down against Team Secret. Look at this. I think Tatsuri wants to go for a fight here, and he's already in. The Chum the Waters is already up on cooldown.
Chinese one doesn't know that there are 4-man here for TS, while 3-man here looking to support as Ola, Wild Growth, gives him a bit more HP, will not secure the kill for TS, but that Root will just save him, and now Bo is coming right through into the fight with a showstopper, but the Flay with a death sentence, with the CC lock, a set says goodbye.
Oh no, they're being desperate here. You're smelling it, and now bot lane again.
Going for the flank, that death sentence. What a prediction there from Rock. Secures Bambi, and now Azar just finishes him up, and Grindsky Esports is on a dire spot as Team Secret looks for the inhibitor top lane with Trevor just punishing Tante. Now Tante is very low. Chinese one is there though, so this is a 2v1. Now Trevor is in trouble. Tante and Chinese one is on the chase, but Trevor flashes over the wall back to safety.
Yeah, he got the flash, and Trevor was very safe. Now, as we were saying a while ago, so far Infinity, this has been a perfect game for Team Secret. This is why we had the recency bias a while ago, that Team Secret right now is in top 4. And they have been showing it. Even against their Kryptonite, they know the answer. They know how to counter them out. And now, Grindsky can't even get any kills on their side. Team Secret getting all the objectives, getting all the referrals, has 5 towers on their ends. And now, almost all of their members already has 2 items. Now, Grindsky can't even do anything because they only have 1 item. They have they're down 12k, and so far with their team composition, they could have gotten the early game. And if you don't get the early game, you're just gonna lose every step of the way against Team Secret.
And a while ago, before this series even starts, we were talking about how the series will go, how this game will go. A lot of criticisms onto TS in the beginning of the group stages, but now they have evolved in the playoffs. They're on a different level. They're on a different space. They're on a different pedestal up against Grindsky.
He's spamming the piercing arrow. They want to go fight against Chinese.
For the flank. Will not be able to do so. Bambi now in danger with Azar coming into the front lines, leading the charge, and TS will be able to just push GS back away. And now Bo is in danger. He's pinned. He's dead. As Bo will no longer even crawl back into safety as TS finishes him down.
Yeah, now they're just running around. They can't even do anything right now against Team Secret because they have a lot of items. They have 14k gold lead, no towers even. They can't even farm safely towards their base because they can get dove by any members of Team Secret right now. I would like to commend, honestly, this Azar pick, this Jax. Remember, the only damage source that they have on the side of Team Secret, on the side of Grindsky, is pure basic attack. And when you have a Jax, that is where he shines. The counter-strike is just 100% more effective right now. Even though, yes, they have skills, but they do really work around what their basic attacks are. Their damage can't even come through to Azar. So Azar is like working like a pseudo-tank against Grindsky right now. And so far, he has been pretty effective. We all know he's not good in the early game, but now because they got the early game lead, Team Secret is just snowballing the game.
Yeah, definitely. Still a perfect game as of yet for Team Secret. And look at the safety that Azar knows, but now
Chewy.
Chinese one looking to go back, looking to go for the flag. They're going in for the flash, looking to kill Chewy. But here we go. It's Satsuri just saving himself as Olaf is dead. As Chewy gets the kill, and now TS has collapsed on top of the hill. Chinese one tactical is dead. Bo is very low as Bambi has been secured by Azar. And yes, it's not the perfect win, but Grindsky will lose all their members. TS will secure the ace, and TS will dominate Grindsky.
12 minutes and 15k goal lead. 10 seconds in the clock. They can get some inhibitor turrets right here. They are going to be able to, and that is exactly what they want to happen. They want this game to fast enough. Grindsky, if they don't get the early game, they're going to lose on a lot, and that they did. Team Secret just knew that and snowballed the early game for themselves. A well-rounded team like this is showing us how it's done, how to counter Grindsky, how to win against them. And so far, Team Secret just lost one member, but it's still okay. We can still call this a perfect, a 98% perfect game. So yeah, Team Secret still has it. Yeah, semi-perfect. Let's go with that.
Semi-perfect? I've never heard of that word. What is that?
80% or something. Something close.
Well, we'll see if Team Secret will still be able to have the semi-perfect win up against Grindsky Esports, because remember, it's tactical, it's Senna, infinite scaling in this matchup, but still with a huge amount of deficits in the early game phase, it's looking quite dire for Grindsky. And you'd think, Dash, with this huge amount of deficit, with 15k gold disadvantage, do you think there is still a chance for GS to make it back?
Yeah, I think this is it. Go for Ross.
Gets CC lock. It's a 5-man pin down on Rox, and Rox just has to say goodbye. No teammates can save him from that fight. But now it's Chumps of Water from Tatsuri. Knock up onto Chinese one, but will not engage as this is a 2v5 if they go for an all-in.
That is how they win. That is, when you're asking me the question, that is what I am thinking of. They need to go for pickups, get the shutdowns, and if you get it, but they're going for Tatsuri though. Oh, never mind. They can chase him.
Yeah. But Grindsky doesn't know that TS just got the Baron Nashor for free. No vision, no contest. Easy for TS. But now it's Satsuri. Pin. Quad growth for Chinese one. Gets the kill. So 2 kills for Grindsky in an overall fight.
Side.
But look at Azar. He's pushing the last inhibitor left for Grindsky to defend. This opens up a lane for Grindsky, for TS onto the Nexus. And Tante is looking to defend. But Azar is looking for the finish. The apprehend will CC lock him. But Tante is too squishy. And the Nexus will fall. And Team Secret will take the advantage in this series.
Man, I like what we said, like even the panel said, every member of Team Secret is just putting themselves out there. They can and will every time that they get the chance, they would find a way to find the weakness of the team that they're fighting. Even though that it's Grindsky, Team Secret still knows. This is the playoffs version. This is what everybody was waiting for Team Secret to do, for them to get the win against Grindsky, and that they did for game 1. The drafting was just so much right there. The Jax was just so effective because no magic damage on the hands of Grindsky. That's why it was easy enough for Azar to just be the pseudo tank of the team.
Yeah, and it's Grindsky having to pay the price, having to pay the cost of securing a Senna, securing Lulu in the same manner, and Bo with the set having no damage in the early game, having this huge deficit already being started with Chewy getting majority of those kills. Hyper scaling in the early game, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what they wanted. They want Chewy on this. Like what they said, Chewy is really what they want to go for. Chewy getting the champions that he needs. He would just perform in the early game. Then later on, it would be the time for Azar, even for Tatsuri, to be finishing the game. And Trevor is also one of the people who just enables everyone. But even though here that he was playing the Jace, he still is the same Trevor that we're seeing. He's playing around everyone and investing a lot of resources onto them just for them to capitalize later on in the game. This game was just almost perfect. Because of that 3 kills that we've seen, that was semi-perfect as what Infinity said, but still, that was a great performance from Team Secret.
Yeah, great performance. We have talked about the narrative of Grindsky being kryptonite of Team Secret, but right now, it looks like the opposite. Team Secret dominating that game number 1 flawlessly.
it was the other way around, right? Okay, we've seen Team Secret struggle a lot against Grindsky, so this is a new sight even for us that Team Secret right now is on a 100% of their performance. Looking at the fights that we've seen so far, it was just their positioning, and Chewy was just really on a great roll. That every piercing arrow that he hits is almost half HP, and because they got the first 2 kills in the early game, it was enough for them to snowball that. And getting Chewy that Mana Mune at that first objective was enough for them to get the win. Yeah, this is very well deserved for Chewy getting the Glow Prepaid player of the game. That was 1.8 DPM, right? 1,807 DPM. That is just so much for the piercing arrows themselves, and a 14 KDA. This man performed so well this game that after he got the Mana Mune, it was over for Grindsky.
Yeah, Mana Mune secured in 3 minutes, as far as I remember, and that Timo's Ghost Blade followed through in a couple of minutes after. It's crazy how much items they got secured in the early game phase, and Chewy just brought in hell pouring down against Grindsky from that game 1.
Yeah, when you have a lot of range, especially against a Senna in a set lane, if they can't get close, they won't be able to do anything. And that's exactly what they did. Chewy and Box just performed so well this game that every step of the way, they can get fights. Chain of Corruption, the single target CC, even with the Ragnarok from the Olaf, it wasn't enough. They can't even do anything. Every time the Chinese goes for the Ragnarok, he just gets taken off from the map every time.
Yeah, and Team Secret, following from their 5 games best of 5 series yesterday from UDG, is performing, exceeding expectations. It's 2 predictions from the panel for TS.
Yeah.
And Grindsky for Autolus. We'll see if Grindsky can equalize the series. As we're gonna take a short break, I'm Infinity, and this is Dash with me for this English broadcast for that series, and we're still waiting for this best of 5 5-game series. We'll find out after this short break.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no.
I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines for the playoffs on the lower bracket between Team Secret and Grindsky, with TS already taking game number 1.
Yeah, that was a great series, to be honest, Infinity, and Team Secret just played it so well. I can't even fathom how much the pressure was put on the map, because that's a lot of towers down, a lot of objectives on the hands of Team Secret. Everything just, the stars just aligned for Team Secret during this game. The drafting even was picture perfect for them. So Grindsky just lost every advantage that they could, but I hope they would be able to turn it back during game 2. They knew their mistakes, they just need to adapt around it.
Yeah, have more damage. Have more damage for the draft of Grindsky Esports. And we have a lot of praises on the draft of Grindsky for the group stages, and we're looking for it right now for the playoffs with this huge changes from patch 3.1. We'll see if that can come into fruition. But right now, TS is looking sleek. TS is looking clean from that game 1, even yesterday up against UDG.
Yeah, the time to be creative was during the regular season. Now is the best time for it. If they can do anything for them to win, the most creative that they can be, this is the time. Because somebody is gonna get sent off today, and the pressure is at an all-time high. So Grindsky and Team Secret just needs to put their best foot forward. But now, back to the drafting. Going for the Galio, they don't want the potential for Team Secret to go all in. That's why they just don't want to see the Galio ever stepping in the draft right now. But Team Secret, even with the set, they have performed really well because they know how to answer it.
Yeah, and they're just banning away the topmost picks of Team Secret at this point in time, because Rox in the group stages has the most picks onto Agalio with 75% win rate from the group stages, and Chewy on Ziggs has 10 picks and 7 wins, so 70% win rate for Grindsky for Chewy on that Ziggs, or TS rather, onto Chewy on that Ziggs. So they're just respecting this topmost picked of Team Secret. But to follow that up, we have Garen, Kha'Zix, and Camille for TS, and Gragas for GS.
Yeah, no, with this, the clean games that they had, I hope that Grindsky, will pick again the set and put it on Tante rather than giving it to Bo in the bottom side of the map. But because of this, they can go with the same script that they did a while ago. They can pick the Jace again, they can pick the Jax again, if ever Grindsky would be able to put out those champions, those bruises. Yeah, they're going with the same script. I mean, they didn't lose anyway. It was a perfect game, so why change anything?
Yeah, your prediction is on point there, Dash. It's crazy. Jace and Jack's first 2 picks, but instead
there you
of giving
go.
Thresh away, you have Thresh and
That's-
Lucian. And we're asking for damage, they bring out the Lucian.
Yeah, they got the early game damage now. With tactical on this, there's a potential for Team Secret. Oh, they changed things up. Now they want the Chewy to go in for the locks for them to not get dove on by Bo and Tactical in the bot lane, because they know that if they pick probably a Varus in the bot lane, they are gonna get pressured by this bot lane setup that they're gonna do. So at least they have the safety right here. Team Secret, that's smart. They
Yeah.
banned the Ahri. They don't want to give more options to Bambi.
Yeah, and they just can't go for Varus because if Thresh is not available for them, Varus is not gonna have the safest
Yeah.
time. He doesn't have any mobility skills to go back into safety by himself, so that is not an option for Team Secret at the moment. But going into the second phase bans, we have an Ahri ban from TS and Rakan countered or answered by GS.
Yeah. Now they have the Orianna even. They're respecting a lot of the champions from Grindsky because Bambi and Tactical could swap those champions altogether. The Ahri to the Lucian, or even the Orianna to the Lucian. They can swap it all together, and they just want themselves to have winning matchup. Now Grindsky, do they ban the Zed or do they ban the Fizz? That is gonna be the question here, because if ever, they banned nobody from what I
Yeah.
said. So with this, there's an option for Tatsuri to go for those assassins.
Yeah, it's a focus on rocks at this point in time because we've seen
Yeah.
in the past, right, with Lux and Alistar being in the bot lane, having so much CC, and when it comes to team fights, they have the advantage. But right now, Rakan, Thresh, Galio, Alistar, Gragas, not an option for rocks, not an option for Team Secret to pick up. And that is the draft for Grindsky being the counter on TS. But Leona has seen a lot of those success for Team Secret for Roxas champion pool, and they're gonna lock that in.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential damage already. Couple that with the light binding. So Team Secret, they're just playing for life here. They just want the safety to get to one target. If they only have one target, this draft is golden for Team Secret. Because if ever Grindsky wouldn't be able to put out a lot more damage, but it's a good thing they did. It's a good thing they put out the Akali here so that Chewy wouldn't be on a very safe position, wouldn't be comfortable with where he is.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Lux, right? Similar to a Varus, he doesn't have, or she doesn't have any mobility, but rather depending on some sustainability with the shields coming in from her staff. So that is still a scary spot there for Chewy from Team Secret. And Grindsky was locking out the Fiora to finish their draft.
Okay, I like the fact that Grindsky does have a lot of damage now. They have some CC to couple that with. This is a more well-rounded composition than what was put out during Game 1. It's a good thing that they adapted to that. But Team Secret does have... Yeah, there you go. They do have the Lee Sin again for Trevor, or even for Tatsuri if they want to go for that option right here for the side of Team Secret. They can flex these 3 champions wherever they want to go. So right now, for Grindsky, they have a clear objective. They have a clear win condition. Take out most of the members from the side of Team Secret that are squishy, because it's gonna be easy access for them.
Yeah, and imagine Lee Sin going into the mid lane again. It's going to be such a shocking moment. But with Jace there, it's still going to be something that is a mystery right now for Team Secret. These champions are so flexible, and Tatsuri having his champion pool at 20 unique champions. It's going to be Jace though for that mid lane for TS.
That's better, because if they have the Jace in the mid lane, the sheer range against an Akali would just be enough pressure for Tatsuri to win against Bambi. And we all know during the past times, like what Otulus said, most of the time Bambi wins against Tatsuri, especially in the matchup. But right now, this is a winning matchup for him. He just needs to make use of that spacing against the Akali, and he would be golden. But now, with this, Trevor on his comfort champion, he has been picking a lot of Lee Sins during the past times, even in the playoffs. So I hope he would be able to invest the resources on the right people, because he does have only 2 people that he needs to invest resources in, to Jace or to Jax. If he invested those people, they could be set up for life here for Team Secret. But on the side of Grindsky, they do have a lot of resource heavy champions that could steal from each other, so they need to know where those resources go.
Resources is going to be the hyper carriers of TS and Grindsky. We have to take a look at that. Tactical and Bambi for the side of GS, and Tatsuri and Chewy, and even Trevor Azar for TS as well. Someone or some players that we need to look at. But right now, it's game number 2. Welcome into the Rift, ladies and gents, as this is Team Secret having the advantage against Grindsky in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I love the fact that both of our junglers really just double downs on where they are, then go for the gank at the top lane. So far, Trevor has been putting up the ganks, especially on the second rotation. I mean, on the first rotation, and first camps, gonna go for the top side just for Azar to be comfortable on the top side. I mean, it would be much more comfortable compared to a Darius versus a Jax, because it's easier to at least mitigate some damage from Tante. So that is where they want to go for here. But also, Trevor has an option to go to the mid lane to get an easy gank against Bambi as long as he doesn't have the Twilight Shroud yet.
Yeah, and Fiora isn't really the jungler that is able to secure a lot of kills in the early game. Doesn't have any CCs to lock down certain champions. So this will be a disadvantage for Grindsky when it comes to flanking. But when it comes to a duel, Fiora has the advantage as their riposte can cancel and deny a lot of these CCs.
Remember, top side though.
Yeah, Trevor coming through with a Sonic Wave, jumps in, but Tante used the flash and the barrier forced to save himself, and TS will not secure the first blood.
Pops the Ignite, and now they can re-gank if they want to, but mid lane.
5-point strike onto Tatsuri. That Shroud will save Bambi's life. Will not be able to secure that kill, but Tatsuri is also low, so both of them just even level playing field in the mid lane.
Remember, they don't have any CC on Chinese, so it won't be easy for Chinese to go for ganks. And look at the aggression from Trevor. He does want to get some vision against Chinese right now to delay him a lot of the farming that he can do. Because right now, it would be hard for Grindsky to get that priority on the jungle because they don't have enough things to do with the CC just for them to secure the kill together with Chinese. But on the other side, Trevor could get that early game pretty easily.
Yeah. So we'll see how Trevor will do this, because right now, no kills as of yet for any of these teams, and both teams are looking to play very safe. And look at Grindsky's ward. He has a deep ward onto the right side quadrant jungle, so they know that Trevor is onto the bottom side, and that means that they know the Tactical and Bo can just play safe so that TS will not be able to get the kill. But right now, it's Chinese one going in for top side, going for the flank. Azar gets the counter strike, stuns up on Tante. The flash over the wall. Azar back to safety.
This is what we were saying. They don't have any CC as much. They only had the face breaker, they only had the showstopper, and also because they are both auto-attack champions, with the counter-strike, Azar was pretty much safe. He just walked out of the way, he flashed out of the way, he was safe already. But what's a good thing here though, is that they don't have any flash on Azar on the objective that is gonna come out in a minute. So that is something that they need to use in their favor. That is some information right there that they can use just for them to get the advantage against Team Secret, who has been loving their Shelly, their Rift Herald since the dawn of time. So now, they need to contest.
Yeah. We'll see what Grindsky will do here, because right now, it's 30 seconds before those objectives that you talked about that will show up. The Rock's already roaming in the mid lane, looking for some plays, looking for that ganks, and in the same manner, Grindsky switch in lanes. We have the duo come up in mid.
The mid lane, they're putting... Yeah, as I said, they want to contest this repel because they do know that Azar doesn't have any flash, but they're gonna go in.
Trevor and Rox is in trouble. It's a 3-man roam from Grindsky, but Rift's Cutler secured by TS. That's the only thing that they want to get vision on the Rift Herald pit.
Yeah, now that they have the vision, Grindsky is... Oh, they're still playing this. They want to bait out members of Team Secret, but because Trevor is still getting his way out of the red buff right now, getting some vision, still don't want. They want to get a kill mid.
The flash, the flay from Grindsky to support its Bo, initiating the fight, and the culling just shreds the Rock's HP.
Yeah, doesn't even need to use the flash. Rox was decisive that he was going to be able to survive. He does have the aftershock, but now, Grindsky, this is very iffy. They can get converged on by Team Secret.
Yeah, and with the counter strike, that's an AoE CC. Ooh, but the light binding along with the final spark puts Bo's HP down to very low. But Team Secret will not pull through as Bo is already under the turret. Will still not secure the first blood from any of these teams. It's already 5 minutes into the matchup.
Yeah, that just gave way for Rift Herald to be taken by Team Secret. It's a good thing that they tried to commit on mid lane, Tatsuri forcing most of the members, but they're gonna go in.
Yeah, Tactical looks to deny this, buy some time for Trevor to come here into the Dragon Pit. And Tatsuri is very low. The perfect execution is there. They're going for the 5-point strike. Secures the kill. Tatsuri is down as TES will lose the opportunity to go for the Cloud Drake. And GS trades 1-for-1 objective.
Yeah, 1-for-1. They got the handshake, but the Rift Herald is still in the mid lane. He's gonna get the bonk right there. Dragon's Rage though.
Dragon Rage. Sonic Wave will not go through though, so no kick there for TS. No kick for Trevor. just a way to CC chain GS, but will not pull through with a kill. And Grindsky, now at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, got the first kill in this matchup. Very delayed, considering we have a Lee Sin here for TS. Interesting.
They haven't gotten any kills. They haven't found any success. Because, yeah, we said a while ago, they're going to have problems when it comes to CC because they have a lot of damage dealers on both sides of the game. Even Tatsuri, with the 2 Disguise, that's only a slow, not a hard CC. They need the help of Chewy and Rocks for them to get the first kills for their side. And on the other end, they do need Dante and Bo for them to secure the objective. So now that the laners have switched on to mid, the Dragon laners are now in the mid lane, this could potentially be the time that Trevor and Chinese would be able to get these kills for the team.
Definitely more shorter distance to travel if you're coming in from top side of the map to make a gank. But interesting looking at the items here, because Bambi went in for Morello first item instead of a Lich Bane or even a Leandris for himself.
Yeah, and also, look at how Rox is. He has the Gargoyle enchant. He does want to have the safety for him to get closer to fights as even Azar top lane.
Oh, Azar uses the flash already immediately as he sees Bo looking for the gank. So nice disengage there from Azar, but once again, Summoner Spell disadvantage on top side.
Yeah, losing the flash again on Azar doesn't give them any advantage on the next objective that's coming out in probably a minute right here. But they want to get the gank in the mid lane. They want to get a kill. Solar Flare could come out anytime.
Yeah, the ultimate are ready here for Team Secret. And also Chewy, that Light Binding can even stun lock someone. And there we go.
Bambi.
Light Binding connects onto Tactical. Will not be able to defend, and Team Secret opens up the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a good thing they were able to get that. They are getting pressured since a while ago by Grindsky, but opening up the mid lane just gives them a lot more options. Team Secret has been great at utilizing this tower pressure that they could have if they take down some towers against their enemy team. And Grindsky has been having a problem here like during the first game, but right now top side, Chinese might go for a gank.
Wow, I like the swerve there from Azar. Hey, we don't want this brush. Maybe someone is waiting around the corner, and yes, he does. Now the counter-strike is going to stun up Tante, but Tante, the showstopper, going to CC Azar, but Azar jumps through, looking to kill down Bo to get that trade, but will not be enough to put him down, and TES will lose Azar on top side as GS will secure their second kill.
That is exactly what they need. They lost the flash on Azar, and Grindsky just capitalizes, even putting out a lot of members right there. Doesn't even care that they're losing a lot of waves, but it's okay. The wave state, it's not a problem. They just need to get some kills for them to get advantage in the early game.
Yeah, and I think Team Secret right now is looking for some plays and looking for some turrets instead of getting some kills instead, as seen as they have opened up the mid lane already. And we're nearing that Rift Herald, we're nearing that Ocean Drake once more, and I think that will be the point wherein both these teams will have a massive advantage against one another.
Yeah, you don't want Grindsky getting that Ocean Drake, because if they get that, that is what they need. They want long drag on the fights, and as long as they get the Ocean Drake, that just gives them more options to do that. So with this, Team Secret just needs to counter that. They don't need to go for a handshake, but we all know how much love they have for the Rift Herald, and they're gonna risk it just for them to have more pressure against Grindsky.
Yeah, but love hurts. Love hurts.
Oh,
so
no.
we'll see if TS will get hurt there from getting the Rift Herald, getting Shelly, if ever they really pull through. But instead, they're looking for that dragon instead.
Yeah, as you said, if you love me, let me go. And they let go of the Rift Herald. That's something different for Team Secret right now. So Ocean Drake could be their target. They just want to deny Grindsky of getting that extra sustain that they have, but they're being forced to react here.
Yeah, love conquers all as they're looking for Shelly. They're looking for the Rift Herald, but Grindsky starts this.
No flash.
Tatsuri, rather, is patting himself onto the Rift Herald, going to support, going to respond. Solar Flare is now out. Boat is slowed. Butante is there. It's going to be Dragon Rage. Knocks up onto Chinese One. Chinese One will not be able to get that steal. And TS will secure their love for the eye for the Rift Herald.
Oh, Azar is fighting it out, but again, that great Dragon's Rage from Trevor was able to cancel any engages from the members of Grindsky, because if they try to go for it again, Tante goes in with a showstopper. Yes, he's gonna get a Haymaker, but he's gonna fall together with the Rift Herald. They didn't want to take that risk, but because they didn't, they lose both. So that is not very favorable for Grindsky here. They had the advantage there. They could have taken the fight because no Solar Flare is up on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and it's not just that. They also secured that turret on top side, but now It's
I'd say
Kali, it's
too.
Bambi. Forcing immediately the stasis because of the light binding final spark combo
Oh, man.
that can pull through a kill for Chewy with the Luden's Echo and with a large rod already. Has a lot of AP.
Grindsky, I mean, Team Secret is just getting away with a lot of things here. Yeah, they got the 2 kill on the side of Grindsky, but the towers are all falling down in their favor, but there's 4 members in the bot lane.
4-man run from Grindsky. But the minion clear of the series is just too fast, too quick, and Grindsky will not be able to have that chance to even dive in under the turret to get the kill.
Yeah, now they go for it, get the advantage. Grindsky, they're not really sure what they're gonna go for here. If you ask me, they need to take them some towers for themselves. They do have Bambi. Bambi can go for a 1v1 on anyone at this point. They can even go for Tatsuri. He does have the morale. That's why. That's why he can't go for a 1v1. He went for the safer option here in the bot lane. That's why he can't go for a 1v1 even against Tatsuri.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about a while ago, right? With Bambi going in for Morello first. Not a Lichbane, not a Leandris to deal damage. So they're playing in for the safer route. And I guess Morello is just cheaper outright. But now Rox is looking to get that kill, looking to initiate the fight with a Solar Flare. Will not connect though. And now with a Shuriken Flip, jumps in, gets the gap closed. That Suri is very low. It's a Kali assassinating the mid laner. But a 1-for-1 trade is secured.
Yeah, 3 members are here, but
sentence will follow up Bo. The fight's not gonna be over as Chewy flashes over the wall to get back to safety. And Rox is just too tanky. They're going back in. As Light Binding will secure 1. That's locked in.
Sonic Wave.
CC onto Bo. Trevor, Sonic Wave will not connect.
If that Sonic Wave connected, that could be the end. But topside Azar!
Crazy Azar is split pushing. Gets the inhib turret already. And now Trevor is very low. Stays enchant. Will be forced. The flash over the wall is going to be just death as Grindsky puts him down. But a trade for an inhibitor top lane is just too much of a value for Grindsky. Well, Team Secret.
Yeah, they gave everything right there. Team Secret, they knew 4 members are here. Everybody's here in the bot lane. So what they did, yes, they sacrificed their lives, but because of that, there's a permanent disappearance of the turret on the top side. So now they can't get any more pressure there unless they're gonna be putting the top lane wave state on a favorable matchup. Again, they don't have a lot of wave clear on the side of Grindsky, so it would be a tall order for them to keep the wave state on the top side in check.
Yeah, and that's permanent lane priority there for Team Secret, so they don't even have to focus on top lane from here on out. And Azar just constantly still pushing the bot lane. He doesn't care about those team fights, and this is what we talked about a while ago, how Team Secret doesn't exactly look for kills, but is looking for objectives.
Yeah, now going for a Team Secret now has the priority on the Baron if ever they want to take that out. I mean, it's not going to be easy without Azar on their side for them to take this Baron, but at least they have the priority on that side, forcing Grindsky to unfavorable positions. This is what as we said, the permanent priority on the top side would do against Grindsky. It would be hard for them to settle on a 5v5 fight, and Team Secret, they're just going to pick them off one by one.
Yeah, and especially with the Baron Nashor now spawned in the Rift, with that lane prior on top lane, Grindsky has to divide and conquer if they could. They have to clear the wave on top side, push the wave to even have a chance to just equalize the state of this matchup, because TS, despite their kill deficit on the standings right now, they have the 3k gold lead.
Yeah, they need someone to get teleport on the side of Grindsky and be put on guard duty on the top side of the map just for them to get the priority there, because if ever Azar would be level on the top and he's going to end the game. And that is the options that Team Secret is giving Grindsky right now. Grindsky wants to go for a fight, but Team Secret is playing it safe.
Yeah, they're definitely doing so. As one mistake can end the game, especially with Inhibitor top lane already down. And now Team Secret starting the Mountain Dragon. Tante will just pull through, speed through the fight. We'll have information. Sonic Wave from Tante.
They can take
Kebra
this.
will not go in though.
Easily taken this Mountain Drake, but they want to go for a risk here.
It's not over. Grindsky looking for the steal, looking for the contest as Team Secret back away. Solar Flare is there. 2-man stun already with the final spark, dealing enough damage. The 3-man down already. Tante is dead. Bappy is dead. Team Secret will get the ace from one mistake of Grindsky. Team Secret won that team fight, and TS is looking for the finish. They're pushing that mid lane. They have the prio on top lane. The wave is pushing. The wave is clearing, and the Nexus is open. And Grindsky has 20 seconds to respawn back up, and Team Secret will clear all the inhibitors, will clear the push, and the Nexus will fall, and Team Secret has secured the match point in the series.
I cannot believe that was. Oh wow, that solar flare from Rox was able. Yeah, look at their celebration. You need to celebrate if Rox gets that. You know how small the radius is of the solar flare, right? And he was able to get 3 people down on that solar flare. That was such a great play from Team Secret. Yes, they're choking the life out of Grindsky because they're giving them lesser and lesser options to go for. And that's why during that time, Team Secret was just baiting them out. They knew that they had the advantage, and Grindsky was forced to react every step of the way against Grindsky. And wow, great decisiveness from Team Secret that they're showing right now.
Yeah, that was 2 stuns, 1 slow, and that just initiated the final spark immediately for Chewy. We have to take this. We have to take the ultimate, and they did.
Yeah.
And that damage was absolutely insane from Chewy from that last fight.
Man, my heart is beating so fast right now. That was just so much from the Team Secret to go for that fight. Because Grindsky, yeah, but because they lost on what Azar did during the earlier stages of the fight, look at this. They were baiting this bot lane while looking at the top side of the map. Azar was just chilling. He's doing his job right there. The top side is taking the towers down. And after that, that was enough for Team Secret to say that even though that we gave a lot of kills, we can still win this because we got the lane priority. That's exactly what they need. And that's the step that that's the choice that they gave Grindsky. You're gonna go for a fight, kill us all, yes, but you're gonna get taken down with the lane priority on the top side. Oh wow.
Man, this just yeah, it's absolutely insane there from the solar flare. And this is just the strategy that we talked about even yesterday, right? How Final Adversity did it. It's divide and conquer from Team Secret. You have 4 members pressuring the opposite side of the map, while the other just split pushes, and that opened up the inhibitor, as you stated. It opened up the nexus, and when they want a team fight, it's over. It's GG. The Globe prepaid player the game. The one that finished.
Chewy. Yeah, Chewy again. Yeah, it's all because of how they were all lined up on that final spark. It had 4 people on that last fight, and that is why, even though that we said a while ago it's not going to be easy for them in the bot lane, but because of how safe Chewy plays and how he sets the game apart on the later stages of the game, this man deserves everything from the side of Team Secret. He's really the framework of the team. Even if he doesn't get priority in lane, he's just gonna put out his damage later on when he gets the items that especially the rapid and stat now.
Yeah, Alludence and then Rabba immediately. It's crazy. And there's just so much CCs that you can think about, right? The lock from Lux with the light binding, and then you also have the solar flare, which was highlighted a while ago from that last team fight. It's just crazy. And the counter strike from Azar, it just saves him constantly. And now this begs the question, what will Grindsky go and ban from this draft? Because looking at the champions of TS, it's so hard to pick and choose what they will do in the draft.
Yeah, so far they have been risking it, even giving the option of going for a Zed or an Akali on the side of Team Secret. Even if they didn't went for that, it was still enough for them to get the wins there against Grindsky. I think right now, Infinity, they need to find a way to ban the Jace on the hands of Trevor, because Trevor has been, even not on the hands of Trevor, Jace is just so flexible that Tatsuri, even Trevor could use it, even the top side, even Azar could use it. That's why it was easy enough for them to flex on the draft, and Grindsky was just left with less options. I think also the Jax, they need to ban the Jax, because the Jax was the reason, the reason that why they didn't have the priority on that game, because Jax has always been, Azar has always been put himself out there, especially when taking out the inhibitor turrets, and that just gave way for Team Secret to just win game too easily.
Yeah. And that's the thing, there are only 5 bans, and there are a ton of champion pool for Team Secret's players, so we'll see how Grindsky will do it. They have to pick their poison, because right now it's Team Secret already on match point. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go away, because when we come back, it's an intense game, a potential finishing of this series.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind, and you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. trust in me, just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feeling taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself when I look into your eyes. I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah, we can call it a second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh.
And welcome back, everybody, to the game 3 of this series, Team Secret versus Grindsky. Team Secret is down on a 2-0 against Grindsky. They have the advantage, and they have been pulling through with some sick plays since a while ago. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Infinity. Infinity, those games were just crazy, and we're excited to see on how Grindsky would pull through for game 3.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see how that would play out for Team Secret, because a while ago in game number 1, right, we were talking about how Grindsky Esports were the kryptonites on Team Secret, that were the weakness of TS, but right now TS 2-0 Grindsky in the first 2 games up against them, and it's looking like the opposite storyline here for TS and Grindsky. And remember the stakes on the line. The one who loses this will say goodbye in WCS.
And it was really hard. It always painted this picture every time that I see Team Secret plays. They're like a kingdom, a fortress right there, and they always put their walls up, upgrade their walls every time. And so far, right now, it hasn't been breached yet. It isn't even scratched right now by Grindsky. I hope that Grindsky would find a way to get themselves out there, probably take a sweep if they want to. But Team Secret, as we said, we have the recency bias on Team Secret because they have been performing really well, especially against UDG. But now they've been, even against their Kryptonite, they've been performing so well. It's like Super Saiyan 3 for for Team Secret.
Yeah, and you talked about the walls. I'm thinking like Attack on Titans, but on a different storyline, on a different universe, wherein the Titans are not even able to penetrate the walls of the people there.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't even penetrated even one wall.
There's 3 walls.
Yeah, right? And they haven't been able to penetrate even one. And that is just some statement right there that they were not even able to penetrate Wall Maria. Wall Maria is the first wall to go down on Attack on Titan. And right now, on a different timeline, as Infinity said, it's still up and healthy.
Yeah. There's no giant titans that can crush the walls down. And there's no different type of, I don't know, titans, I guess, in Attack on Titans.
No
Why are we talking about anime here?
I mean, if we're gonna paint the picture, I mean, they look like that. I mean, this is how it's gonna be pictured for Team Secret, because they have been protecting their kingdom since so far, and now they have well-trained people to take down the Titans. And Grindsky, being the Titan that they are, they can even take down Wall Maria. I hope that they would be able to, but based on our games a while ago, Infinity, what can you say could be the way that Grindsky could win against Team Secret?
Well, it's hard to really dictate, right? Because in game number 1, we've seen their draft. Their draft was missing damage. In game number 2, they brought out Lucian, they brought out these champions, they even brought out Tresh to be able to pick off some champions for Lucian. But the problem was, it was Team Secret who's not going for engages, who's not going for the 5v5, but instead of those 5v5s, they're looking to go objectives. So right now, I think Grindsky Esports needs to look for a balance when it comes to, you know what, we have some damage, we have some defensive capacity, and we also need something to be able to counter split push if ever Team Secret decides we're not going for some team fights and we're just going for engage.
Yeah, what's really great about how Team Secret drafts is they always have a lot of options. They have an option to split push, they have an option to go for 5v5s. That's why every time they can adapt at any situation that is brought out by Grindsky. But because Grindsky put out a composition that doesn't have a lot of wave clear, it was hard enough for them after Team Secret went in for the split push, because nobody could even 1v1 the Jax at that point, because Azar was just so fed. I mean, he's not so fed, but he does have the Hull Breaker, and you can't even 1v1 Azar with the Jax with a Hull Breaker, because you know how the passive works. With this, I hope that they have more options on the side of Grindsky rather than going for a linear composition.
Yeah, and on top of the items, right, he was just split pushing the game, and the remaining of Team Secret just pressures the other side of the map, which is the bot lane just a while back.
Yeah, and that is the reason why they need to have someone that could, if ever they're going to be letting out the Jax, they're going to be letting out the Jace again, they need to have someone on guard duty against them, at least a Fiora, just for them to get a win against a 1v1, against the Jax especially.
Yeah, and now we're jumping into game number 3 when it comes to the draft, with Team Secret now on blue side and Grindsky now on red side, and they're still going for the same bans here. Grindsky is still looking at the perspective that Team Secret Rox has played Galio so much times and Ziggs for Chewy that we need to ban it, we need to remove it. And the third ban could be that flex, could be Jax, as you stated a while ago, which is the 2 games that Azar has picked up.
They banned the Jace for themselves because if they ban the Jace for themselves, they're looking for another option here. They banned the Jax on the side of Grindsky. Now Team Secret knows, because they're on the other side, they're on the first pick situation, they can give Azar the set or even the Darius just for the safety of Azar getting that good option on their hands. But they pick up the Camille, which is really smart because they still have the split push option if a Camille gets picked.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Dash. I was supposed to say, like, Jax is banned, but you still have Camille. You can still go for some split push. It's really, really mobile as well. So definitely something that TS has locked in. But now Grindsky locking onto the set as well, because they really want to give Camille and Set in the same draft against Team Secret, right? So Gragas to be locked in to follow up for GS gives them that disengage and a soft counter onto Camille with the explosive cast.
Okay, they secure the safety of Rocks, and they're gonna secure the safety of Chewy getting the champions that he wants to go for. If Chewy goes in for another Varus here, it would be safe enough to say the Team Secret is set for life with the composition that they're gonna put out. But with this, they give an option. Would you want to go for a Jorvan here on the side of Grindsky? They're trying to bait them out. Team Secret has done this before.
Yeah.
They tried to bait out the Olaf just for them to be put out with a Jorvan. In Grindsky, they answer with the Lee Sin. They don't want to get baited.
Yeah, because if they do like Jarvan 4, all that they're gonna have is the same problem from game number 1. They're not gonna have
CCs.
any damage at all, right? They're also gonna have just CCs, they're gonna have lockdowns, but they really win fights with lockdowns and CCs with no damage. Right?
True.
So that's the caveat from having that bait, but Grindsky doesn't want to go for it. But now we're in the second phase bans. We're in Varus and Orianna banned away, and I like how Grindsky is thinking. With Thresh being locked in by TS, expectedly, you're gonna have Varus there, and with Lux out of the way as well, they're looking to target Chewy on this champion pool.
Yeah, they want to have Chewy to go for a Morgana here, if ever that's gonna happen. But Grindsky is set. If Senna doesn't get banned, they respect the Ahri. But now Senna is open for Grindsky. They can go for the tactical and bow for the Senna Gragas in the bot lane for them to have an easier time there. Because for sure, Team Secret would go for a Morgana here, just to Chewy to be safe.
Yeah, Senna Gragas available for Grindsky, and we've seen a lot of that success. But the problem is, if they go for Senna, they're not gonna have any damage again. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the big caveat of having just a Senna and Gragas once again. They're going to have the same problem that we keep on talking about from game number 1. So illusion pick there from Grindsky is enabling them to have more damage here in game number 3, especially that there's a lot more pressure on the shoulders of Grindsky and Team Secret without Varus, without Lucian, without Lux. Forces out the Corki instead to go in for potential bot lane or mid lane.
That's why he has a lot of options on his hands. A lot of assassin champions are open, and they do have the damage potential anyway. They went in for the Aurelia. Okay. This is good. At least when they have the Aurelia, Grindsky would think about how to shut this down. Because remember, they have a lot of chunky champions on the side of Grindsky. So what they wanted to go for the Aurelia is that they have an option to go for the Blade of the Ruin King, just to shred down most of the members from Grindsky.
Yeah, and another wall of problem for Grindsky, and yes, they locked into Fiora to just match on the pacing of Camille when it comes to split pushing. But another problem of Grindsky, when we're looking at the draft of Team Secret, they're having a lot of this security. They're having a lot of these peels, right? Aurelia the front lines, Olaf front lines, Camille front lines, Rox is on the front lines more potentially enough as well, and Corki will follow suit on his teammates. So we're looking at an all-in 5v5. If ever Team Secret goes for it, they have that capacity to bring down Grindsky.
Okay, we can see Grindsky. This composition, they're all gonna go in. This is the same composition that they have been putting out so far. It's a very linear composition. They just want to dive in, and if ever they make a mistake, they put out the explosive cast. That's the safety net that they're going for here for Bambi in the mid lane. But looking at how Team Secret is gonna go for here, they have 2 options for split pushes. They have the Camille, they have the Aurelia. So only Tante would only fight 1 person. So Team Secret does have more options again. But what the problem here is, if they go for extended fights, that's what Grindsky wants. They want Team Secret to go for extended fights, and if they don't have the Blade of the Ruin King yet for the Camille and the Aurelia, they would have a disadvantage, especially on the first objectives that we're gonna see.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about split pushing and not enabling really Team Secret to go for like 5v5s, right? And now I believe Grindsky will match the pace, will match the split push with Tante because they already have Fiora, so they're not going to just let Azar just free split push in this game. But interestingly enough, you have Camille in mid lane.
Whew, yeah, I'm pretty scared of how Tatsuri would be playing this in the mid lane, especially that fighting against a Gragas. This would be a bit better, because at least the Gragas would just wave play in the lane, Tatsuri would just be able to farm. But what's great about this, the hookshot has a lot of range, right? So they can go for ganks anytime they want.
Yeah. It's between a sweep, it's between a leg knife and a barrel of
Yeah.
juice for Gragas.
yeah. That's exactly how they're fighting it out in the lane. But now, this is where Tante should shine. Because fighting against Azar with an Aurelia, he does have a big disadvantage because Azar takes a long time to wrap. Like how the Jax is a while ago, it takes a bit of time, 2 items before the Aurelia would be relevant.
Yeah, could be the BRK, could be the Divine Sunder. There's a lot of options there for Azar, depending on what playstyle really Team Secret wants to do. And looking at this draft, this is a toss-up between both teams. Grindsky is really just going to be deciding, like, can we go for a comeback? Because TS is already at match point. If we lose this game, we'll lose the whole series. We'll lose that opportunity for the lower bracket finals to go back into the grand finals, the last hurrah of WCS.
Yeah, that's why they're taking all the risks they can. Look at how Chinese is playing on the top side. But look at the mid lane, though. Tatsuri now low on HP. They do have the Ignite onto Bambi. They run away. That is the safety of the hook shot.
Yeah. And that Electrocute is just dealing so much damage. And looking at Tatsuri, he went in for the grasp and dying. So he wants that HP bar. But look at Gragas.
Okay, Gragas. Oh my, he got the first blood anyway, flashing in. Bambi took the risk because he knows he has the early game advantage and he just used it in his favor.
Yeah. And that first kill gives a bit more advantage for Grindsky here to set up the play in the mid-game phase. This is what Grindsky wants in this series because right now they're having the 1k gold lead. We're still looking at Tactical to carry the game later on because Gragas never carries late game.
Okay, there you go, Chinese just putting on the pressure. This is what they want. The early game, especially holding on a Lee Sin. Chinese needs to find ways for them to get kills to let decelerate the gold for Azar and Tatsuri because later on in the game, there'll be big headaches.
Yeah, definitely will be. Looking at Tante, looking at Azar, wait, fight.
Yeah, bot lane hook shot has been used but wasn't able to hit anyone. No Hextech ultimate him yet onto Tatsuri. So now Grindsky is on safety still.
Yeah, and now going back, we're looking at Azar, as you have predicted just a while back, to go for BRK first item to shred the HP bars of Tante with the Phage and Sheen there, a potential Divine Sunder as the first item of Tante on top lane, but...
Going, Grunt challenge has been popped. He might be able to get the kill here, but the dashes from Azar is proving to be a headache. And Tante 1 HP. He has been hit by the minions. Flawless to win, not taking any risk. And now the parry would be able to hit, and Tante turned this thing around with 1 HP.
What a play from Tante, who was baiting the blade. Azar missed the stun, and then the riposte immediately when Azar jumped in just enabled Tante to win that 1v1. Just an exceptional play here. And we're looking at the replay back, right? Look at Azar. Going for the stun, it missed. And now Tante, the riposte, just dodged the blade of Aurelia. It enabled him to just poke the damage back to Azar and win that fight.
Remember the amount of slow that the riposte does? That's why Azar wasn't even able to hit even once during that time. But now, objectives are coming out. And Trevor still wants to get that Rift Herald.
And they want this early game. They want to push. This is what we've seen just a while back from Team Secret and Gain Over Duo. If they secure it, they're going to have a lot more objectives. They're going to have turrets in their favor in the early game phase. But Grindsky is starting the Infernal Drake.
They're doing it fast. They want to take this Rift Herald and take the risk of getting kills on the bot side because it's a 4v4 anyway. But they do have a lot of champions that needs a lot of resources. Look at this. Infernal Drake ticking down. Team Secret, they do have the package. Don't want to take a risk. They might want to get the push on the mid lane, but most of the members are already diverging out of the way.
Yeah, it's because Azar is on top side. It's a 5v2 at that point.
Oh, Dragon's Rage onto the wall. He does have the flash though. Tatsuri still has the Hextech ultimate. Don't buy some frames for himself. The Ignite is taking Qeonese. Rock's gonna come down, but Rox is not gonna get any kills, and that's another kill to the Grindsky.
Yeah, and Grindsky Esports, we're looking for some change. We're looking for something new, and right now, it's a new start for GES, having 3-0 already in the early game with Infernal Drake in their favor.
Yeah, they're just showing to us that they're not yet done. 2-0 on the Team Secret, no problem. We'll try and take one game after the other, slowly but surely, on the side of Grindsky, and they're just taking kills by kills. And remember, Team Secret has a lot of resource-heavy champions, so that's why they can take any risk on this fight. Grindsky just knows that. So just with that, they're just stacking the Drakes for themselves.
Yeah, and pretty much at this point in time, TS doesn't really want that 5v5. They're really just looking for some split push. It's as a 1-3-1 type of setup, with Azar on top side, with Tatsuri going on bot lane, and then Olaf being that jungle that goes in mid lane and just peeling for Chewy and Rocks rather to just deal damage. So right now we're seeing the first core item secured, and Trevor looking for that bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, this is the problem. This could be an underlying problem later on in the game for Team Secret, that they're not getting any kills for Trevor. Now Bo is walking on. Tatsuri would be his target. He was able to get the facebreaker, gets the kill. And now another kill. As we said a while ago, Infi slowly but surely, but Rocks is able to get a play. That sentence is cancelled by riposte.
That's crazy. The timings of Tante consistently shows up, but now they're really pushing in top side to take this turret.
Yeah, Chewy now low on HP in the mid lane. Typical. Telegraph the tactical would be able to win this because that's Illusion versus a Corki. Does have the Black Cleaver, that's why he doesn't have enough damage yet. Now on the top side, they were able to get the push, at least a reaction to the push from Grindsky in the bot lane, but Trevor fighting with Giannis, gonna back away.
Will not pull through as Chinese one is too deep in the enemy jungle territory. As if they lose their Lee Sin, they're gonna lose one of their main engagers against Team Secret. And as of yet, Grindsky is showing big time when it comes to matching the pacing, matching the atmosphere that Team Secret is doing.
Yeah.
It might as well be the start of the reverse sweep if ever we're doing this thing. But Caster's Curse, I don't know.
This could be the start of something new for Grindsky. They put their head up in the game, and now going for the top side. Vanguard's Edge has been put out, trying to slow them down, disassemble most of the members, and Rocks is able to save their tower's life just because of the aggression. But now, here comes the fight. The Facebreaker comes out, and the Hexa Cultivator with the backside tactical would be their target. They can't get out of the fight, but it's a good Dragon Strafe for them to be able to get out. Tante flashing out of the way. The Lunge would be able to get the flash, gets the kill. Another flawless to win, resets, and the Blade Surges are coming out. The Team Secret just gets a triple kill onto Azar, and they got the win out of that fight.
Methodical type of team fight. They went front to back and they successfully finish it. And that Hextech ultimate from Tatsuri, just absolutely flawless.
Yeah, the spacing from Grindsky could have been good, but because they had a lot of dashes from Team Secret, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna go in. We had the Blade Shirts. After getting the Flawless to it in, it was enough for them to get closer, especially to Tactical, who has been putting out a lot of damage for the team. Now, Grindsky, they got the advantage a while ago, but now, the question is, how will they put up? They've been put back because of that advantage. The advantage that they had a while ago is now nullified by Team Secret.
Not exactly, as they secured their second turret, so now they still have that 2k gold lead. But I know what you're saying here. Team Secret is matching the pace now of Grindsky Esports. If Grindsky is going 100 miles per hour, Team Secret is also doing it. They're going in 100 miles per hour, but slowly but surely here in this game 3.
Talk about it. Gonna go for it. Tante was able to get the riposte out of the way. Grindsky, because of that, just one hook. That just secures in the refill, going for the handshake again for the objectives.
Yeah, and they're gonna secure the Rift Herald. As you stated, they love Shelly, they love the Eye of the Herald. But right now, Tatsuri.
Going for it, Tatsuri goes in. He does have the Hexic Ultimatum. The flash is not up though. The hookshot has been used already, so they don't have any more options for the side of Team Secret, but they were able to pull back mid lane. Rift Herald has been put out. They were able to get the package just for them to get the push here in the mid lane. Team Secret, as we were saying a while ago, Infinity, yeah, some towers are being taken by Grindsky, and they're gonna take some towers from themselves.
And buddy, it's already equal when it comes to gold standing here from Team Secret. We talked about Grindsky going 100 miles per hour, but Team Secret is matching the pace, is matching the speed. And right now, this is what Team Secret wants to do to finish this game off. And looking at Chewy right now, he has the Black Cleaver, he has the Storm Razor, so those damages are gonna hurt.
Oh, wow, that was a good flash to the body slam. Tatsuri has been targeted so far, and he's not enjoying this game. 0-4 already. All of the flashes from Bambi has been used just for them to secure that kill.
Yeah, a lot of back and forths here from Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. Grindsky, Rocks
Ooh, another face breaker onto Rocks. They don't have any follow-up CC. This could be the caveat that Team Secret needs to use. If no CCs are gonna come out, they can hex the protobelt even out of the way.
Yeah, the deciding factor here will be the third objective in this game, because both teams are gonna look for it, and if Team Secret wants, they could split push the same manner that they did just a while back. And as of yet, it's a quiet beginning. Well, a relatively quiet beginning here for a single kill digit for TS and Grindsky.
Got that sentence, Haymaker. You're not gonna survive that. That was a lot of damage being put out even by Chewy. And Team Secret now knows that they can take this. 2 items on 2 people. Azar and Chewy are secured with the items, so they can take this fight. That's why they are putting themselves out there on a priority position.
Chinese one.
Oh, under the hook. Don't have damage yet. They need to wait for Chewy. Chinese trying to risk it. They do have the Dragon's Rage later on. So, yeah, they were able to use it a while ago. So now they don't have it. Tante fighting it out 1v1 against Azar. They do have the flash. Playing it safe still for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth here. Grindsky has to play it safe because Seth wasn't even there in that team fight. If Chinese one goes in for an all-in engage, Team Secret can go in for the 5-man response. Bambi!
Body slam. Yeah, and the barrel was able to put out some damage with Bambi. If it was able to hit that body slam, that could have been the end of Tatsuri again.
Yeah. And right now, Gragas will hurt. Bambi will hurt Lichbane and the Luden's Echo. And that is the reason why Tatsuri was like half HP just a while back. But one barrel brings him down to 1 bar of an HP. So really scary part there for Bambi. But as we stated, we're looking at tactical as well. Already Black Cleaver and the BRK. So those passive double shot already will cleave the armor of TS and will gain HP. And at the same time, will shred the HP bars of Team Secret at this point in time. Because as of yet, they're not able to split push. And this is what we're talking about a while ago. If Grindsky match the pace and match the split push of Team Secret, this will disable Azar, this will disable Camille in this specific game.
Look at the silver lining here, Infinity. Is that Tatsuri has been decelerated. You were saying that they're playing at the same speed, but Tatsuri, he's super lagging behind because Grindsky has been always finding ways to get a kill on Tatsuri. But now, because of that, they skipped the Camille problem, which is very smart. They have 3 problems. It was the Corki, the Camille, and Irelia. At least now they only have 2 that they need to think about whenever they go for clashes. They have some damage. They need to focus on just that too, because Tatsuri right now is just going to be a CC bot. He's just going to be there for the Hextech Ultimatum and the hook shot because he doesn't even have his second item yet.
Yeah, and you talk about 3 champions, so it's a problem for Grindsky. But we're looking at the Tsar, we're looking at the Irelia, 3-1-0. It's BRK and Triforce, and you talked about you as well, 1-0-3, Black Cleaver, Storm Razor, and the BF Sword. So they still have 2 problems, and they're not just about any. They're big problems here for GS.
At least that's at least doable for Grindsky, because they have, at least that's doable a bit. For now, if they go for this, don't have a lot of people. They need to get the timing right. There you go. The showstopper comes out. They won't be. They won't be able to steal it. Grindsky gets it, but there's a package. Their life is ticking. Team Secret is in the Dragon's Pit. It's not going to be good for them, but they're still taking a lot of members from the side of Grindsky. Grindsky now with the stasis is not working out in their favor. There's a lot of members that's love, but Tactical is just cleaning them up. They're all down, and Ace comes out for Grindsky.
Absolutely insane. The start, Chinese one goes on the Dragon Pit, gets the steal to follow up. There was a lot of these engages from Bambi. The explosive cast was fantastic. And we're looking at Bo, who started that fight, who initiated that fight with a showstopper that changes things up. Let's look at the replay there. Look at the showstopper. This engages onto Team Secret. They're locked in onto place in Chinese one. We're very safe on the Dragon's Pit. And after that, they were going in for that 1v1. Tactical was free hitting all throughout that fight. And Tactical has 2 items already, as we talked about a while ago.
Yeah, and as we said a while ago, we still can't count Grindsky out. Without the Tatsuri problem, it would be easier for them to gain the confidence to go for fights. And that's what they did. They went in, they're 3 people, and they were able to survive for the longest time, just to buy time that the other members' tactical was able to come back from the fight and deal damage that they need. Now, Grindsky just needs to use that. They are stacking the Drakes. They were able to get the steal. And now with the stacked Drakes on their side, even with the early game champions that they have, they can still be relevant in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. When we're looking at the items as well, right? It's a Black Cleaver and Defiance on there for Lee Sin. So we're thinking about like the early game champion for Chinese one. I mean, that Defiance Thunder will give you a lot of HP, and the Black Cleaver with a Phage will also give you HP. So it's going to be so much more harder for TS to burst down these champions for Grindsky. And as we've stated a while ago, Tatsuri is not looking that great. 0-5-3. He still doesn't have the Hull Breaker if he wants to split push, and I don't think that's even an option right now for them.
They have less options. The side of Team Secret, yes, a lot of towers are down. For this side, so Grindsky is just using them for their advantage. Goes in, wasn't able to get the Dragon Straight Chinese. This could be the caveat for Team Secret. They're losing their member, but it's a good thing that Chinese was able to get the stasis and back away to safety.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Their start for Chinese one. Just mixing the heads of Team Secret, confusing them, while the rest of the crew got the tier 1 turret mid lane. That was just fantastic. They're slowly but surely opening the map for Grindsky, and we're looking at the standing right now when it comes to turret objectives. Grindsky has 5, TS has 2. And the bot lane inhib turret is down.
Yeah. They're doing a Grindsky, yeah? They had one inhibitor turret down, so it would be hard for Team Secret for them to get this. So Team Secret doesn't have the advantage here. Top side though, Tatsuri goes in with the Hawk shot. He's not going to go in more. They want to get the safety with this on the side of Team Secret. It would be harder for them to get the lane priorities because they need to put someone down in the bot lane and probably get a TP on that person just for them to react to the fights. So Grindsky can take this Baron if they want to.
Yeah, really, really dangerous. Although if Grindsky is able to clear some of the champions, clear some of the players of Team Secret, and get the Baron, they could TP bot lane and just finish the game. That's the big thing. Right? That's the big thing. So we have to look at that. If Team Secret makes a mistake, it's a mistake that can cost them a game.
Ocean Drake. Last Drake of the game for this one for Team Secret. They need to take the risk of getting this. They do have the damage that they need anyway, but even though the Tatsuri doesn't have that much, he at least secures one person out of the fight. Get the Hextech ultimatum target. Crosshair placements would be the key here for them. Chinese would be their target. They do have the flash on Chinese if they want to. They don't have the stasis, so he might fall. The Guardian Angel is gonna get popped, and now they don't have Chinese right now. They're waiting for the Guardian Angel. They're gonna go in with a package. Takes down one. Bow is down. This is gonna be the turnaround right here without Fiora. Tante wants to get the top side, but this is a risk that they're willing to take. Tactical has been get, and he was able to flash out of the way at 3v5 still, but the tower on the top side is gonna fall down. That could have been well enough worth it for Grindsky.
Yeah, definitely is. 2 deaths for an inhib turret, for 2 turrets from top lane, for Tante. That's so much value. And right now, they have permanent lane priority, natural lane pressure in top lane and bot lane at the same time. Wherein Baron Nashor is alive, wherein Ocean Elder Dragon is alive. They could definitely take this down for the counter TS.
Yeah, they could just take this, because if Grindsky takes this Ocean Drake, that's a lot of Drakes that they're stacking on their heads. Remember, Chinese has been a steal. He has been great with stealing this Drakes, and he has some vision right now. They're going in for the calling backside. Tatsuri goes in, and Chinese was a bit late right there. They do have the stasis. TP's coming in for their side. They were able to get the kill on one. They had the man advantage. It's going to be good. Double kill already on the Tante. He's taking the battle down, and this is going good. They were able to get the Ocean Drake again, and now Team Secret falls.
This is it.
40 seconds into that timer. Grindsky turns things around against Team Secret right now.
It's over. It's over, Dash. They're looking to finish this game.
Yeah, they want to go. Grindsky wants to end this. Rock left alone with his play, and his death sentence on his hand. Grindsky takes game 3, and this might be for the long one here, Infinity.
Absolutely insane for a start for Grindsky. They have dominated the early game, and this is what we're looking for. A balance on damage, a balance on push, and Grindsky performed.
Sigh of relief right there from Grindsky. They were able to take this game. The seriousness from their faces is because they're still not done. The mission is not yet over. They need to get 2 more games for them to turn things around against Team Secret. But this game, those performances, they were able to adapt. And that's exactly what you need, especially on a best of 5. It's hard to turn the momentum around, but now with this win, at least it's slowly going there.
It's not yet over until it's over. Grindsky Esports looking to that hope, clinging for that miracle run to make it a reality, because right now it's a 2-1 standing between both teams. But let's look at the play of the games from that game number 3, because that was flawless, and how Azar was able to just play it out, wait it out, but Tante just outplaying him was just phenomenal. And what Grindsky did is the same thing that Team Secret did to them in the prior games, where in the early game was just a bit more of a safety net for them, and Grindsky was just matching the pace there. We're looking to speed all throughout that early game, and as you stated just a while back, wherein that Suri was punished by a ton by Grindsky, disabling one of the winning conditions of TS.
Yeah, just skipping the Tatsuri problem was enough for Grindsky to win it. It's basically almost every time. Yes, they get the Hextech ultimatum, they get the hook shot, but after that, Tatsuri is no more. And how Grindsky played around that was just so great. They stacked the Drakes because they know that they're not going to win late game against most of the members of Team Secret. If you stack the Drakes, at least that problem is solved because you have the extra stats that you get from the Drakes, and they even got the Elder Ocean. Even if they didn't need it, they got 4 Drakes. It was like Exodia being built up for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about it because remember, the Elder Dragon stacks on the true damage for each dragon that you get. And they have all the dragons in the world that they can ask for.
Yeah, and again, as I said, before they tried to get this Ocean Drake, Grindsky has been so great at stealing those Drakes, and they were able to steal it again. And now, what they need to think about on the side of Team Secret. Before that, the player of the game right there was Tante. Was able to get the pressure, was able to get the tower. This man, even though that he didn't join a lot of those clashes, it was enough that he was split pushing and getting that natural lane pressure against Team Secret.
Yeah, and it's basically Grindsky picking their poison up against Team Secret, doing the same strategy that they've done to them, right? We talked about it a while ago, and I'm reiterating it again because Tante split pushed the game out of that game number 3 away from TS.
Yeah, that was just so much to deal with for the side of Team Secret. Yes, they have resource-heavy champions, and that's why they weren't able to put all those resources on those champions. They had 3 options. They skipped one. It wasn't enough. It was hard for Tatsuri to be able to be relevant during that game. It was just so hard because Grindsky has always been... They're even investing flashes on him. Every time that they see him on the map, they even flash body slam on the guy. That's why Tatsuri just had a hard time during that game.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And I just also want to commend Bambi for the game. It's just crazy on how much he engages for his team. And the damage he chunks for the Tsuri. Absolutely insane. It was just a great performance from Grindsky from that game 3. Looking for that hope to make it back here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we actually thought that they're going to be done already right here on the game 3, but no! We're gonna go the long shot. Grindsky, the caffeine kicked in. Yes, it's a bit late, but they can still turn things around after cutting off the momentum from Team Secret. But let's take a look at that on game 4, everybody. We're just gonna be taking a short break. We're having our casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Infinity. See you guys in just a bit.
Can't help myself, and I really want to show you that I want to get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't want to fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose. And to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh, baby, I don't mind. 'Cause your love's so hard to find.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and this pain. Letting
Wall Maria has been breached, and now they take game 3 against Team Secret. Grindsky takes that off, and they're going for more. Would this be game 4? Would this be the end, or would they go for the longest shot? Game 5, the reverse sweep against Team Secret. Let us take a look at that during this game 4. We're gonna be your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Infinity.
Yeah, this is already game 4, Dash. This is already game 4. Grindsky took that game number 3. Just a phenomenal play from them, and this is the definition of the caster's curse.
Yeah.
No breach on the walls of Maria. No thanks.
No,
We're gonna
man.
take it for Grindsky.
Yeah, they put out the Colossal Titan a while ago, and now they breach Wall Maria, and now we're down. We're waiting for the walls to get breached over for the side of Team Secret if ever that happens. But Grindsky are showing signs of life there. Team Secret, they just had a hard time, especially that they were able to skip Tatsuri on the side of Grindsky. It was easy enough for Grindsky to just use that in their favor. Don't let Tatsuri play his game, and it was hard there enough for Team Secret.
Yeah, and it was just a really clever draft from Grindsky Esports, from the bans to the picks. Right, we're looking at the Jax ban just a while back, banning away Galio, banning away Ziggs, and then in the second phase, banning away the Varus, and the Lux was a target onto Chewie at the same time. So it was really just a clever move there from Grindsky. We'll see if that happens once again.
Yeah, if that would happen, let's see. And again, Team Secret, Grindsky and Team Secret are just putting out the same bans, not letting the Garen see the light of day, and even the Galio. So we're not going to be seeing those enablers for them to go for pushes, for them to go for aggression. They're just cutting off every team's playstyle. They ban the Ziggs, they ban the Jax. They just don't want that problem in their hands for Grindsky.
Yeah. Although the preference of Team Secret is always on the blue side, and now they are here once more.
Okay.
So is that an advantage? Is that
Yeah.
going to be an indication of the win here for TS?
I mean, they get the Jace just for them to have the safety on the side of Grindsky, but Team Secret, they do have a lot of options like that. A while ago, that's what they picked, and they picked it again, the set in the Gragas.
Yeah, and this will give them a lot of these frontliners for that safety onto Chewy and Tetsuri later on. We know Tetsuri to have 20 champions in his champion pool in his pockets, so that's really hard to fight against. So who else are you going to target? But instead, some other champions, some other roles to look at. But right now, it's Grindsky looking to pick up Lee Sin as an early game champion in Ariana as a team fight AOECC
Yeah.
if ever TS wants that 5v5.
They do have the damage. They do have the AOECC from the Oriana, and they don't know on the side of Team Secret, who is this gonna fall for? Would this be for Tactical? Would this be for Bambi? I hope that Grindsky finds a way to get there, and the Senna has been put out onto Chewy right here on the bot side, so this would be a very safe bot lane matchup for the side of Chewy and Rocks. It would be easy enough for them to dominate that.
Yeah, this was picked 3 times by Rocks Befragas, and the Senna has been picked 2 times and won 2 times in Chewy's hand. So definitely be a great sight to see. But right now, Crush is open for Bo to pick up if ever
There
they
you
don't
go.
ban it away. And just as I said it, Team Secret bans it.
Yeah, they don't want the trash problem on the hands of Bo. Because if ever they're gonna go for this Oriana in the bot lane, it would be easy for the Senna Gragas to counter them. Because there's not a lot of options now for them to go for an engaged support. They do have the Leona, but would that be picked out by Grindsky right here? Because Team Secret, it is safe enough to say that this Senna and Gragas is safe in the bot lane.
Yeah, the only thing that Team Secret right now is a hyper
Oh,
carry.
no.
The one that can deal so much damage in this game. Because at this lineup, they don't really have that much, especially Senegraga's bot lane will still have that missing damage items. But right now, Team Secret looks to target ban Bo because right now supports are missing and Thresh and Rakan are a really great bans. But Grindsky looking to think, what are we gonna ban? It's Chewy? Is it Tsutsuri?
Yeah.
Is it the jungle?
Yeah, that is gonna be the question here. Of what is gonna be their last ban? Because honestly, if they go for the last ban there, they can go for a Zed just for Tatsuri to not have those options on his hands again. Because if ever he gets that, at least they get the early game. Then the Senna would be the insurance for them to get to the late game. I mean, Senna's a bit more of the utility side, but still has a lot of damage to deal with, and also has the range to work for it to get the DPS.
Dash.
Yeah.
Master Yi is open.
Oh, right. Right.
And what they're lacking is damage. So what they could do, up Master Yi to be their damage dealer. And as you've stated, this is looking quite great. If Zed is open for TS, they could go for a Zed Master Yi perspective in this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, as you stated that, Karma isn't also banned. So if ever, Team Secret could go for the Karma to the Master Yi, just for them to, Senna Gragas in the bot lane, Karma in the mid lane, and also that supports out Master Yi. So now the damage is there, the CC is there for the side of Team Secret. That is a great composition they can put out there, Infinity.
Definitely something that they could choose. However, Master Yi doesn't seem like a Trevor pick, but still for them to lock out if ever they opt to go for the carry jungle. We've seen a lot of these Master Yi even in other regions as well. WCK has been performing quite well even at that point into banning Master Yi consecutively in each and every single game. But right now, we're waiting for those picks. We're waiting for those drafts to conclude. As I'm really excited here, Dash. What will be that final form of Grindsky and TS? Will we go to game number 5?
That's actually one of my questions also. I'm not sure if we're gonna go to game 5, because right here on the drafts already from Team Secret, if they do go for what you said a while ago, that could be good for their side. Because right now, with what we saw from the first 3 drafts that they have on the side of Grindsky, they have a problem with the CC end. They do have a lot of damage already, but they need to secure a lot of CC. But there's not a lot of options now that most of them have been taken and also banned by Team Secret.
Yeah, and maybe, you still have Graves as an option and Olaf as an option. Kha'Zix as an option. So there are a lot of options for the jungle of Team Secret because as we've seen in the first 3 picks, there is Gragas, there is Senna, and there is Set. So no jungle, no mid laner as of yet for Team Secret so far. And Grindsky Esports, their support is still missing with Galio, Thresh, Rakan remove. There's still Leona
Yeah.
for them to pick up, but Gragas is also not there for Grindsky. So a lot of these options for Bo removed.
Yeah, if ever they go in for it, for those champions right there, like what you said, with those removed champions, what are their options? They have less and less options right here. They might be forced to go for an enchanter support, or maybe even go for the Leona on the hands of Bo. That could be effective if ever on their side, because they do have one target. If that's going to be the Master Yi, a lot of CC is needed for you to shut down a Master Yi.
Or Nami. They could go for Nami or Yumi. Although Yumi is not a champion that we're seeing in the playoffs so far.
Yeah.
And it's only has been showing up the group stages. So those two could be an option for Bo. Braum is also an option for himself. Morgana is there as well. So Bo has 13 champions overall in the group stages, and only a bit of it has been there as an option for himself. Only the minute ones, as we stated just a while ago. So right now, I'm really excited what the draft will be.
I like the fact that they do have a lot of options, as you said. I mean, the Nami could be a good pick, at least a follow-up to the CC against most of the members of Grindsky. Just that if ever they're gonna put out a hyper carry on the jungle for Team Secret, at least the team wouldn't be able to follow up. That is a great option for them to take. But also, right now, Team Secret was able to get cut off on their momentum. So Grindsky does have the momentum on themselves, and if ever they ride this momentum, they could snowball that in their favor and use that right now for themselves. I hope that works for Grindsky, so that we're gonna go for the long shot for Game 5, where everything is bare, backs against the wall for both teams, and we're not sure who's gonna win.
Yeah. It's really just a coin flip right now. It's a coin flip on whether Grindsky can replicate what they did in game number 3 to reach game number 5. Or can Team Secret just proceed into taking their win now that they are on the red side selection? Because this is their favorite spot, right? This is what they love doing the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what they want to go for. Because at least now they have the security for Grindsky to go for that again. Now, we're starting the draft, everybody. We'll just take a look at it. It's probably a rush right here for both of our sides. We're going to see how fast they're going to be banning all of these champions right now. But it's just, we're going to go back down to it. Remember game 1 and game 2, we've seen Jax twice, but because of the respect that Grindsky did, it's a good thing that they're now able to answer the Jax problem, because that gives them a lot of options, even an insurance to the late game.
Yeah. And this could probably be just the fastest that we've ever seen in WCS.
Yeah. They're just rushing for it.
Bans, picks.
Yeah. And then they're gonna go for that late. This is where we go for. This is where we left off a while ago. So what is that last champion that Grindsky wants to ban? There's still an option for the mid lane, to go for. And Trevor not having that Olaf just says a lot to me that they don't want that backline access. Grindsky still thinks that they need to go for a backline champion on the end.
Yeah, the damage dealer for Team Secret is still missing here. So. The Fiora for Azar.
Yeah.
Or the jungle.
Yeah. That could be good. For the Fiora, for Trevor, or that could also go to Tatsuri if they want to go for it. Because at least they go for that. They need an AP option on the side of Team Secret. They're really secured on the CC, and they have another option for split push. But Grindsky just went all in for the damage here. They need a front line to make this effective, just for them to go for a front to back composition.
Alistar? Braum, I mean, they're missing a support.
Yeah.
So that definitely could be the case here for Grindsky Esports, since they're missing that frontliner to peel their hyper carry, since they have a lot of these damage dealers. Although the big thing that I'm seeing the problem with is that Team Secret could just disrupt this formation of Grindsky with an explosive cast.
It's easy.
And you have Set for the side of Team Secret that could access the backline immediately. That Lulu changes things up. They're not going for any front lines, but instead that sustainability for a shield from Ariana, the shield from Lulu.
Okay, what's great about this is that, oh no, not great about it. Because with Fizz onto Tatsuri and all the squishy champions, he can choose any one of them. He has a lot of options to disrupt most of the members of Grindsky. And you pointed out a while ago, they do have the Set, they do have the Gragas. But with the way that Grindsky drafted, they're going to be scattered around through the battlefield. They're not going to go front to back. So it would be hard to pull that off, the combo for the explosive gas and the showstopper on the hands of Grindsky, because they're going to be scattered around. So I hope that they would be able to put out the damage that they need on the side of Grindsky.
Yeah. One hit delete.
Yeah.
One hit delete. Potentially with the chumps the water if ever Tatsuri is able to get an advantage in the early game. And now that we're seeing the finalization of the draft here, Team Secret is going for Fiora Jungle. And this brings back memories from the Icon series last year where it was popularized, it was on the meta, and we've known the changes in the jungle, right? That you have that mana regen coming through if you have the smite. So really interesting case here for TS. They have a lot of these frontliners, and Fizz being that damage dealer, and Grindsky being all damage dealers, and only Lulu having that extra sustain for them. So really opposite sides of the spectrum here from the draft of both teams.
And like we said a while ago during game 3, right? Is because if they do have a lot of damage dealers on their side, they're hungry. They're hungry for resources for all of these champions on the hands of Grindsky. But with this, if they have 4 damage dealers on their side, Team Secret can't skip any of them. All of them will be big problems, but if they take down one, they have 3 to think about. So if they have this option, they at least have Trevor to go for the late game, their insurance, and also the split push option of the team. But Grindsky, they can match that out with all of these champions that they have.
Yeah, and this is the opposite of funnel.
Yeah.
The funnel strategy.
Yeah.
Wherein you're focusing on one player to get all the gold, get all the items in the whole world. The Grindsky, looking at Bambi and Ariana and Tactical on the Corki, they need a lot of these gold, they need a lot of these items.
Exhaust has been popped already in the bot lane also. So with the safety of the barrier and the heal in the bot lane, Grindsky just knows that with the sheer range that they have, Rocks can't even get close against them because they have the safety of the barrier and the heal.
Yeah, although later on this will bite them in the dirt as Grindsky will have no frontliners if ever.
Yeah.
Maybe Chinese one go for a tag build. That's the first time that we're gonna see it if ever it comes down to it. But expectedly, we've seen Lee Sin go for a Divine Sunder, right? Along with the Yumus Ghost Blade and a Black Cleaver. Hopefully, we could see that happening for Chinese one. So regardless of having no frontliners, they still have that HP bar, which is increased for their jungler.
I think the only option here, if they want going on for the body slam, I thought that's gonna hit. But the only option that they have here for a tank is a wild-growthed Lee Sin. If ever he's gonna go for a full HP build like what he did a while ago. But top side, Tante, now the target Facebreaker has been popped. He doesn't have any. He does have the flash and the barrier to use, and he was able to get the Facebreaker and the Haymaker to end the kill.
Yeah, and there's a riposte as well, just poking Tante down. And you have to pay the price of just having Tante or Jace in the top lane and having no jungler that can even go for front lines here. But speaking of the jungle for Grindsky, look at Chinese One's position.
Yeah, he's taking all of it. He's taking all of the jungle from Trevor, and he doesn't even know that. Look at this. They might go for a gank here. Qeon is going to go. They do have the Flash of Dragon's Rage onto the Rocks, and now he's going to go down. That is the answer back that we're waiting for from Grindsky, equalizing the gold lead.
This is the pros and this is the cons of having all damage dealer in your lineup, where you just have one kick to set up the play for Chinese one, and the enemy player is dead.
For sure, for sure. And now Team Secret, they do have Trevor to go for ganks, but what's good about him is he does have, most of his laners do have CC before he goes in. So he's just the extra damage that they need for Team Secret. And I'm really liking the draft from Team Secret so much just because they have the balance. They have a balance of everything. It's like the jack of all trades on the side of Team Secret. Grindsky does have damage, but Team Secret, with the balanced team composition, they have a lot more options.
Yeah, and Trevor, look at his position, looking to set up a play once again.
Yeah, want to go for a top side push so that if ever Tante goes in, he doesn't have any flash. They do have Azar with the showstopper in the flash, so Tante would have less options on his hands. Go for the recall. Would they go for the gank here? Nah, they're not gonna go for it.
Tante is too smart.
Yeah,
so you have to back away. I've learned from my mistake. Trevor always focusing on top lane, so we'll just go for the reset here as 30 seconds before the Rift Herald and the Mountain Drake. Unexpectedly, we've seen Team Secret, what they do from game number 1, game number 2, game number 3 is a Rift Herald focus. And that could be expected once again here, especially that they're looking to finish this game quite early. They have Team Secret, they have Trevor on the Fiora that can split push for the team later on.
Remember what's hard about fighting against a Corki is that whenever the objective comes out, they do have the package. So with a lot of melee champions on the side of Team Secret, it would be hard for them to pass through. Even Chewy would have a hard time to pass through there. So it is a great option for them. And also, they know that Team Secret always goes for the Rift Herald. Chinese will get seen here by the Oracle Lens, and he's just gonna back away.
Yeah. And an interesting item here for Rocks. He went in for Fimble Winter first.
Really?
Oh no. The change of item on a Fimble Winter gives you HP rather than ability haste for
I
those
like
mana that you have, and I really do like it because the front line is what they need.
Yeah, 4 people. They don't have Tatsuri here. Team Secret goes in. Azar wasn't able to hit with a showstopper. That's not as big as I thought it would be. Grindsky goes in with the Dragon's Rage on the tree. That was perfect. Donnie Shadow to get the shield jump. The waters on the backline. Chinese would be the target, yes, but they're gonna fall one by one. Tatsuri the next. Azar will be able to get the face breaker onto the Haymaker, but not gonna be able to finish that kill. And he's gonna be next on the chopping block. He falls down. 4 members are down, and also a Rip Herald to the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, and this is Team Secret. They're lacking damage in the early game. They're lacking that offense against Grindsky. This is the pros of having all damage in your lineup. You can just kick one, get the pick, and just go for another. And Team Secret needs to stay for the late game. They need Chewy to scale as he builds for that Black Creeper.
You don't want an Orianna getting the kills though, because the Orianna would just pop you all over, especially that they have 4 melee champions on their side. It would be easy enough to hit at least a 3-man shockwave for them. And now the option here, Mountain Drake, very tanky Drake. It would take a bit of time, but Team Secret risk this because they know they have a lot of items on the side of Grindsky. They're not going to go in for more rocks. He's able to get it. Now they're going to just run away from this fight.
Yeah, Secret can't do anything from that because if they dive in, Chinese one has his ultimate, and then if you have Bambi with his ultimate as well, the shockwave is gonna connect into a 5v5 that can put TS in a losing game. So they have to play it safe. They have to play for the late game for Senna to be able to scale. And right now, Fizz with that Rabadon set cap, expect them to have a lot more damage here for the mid lane of TS.
Look at this. Tactical goes in against Tatsuri. He doesn't have time to waters. Now he's gonna fall. He was able to get the Flaypool Fisher out, and now the flash has been burned on Tatsuri.
Yeah. Tatsuri's just baiting you, Dash.
Yeah.
He's not gonna die that easily. Not today, not today.
Not today. That's what you said to the god of death. You say, not today. And that's exactly what Tatsuri did. Was able to get out with a playful trickster. And with this option that they have for Team Secret, they're not playing it smart. They don't want any 5v5 fights. They want to go for a 1v1 just for them to at least deny the acceleration of Grindsky.
Definitely. Something that they need to halt because right now, Grindsky has 5 kills, 3 kill lead against Team Secret. But regardless, I like how Team Secret is matching this up. That's 3.
Oh, goes in, polymorphs. He does have the playful trickster. Yeah, he's not gonna die pretty easily.
Yeah. And now going back, despite the 3 kill lead of Grindsky, despite the Mountain Dragon objective that they secured, I like how Team Secret is doing this because they're still on the clear, only 1.5k gold deficit up against Grindsky, despite this huge lead of GS.
Yeah, just one big fight though is what Team Secret needs here, because they need to wait for the next objectives to come up before they try to risk anything. Because if they risk things now, Grindsky is up 1 level against them because they got those kills a while ago, and they're gonna get the second item faster than most of the members of Team Secret. Because look at Chewy now, he doesn't have much items yet, and even Rox is just wrapping up on those items. Because this is what happens with the Senegragas though. They are both getting resources, so it's not gonna be easy enough for them to get items.
Yeah, and that explosive cast just disrupted the push of Grindsky Esports. And now with the clear wave, Grindsky will not be able to secure the Tower First Blood.
Yeah.
But look at Fiora.
Okay, Fiora going for it. Tante would be the target of Azar. Goes with the Chum the Waters. Now they don't have that option, so Tatsuri needs to be safe. Because if they try to risk this, look at this. Rip Herald has been popping the mid lane, so there's going to be a big fight here. Everybody is going to rotate here, but look at Tactical goes in while Growth slows down Chewy. And that's going to be a kill already. 15 seconds on the clock, and Chewy is not going to be there on this Rip Herald fight. It's going to be good. Azar, Haymaker, Dragon's Rage to the Shockwave. Not going to be able to get the kill, but now, he's going to back away. This is enough for Grindsky.
Yeah, it's like Grindsky Esports was playing on the set. He was like Shockwave, and then he was CC'd.
Volleyball.
Yeah. He was just being thrown around that team fight. It was just so funny. But right now, the state of the game, Grindsky Esports takes the Tower First Blood, which means a lot more gold in their favor. And they ballooned from a 1.5k gold lead now to a 3k gold lead up against TS.
Grindsky is doing a Team Secret. I'm kind of shivering right now because of what they're doing. They're playing around the map, and they're forcing Team Secret to do a reaction. And That is how Team Secret always wins. They force a reaction, they let the enemy slip up, and they capitalize on the mistakes. And right now, that's exactly what Grindsky is doing. With the referral on their hands, they have a lot of options to go for. Try to go for the split push, wait for the wave state to be awkward for Team Secret that they need to send someone out there, and this might be the reason why they're gonna take this Infernal Drake in their hands.
Yeah, and for every action, there's an opposite reaction.
Hey,
and with
Newton's third law.
TS, yeah, with TS, taking 2 games. Grindsky is an opposite reaction. Game 5.
Yeah, and as you said, they need a reaction. They need the Newton's third law to be working in their favor. They just need to hit them as fast that they won't be able to hit back, to counter punch back against them. So Team Secret forcing the Infernal Drake. This is what they want to go for. Body slam onto Bambi. They do have a lot of damage, but the package is just proving to be defective on their side. Chewie is going to go down. 4v5 would be good for their side, but Showstopper was able to get this. And now the Haymaker, due to damage, the bow is still alive, but the backside on the Shockwave was able to turn things around. Tatsuri now low in HP, and that's Grindsky. It's just whipping the floor out of Team Secret. Every one of them is down, and Trevor was able to get out, but 5 members are still going strong on Grindsky.
Another wall is being shut down by Grindsky.
Oh,
Not just
no.
Wall of Maria. They're going in for the second wall. And Team Secret is crumbling down. From a 1.5k gold lead, they're now sitting at a 7k gold lead for GS.
Wow, this is very big. This is how they hold on. Wall Rose might fall down here in Infinity. Team Secret, they're having a hard time. Grindsky, even with this weird draft, full damage, they still work around this draft. And it's still going great so far. Team Secret don't have any more things to think about. The second objective has been taken again by Grindsky.
Yeah, and despite having Fjord, despite having the split pusher, Team Secret can't do nothing, especially having this massive advantage from Grindsky, because that's the big thing. When you're having a split pushing comp, and then the opposing team has that great advantage, you have to play for your team instead of split pushing, because you don't have that advantage of just having that strong lead, strong items against members of the enemy team. And Team Secret cannot do anything from that this point in time. They have to play for the team. They have to be a one-man unit. Because right now, if they crumble down, this is game 5.
Okay, Chinese, this would be the chance. Showstopper, Dragon Tracer pushing out of the way.
So
Explosive cast. Not enough for them to get it. And Trevor might fall down here. Pretty aggressive for Grindsky that they're forcing always a reaction from Team Secret. They're forcing them to a course of action that they want to go for. They're giving them all these alternatives, but they're not as good as what Team Secret actually wants. For them to turn things around, for them to get the shutdown golds.
And it's Grindsky now playing on pushing top side, clearing the waves on mid lane, waves on bot lane. They're playing divide and conquer here. They're dividing the team, they're dividing TS, and they're conquering other parts of the map. If ever Team Secret makes a misstep, it could be a punish from GS.
Okay, they have seen Azar. Now Azar is going to get delayed. We all know the Baron is coming up, but Grindsky is not going to put that out. They just want to take the towers down, because so far, still perfect attendance for the towers, because no tower have been taken yet on their side. So Grindsky is just playing the map. They're just managing the wave state. They're just letting Team Secret put some person down onto one lane. Now they're forcing them 4 members to go forward, because without any vision on the bow, they could go for a bait play on bot lane.
Yeah, and this is what I've stated a while ago. When having a Senagragas dual lane, you don't have enough.
Yeah.
Team Secret right now, right, looking at rocks. He's going for the Fimbulwinter and then the Force of Nature. So instead having more damage in the front lines, they're losing more damage. Melch, and he's one.
Wow, such an aggressive play though from Chinese. That was 3 people. It's a good thing Rox wasn't there. He could have died there if he was hit by the body slam. And get CC chained by most of the members right now. What is it doing? He got the red buff.
They got the steal.
Oh my, Chinese is just crazy right now. He's just on fire. I said a while ago, Infinity, the caffeine just kicked in. It's game 3. It's not too late.
Yeah, it's a late game caffeine running in the veins of Chinese one.
Yeah,
supposed to cast.
Oh yeah, unstoppable on the Valkyrie. So he still would be able to be safe. Going for the top side, forcing them. Taunting is in the bot lane, remember. So they don't have any options. They need to go for the top side if they want to go to fight. 4 members are here, 4v3. Don't have enough damage, so that's why they're not taking in the risk here on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, package expired, unfortunately for Tactical, not being able to use it in that fight. So right now, They're not going for an all-in. Team Secret still has an opportunity to take it back, but it's going to be really hard though. So Baron Nashor and the Ocean Drake will come up if they take one more objective. They're one step away from taking an improbable comeback against Grindsky. I mean, they are the comeback kings that we've entitled all throughout WCS and even in the Icon series. They like the scenic route, and right now, this is definitely a scenic route on the series.
Yeah, and they want to go for that because honestly, one good set could be the difference of heaven and hell here for Team Secret because Grindsky does have a lot of damage. So one good set to be able to stop down the damage from Grindsky would be great enough for them to make this work. Again, Grindsky does have a lot of damage dealers, so it would be hard for them to do. Even contesting this Ocean Drake would be a big challenge for them.
Are they looking for that Baron?
They can. They don't have the speed to take that. They're going for Death Brush, which is just a smarter route for them.
Oh, they're baiting the Baron. They're doing a double bluff here, but GS is looking for another perspective. They're pushing bot lane.
Yeah, Grindsky is not taking the bait. Bam!
Chumps of water.
Does have the stasis, so they're not going to continue this on the side of Team Secret. Good bait there for Box. Was able to get the Dragon Surge and Shockwave onto Trevor, and now he's low on HP. Their damage dealer, if he goes down, they're not going to go for it. Looking backside, they're able to get the Showstopper onto the backside, and now they don't have any more options. Team members are still alive, but no more damage are going to come out, and Tante is still alive with a sliver of health. 2 members are down already.
Crazy from Grindsky. They have... What?
Oh, Tatsuri also fell down. Infinity. That is just icing on top of the cake together with the Baron.
That's crazy. And now they're starting with Baron Nashor. They're going for this objective. If they take this, it is a potential game ender for Grindsky Esports to take this to Game 5.
This is going to go to Game 5. We're going to go to a long shot, Infinity. But let's not count Team Secret just because they can still turn this thing around. As we said a while ago, they need a good set, but it's still going to be hard. Just remember, they have a late game composition on the side of Grindsky, and they have 3 Drakes. That's not what you want to happen. Even they have inflated stats already, and it's gonna get inflated more so by the 3 Drakes that they're holding right now.
Yeah, it's really hard for Team Secret right now, especially having the Baron Nashor on top of their 3 Drakes on the side of Grindsky with Mountain, Infernal, and the Ocean Drake already. And their only hope is to look for a Death Brush if they could. Is there a lot of vision on their jungler even for TS to disable them and to deny them of that opportunity?
Because of that just one vision that they have in the top side jungle, they can push down to the bot lane and let the wave state slow it down, slow push in the top side, then go for the towers right there. They're giving Team Secret less and less options for them to go for. There's not a lot of alternatives except to go for a fight. 2 people are on the mid lane, they need to go for it, but no, they were able to back away again, and the tower in the bot lane is going to be the target right here. They do have the Valkyrie with the package, so they're going to be able to get out of the way, and that's another turret down. Top side is also ticking. This is going to be a tower down again for Team Secret. Oh,
Dragon
they went
Rage!
for the Dragon's Rage on the 3 people! Oh no, Team Secret is just gonna get taken down every step of the way. Explosive cast. This might be it. Team Secret, Showstopper with the face breaker at the backside. Tante would be their target. 1 is down already. This might be the turner of a tactical. It's just a headache. He deals a lot of damage, and now they're gonna be targeting this with the Baron buff. It would be easy for them to end this, and we're gonna go to Game 5 Infinity. This is the Grindsky dream still alive right here.
Oh my goodness! This is a series that we were waiting for, and we're going to Game 5 of GS versus Grindsky, or GS versus TS. It's such an amazing sight to see. The Kryptonite still holds on. The second wall has fallen. There is only 1 wall away for the Titans to succeed.
Oh wow, Grindsky still not done. And as we said a while ago, reverse sweep is still possible for them, and now they are the ones who are riding the momentum. They're riding it, snowballing, making it an avalanche right now against Team Secret. Team Secret needs to go. They have a balanced team composition a while ago, yes, but Grindsky, they stick to their routes. They went in for the full damage, and it worked in their favor.
Yeah, and there was criticisms on the side of the casters when looking at that graph, but nope. Grindsky knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
All damage composition succeeds. And what an exciting day. This changed the meta for Grindsky Esports. They're constantly just bringing something up in WCS that just shooks the whole Water community.
Oh man, this is just so much. Look at Look at those Dragon's Rages the Chinese has always been putting out. It's like picture perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna hit one, then also to get with two. Every time that he goes for it, that was enough plays for them to make sure that they're gonna be having a good day. And right now, Chinese has all the momentum in the world, and Trevor is a bit lagging behind because Chinese has been making plays per plays, especially with the Lee Sin that he has been holding right now. He's always patient. So far, Team Secret doesn't have an answer. Look at that again. Another highlight play for the Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, it's Chinese one, right? They were going for the 5v5,
Yeah.
but Lee Sin was just there 3v1ing the enemy team.
Yeah.
Team Secret cannot penetrate that lineup of Grindsky. So basically what happened there is Chinese one going for the 3v1, and the rest of Grindsky is just battling two members of TS.
Yeah.
So who
I
has
mean-
the advantage from there on out? It's Grindsky.
Oh my! Look at this again. Another one of those. It's like an everyday thing for Chinese, right? Like, this is casual. This is a Chinese play. It's always gonna happen every step of the way. Yes, he dies during this last fight. Could have been a good thing for Team Secret, but it was not enough for them because it's 18k gold lead. You do have 2 item or almost 1.5 item advantage for Grindsky already with that, and Tactical getting a lot of damage here could potentially really get him this Globe prepaid player of the game 1,650 damage with the Corki, especially with the package. It was hard enough for Teams to get to start fights, and together with the package makes it twice harder.
Yeah, and on top of the packages that deals constant damage and just splits the whole team fight against Team Secret, the damage Lisi provided for the team, 1615.73 DPM damage per minute, with the Essence River and Solari Charge with IE and GA. The amount that he's provided for his team when it comes to the damage aspect of this matchup in game number 4 was absolutely insane. It's out of the gate. So it's even looking at the KP, 100% kill participation. He's always there when a team fight occurs.
Yeah, Grindsky is up and ready. They're not snoozing now. So Team Secret, with this momentum, as we said, during that time, they are the kryptonite of Team Secret. And yes, it's a bit late for the kryptonite to actually shine against Superman, but at least now it's shining. Superman can't even fight back right now. So Team Secret just needs to turn things around during the last fight if they want to get this series. Game 5, we don't know what's going to happen. Expectations has been set. Someone is going to go home. So Game 5, we're looking forward to it. Infinity and I, we're having your casters. See you guys in just a bit for more Wild Rift action.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Welcome back to WCS Philippines, the playoffs, the lower bracket between Team Secret and Grindsky Esports for game number 5. With 2 games for TS, 2 games for Grindsky. The expected win for TS has been defied. And now this is the conclusion of this lower bracket. The last game, the last hurrah. I'm Infinity and this is Dash with me for the game 5 of this series.
Whew, we're in it for the long shot, Infinity. I wasn't hoping for it to come to this, but Grindsky just actually kicked out, and they were able to put their superhero capes right now and going for a superhero run during this whole series. And so far, yeah, I was talking about superheroes, but I think, yeah, we said a while ago that they're the kryptonite of Team Secret. But yeah, I mean,
Two
we can switch
analogies,
that
right?
out. We can switch that out, but it's still Grindsky performed so well during Game 3 and Game 4. It was
Yeah.
just so much to do, especially the Chinese. The Chinese kicks have been so great. The Dragon's Rage on the 2 people have been keeping them out of the bay, especially whenever Team Secret tries to go in. Chinese is always there to stop them from pulling through with those fights.
Yeah, we have 2 analogies. One is like Attack on Titan, now breaking 2 walls. And now we have another perspective where we have the Superman getting the kryptonite, getting his weakness, just a bit delayed, as that was just a fantastic 2-game win from Grindsky Esports. Still a match point from both teams. It's a final game. It's game number 5 here, Dash. Are there any expectations? Because so far, Grindsky has been with this unorthodox picks in Game 3 and Game 4.
Yeah, for now, I've been seeing... I have this mental image of Grindsky being like Batman or Lex Luthor with a kryptonite armor. That is what they are. That's why they can fight against Team Secret, who has been the Superman so far. But so, with this, now my expectations stat the same thing. They're gonna go for the same compositions. If whatever works, they're gonna go for it again. But I hope the Team Secret bans the Lee Sin. Or if not, they should get it for their own.
Yeah, especially with Grindsky being the first pick though. Set is available, Lee Sin is available for them. Jace is also something that is available for Grindsky Esports to pick up a lot of these champions.
yeah.
But Jace being locked in as a priority for GS.
Yeah, they go for it again. They answer back with a set, or do they not? Because that's the only perfect answer here for Team Secret again. Going for the set, going for the Gragas, just for them to have the safety on their side. So far, the Senna hasn't worked. So if they don't want that in the favor of Grindsky again, because Grindsky has always been punishing it with the Corki pick.
Yeah, because they lack some damage, and I feel like if Gragas is there, sure, that's a good disengage, this is a good engaged champion, but they need something else, and Lux is definitely something else compared to Asana in the bot lane.
Yeah, okay, that's different. That's something different that they need to look out for. The light bindings during game 2 have been great, so that just gives Grindsky, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna answer the Lux with, together with Gragas, with Chinese again, getting the Lee Sin. Might see again what he did during game 4. The crazy kicks, the crazy Dragon's Rages have been the bane of Team Secret.
Yeah. Lulu is still available. Corki is also available. This is what they did in game number 4 just a while back. But instead, since TS did not prioritize the set, Grindsky is gonna pick it up for themselves.
They go for the safety so that they have the CC onto the top side onto Tante, fighting it out probably with the Darius if ever Team Secret would go for that option, because they got the set anyway. Just answer back with the Darius so that Azar could carry at least in the early stages of the game if it gets 5 stacks.
Yeah. But the Yasuo is now coming through for TS. This is the champion that Tatsuri played at the end of the regular season and the start of the playoffs, and it's going up once again. The panel has discussed this a while ago that Team Secret on a Yasuo has already enabled this for TS, and with that pick, TS is now looking to ban away Lucian, but grind with a ban onto the Wukong, a good setup for a Yasuo.
They don't want the Bombo combo to come out. So now Corki could be banned for Team Secret because Tactical has made it effective for 2 games now. If they don't want that to see that again, yeah, as I said, they needed to ban that because the Corki has been wreaking havoc since game 3.
Yeah, and now the question is though, after this whole ban phase, what will Team Secret pick to set up for the Yasuo, to set up this play for Tatsuri in the mid lane? Are they going in for more of the scaling champion, or are they going really all in to set up for the Yasuo?
Grindsky just needs more damage on their side. Okay.
Setup it is.
Yeah, having the Vi, the season would be easy enough. No cancels is gonna happen if ever the season comes out. An easy last breath onto one target. So Grindsky needs to think about their next 2 picks, because if they're very squishy, it would be easy enough to shut them down with the last breath.
Yeah, and the Lulu is here though for Grindsky. A great champion to pick up in the bottom lane, but still a question mark onto what they want to pick. The Orianna is open for them to pick up. This is the draft that they did for game number 4 as a big set against Team Secret. They could pick it up for themselves and match it up. But Kaisa instead, a late game champion to match up against the Yasuo.
They want the damage, because damage is what they crave for right now. Grindsky just utilizing what they had during game 1. Yes, what's better here with their composition is at least they have the CC option right there, which is the set. But now, answering that with a set, Azar knows how to play against that. How would Chinese traverse that problem in where Darius is super strong? So he needs to really get Tante up there so he can get the sets that he wants here.
Although the big problem here for Grindsky is that they don't have any AP, and they are having a monotonic damage category for this lineup. Kaisa won't do AP damage, and if Team Secret just do a bit more armor, it's definitely just remove a lot of dash damage from Grindsky here for game number 5. And it's looking like Team Secret is playing for their mid laner. They're playing for Yasuo.
Yeah, they want to get that Yasuo onto the late game. That's their insurance right here. They have a lot. They have the Chewy option. Chewy is going to be safe in the bot lane for sure, but they can, with the range that they have together with Rocks, it would be easy enough for them to decelerate Tactical unless Chinese goes to the bot lane for the first gank and shuts down Chewy and Rocks. Tactical would be safe for the late game.
Or the mid lane, punish Yasuo and not let him skill in the mid game, late game. Right, there are 2 options for Chinese one, and looking to consider from what he did for game number 4, these are 2 options that are really great to go up against TS. If they punish the early game, they could win this game 5.
Shut down Tatsuri. That is the name of the game here, if ever, for them. It was easy enough for them during game 1 because game 3 because they have a lot to CC, but now that could be potentially harder than what it was a while ago, but they can still get it. If Chinese is in this form right now, they can make sure that it would be easy enough. They just went for comfort on the side of Team Secret, and Grindsky is letting them because they're that confident that they can still turn things around.
So we're looking at Grindsky Esports Chinese 1 to win this game for GS. And TS, we're looking at Tatsuri to set up the play, to set up the win for Secret in this game 5, the final game, the last hurrah of the lower bracket. The stakes, if one team loses this series, they will say goodbye in WCS. And Grindsky and TS is looking for the win.
That's a lot to take in, Infinity. Whoever loses this and pushes it onto Game 5, TS was confident a while ago, but now they're kind of shaking. They are shivering on their legs, and they need to find ways for them to win this. Because there's not a lot of alternatives right here, because this is them backs against the wall, the last game right here. So looking at the state of the jungle right now, they're all clearing up, full clear for both of our junglers. Then they're going to go for the mid gank.
Yeah, this is traditional because they want to play for the bot side of the map, especially for TS, if they're looking to set up the dive onto Kaisa, disabling the potential scale. But right now, Trevor is looking for that mid lane, punishing Bambi into potential clear of the wave. The Chinese one is here to respond, so no kills for now. But top lane is a different story. As Azar decimates onto Tante, puts them both at low HP.
This is what we were saying about Azar and Aset. He knows how to play against Aset. He knows he has the advantage, especially against the 5-stack. But the bot side though,
Rox is very low. Chinese one is going to engage. Sonic Wave is there. Chewy is in danger. Rox going for the flash for Chinese one. They secure the first blood for Grindsky.
No flash. No flash for Chewy.
Light Binding will not save himself, as the Qeon Rain will get the finishing blow.
Oh, gets 2 kills, especially on tactical. Not good. Chinese going for more.
They're looking to go for more trappers. They have to go back. Grindsky, great start for game 5.
Oh my god, that was trap card activated by Grindsky. Trap hole has been activated by them, and they got Team Secret, got trap right there. They got the kill onto tactical, which is exactly what they need. And like what we said a while ago, they're gonna go for more. They're just pushing their limits right here, Infinity.
Sonic Wave is there.
Oh,
the steal is there. Trevor loses the blue buff. There's just so much hindrance for the jungle of TS to be able to scale 600 gold difference in the jungle individual matchup alone.
Oh man, he's pushing up Solemn Warning, Solemn Judgment against Team Secret. He's just denying Team Secret their resources, especially Trevor. He's not even level 5 at this point. That's why he's having a hard time. He needs to get the cease and desist for him to get an easier way to go for ganks. But with the bot lane now on the state, oh, they're going for a fight though, Bambi!
Chinese one, Sonic Wave will not connect. It's Bambi going for the flash with Chinese one, but a quick response, goes for the kick, gets the kill. It's Tatsuri not having the greatest time of his life, as Grindsky will have it. 3 kills in the early game.
The stars are aligning for Chinese, especially. All his ganks are going in his favor. And now Team Secret doesn't have any answer just yet. Because right now, Trevor, look at him. He's down to the gold because he can't even get his jungle. Because look at the Chinese. He's all over the map right now.
Yeah, and we talked about Team Secret having the winning condition of Tatsuri to be able to scale. But the punish of Grindsky Esports here in the early game brings him down to a 700 gold deficit immediately at the start of this matchup. And with the Infernal Drake and the Rift Herald coming out pretty soon, Team Secret is not having a great situation. As now, it's a showstopper under the turret. Azar is very low. The Haymaker will not connect, but Azar is down low. And Tante can punish. Tante can pull through. But Azar is forced to retreat.
Good try from Tante, but now because of that, they can get punished from this objective, though Team Secret could go for the Rift Herald. And so far, Grindsky has been stacking those drakes in their favor and has been effective so far, so that is what they're going to go for. Or are they that confident to go for a fight against Team Secret even without the showstopper?
Yeah. The showstopper is going to be very important. We looked at Tante. He went in for the reset. 3 Black Cleavers already secured. And Tactical has the Acacia rate up with the BF Sword, Executioner's Calling, and the Longsword in his pocket, in his inventory. So Grindsky will definitely deal a lot of this damage up against TS.
Yeah. Azar is not going to contest this, so that just called out for Grindsky that they can take anything that they want right now, but Team Secret, oh, they're not taking any risk, because as we said a while ago, Tante doesn't have any showstopper. They're waiting for it to go on cooldown, and with the rotation on the top side because of the wave state, they can take this Drake.
Yeah, definitely something that Grindsky needs to contest. And I like the positioning. They stayed in mid lane. They're having to sight to see Team Secret starting the Infernal Drake, and they're ready to contest Chinese one. The Sonic Wave is ready.
2K.
Ready. It's half K. half HP already for the Dragon. Now Trevor sees and desist onto the jungle of Grindsky Esports. But what's happening onto the end side of this game as Rox is dead? Does the kick will be there as Grindsky has stolen the Infernal Drake, and the fight's not gonna be over as Tactical with a clear instinct jumps in on to get the kill. Trevor is now dead as Grindsky Esports is looking to go for more. Azar under the turret. The apprehend will not save his life. That's a double kill for Tactical secured.
Yeah, Tactical gets a double kill every time the Team Secret tries to answer back. Trap cards has been set by Grindsky and Mirror Force has been pulled out. They got 2 kills for 1, and Grindsky so far has been playing this effectively, even stealing the Drake because of the Dragon's Rage a while ago, pulling Trevor out of the way, gets the Ignite. Oh my, Chinese is just on a roll right now.
This is the power of Lee Sin. This is the power of Chinese One. You all know Grindsky Esports. When it comes to Chinese One, he brings in the Master Yi, he brings in the Shyvana to carry the whole game. And right now, Lee Sin, Chinese One, is carrying this early game for his team.
It's just giving all the resources onto the right players, right? Especially for Tactical. Look at Tactical. He's 3-0. He traversed that point so fast. This awkward itemization, he's gonna get the Blade of the Ruin King in 1 more minute. So that just made way to the problem that Tactical has with the damage. Now it's done. It's negligent. Tactical is now at a strong point in the game.
Yeah, from mid-late game scaling champion, he's now scaling here in the early game phase with those kills, with those assists. But now Team Secret is looking to go for the contest. Cease and desist, followed up by the last spread onto Chinese One. But a wild growth will give him a lot of HP, and Chinese One is still alive. The secured, but the 3 will end his life as the finishing blow will be there. The final spark though coming from Team Secret will deal a lot of damage as Tante is already down. It's a 3-man versus 3-man from Team Secret and Grinds, but TS secures the Rift Herald. This is what they're looking for.
I was kind of afraid of Tante right there. The Haymaker just dealt so much damage for Team Secret. It's a good thing. They got the Rift Herald, they got the 2 for 2. Now they're on the same position. Tatsuri going aggressive.
Windwall will not be enough to finish this push as Grindsky gets the tower for his blood. However, Team Secret looks to trade on top side.
Yeah, they got the turret, which is really important. They still have the Rift Herald on their hands. So that slowly but surely, Team Secret is finding ways for them to get some silver linings on against Grindsky right now. But Grindsky has been taking kills by kills. So I hope they won't be giving enough kills for Team Secret to get their feet back up.
Definitely not anytime soon. That 4K goes too much for Team Secret to be able to scale that quickly in this early game. And remember, when it comes to this story, Grindsky has always won against Team Secret. Team Secret has never won up against Grindsky. Can this change today? Because now it's looking like Grindsky has the lead once again.
Oh my, Grindsky is just going for bot lane. Team Secret can't even contest this, and they're taking the towers. They can even find ways for them to put the Rift Herald down because the wave state is just so good for Grindsky. Mid lane is pushing so that they can get the Rift Herald in the mid lane though. Trying to take some risk here on the side of Team Secret.
Rift Herald is there. Team Secret is going for the 4-man roam into the mid lane as they want to open up the map control in their favor. But Chinese One with the Dragon Rage, 2-man knock-up already. They secured that turret, but instead at the cost of their life as Chewie is down. The explosive cast will buy some time for Azar, but Azar is getting a lot of these damage from Tactical. The Cater Rain will burst him down, and Grindsky will secure 2 kills.
ADC doesn't even care. He goes killer instincts in. He flashes in. That is how confident Tactical is right now. He knows he's not gonna die. He has Bo backing him up. That's why he's not gonna get bursted down pretty easily. Team Secret can't even answer. They don't have the damage yet. Chewie doesn't have it. Tatsuri doesn't have it. So Grindsky are just confident on every objective taking right now. Cloud Drake is ticking, and they're gonna contest this again.
They're going to be confident on this. Last breath will be forced, but a showstopper will be there to counter Tatsuri, as Tatsuri will be hindered on that fight. And Tatsuri is very low as he's dead. It's a 4v5 in favor for Grindsky. The Dragon has reset, and Team Secret is forced to retreat.
Oh no, another Dragon's Rage to start off the fight. Chinese, what a monster you are. Give this man a medal after this game, everyone, because every Dragon's Rage engage that he does, he does get one or two people together with the Dragon's Rage, and now that makes it awkward for Team Secret to start fights, because remember, they do have dashes, but after the Dragon's Rage, they don't have any more options to engage.
Will be insane from them. Their target is Tatsuri all the time, and Tatsuri has the most gold in Team Secret's lineup. But looking at Grindsky, looking at Tactical, it's 9.1k gold already for the ADC of Grindsky Esports, and it's not looking quite good here for TS.
Oh man, 3-0. What I'm afraid of is this Tactical. 9k gold right now. He's almost on the second item right now for his side. If he gets that, that's enough for them to transition onto the late game for Grindsky. Their late game is secured already, but it's a good thing that they're putting Tatsuri on attack position on the bot side just for them to take some towers for themselves.
Yeah, he has to free farm. He has to scale in the late game. So having those turrets, it's a good thing. But Grindsky Esports is looking for that trade. They're looking for the tier 2 turret, more value for himself.
No, that's
as that will be a huge gold injection for Tactical, for Tante, and for the rest of the crew.
Now that gives them way again to the Herald. This is easier takings for them without any contest from the members of Team Secret. With this, Grindsky is just set for life. They can push again. They have 4 towers under their belt, but it's a good thing right now that Team Secret answer back with some towers of their own. With Tactical being this confident, Team Secret could use that confidence for them to turn things around for themselves. Because if ever Tactical missteps with a killer instinct or a flash, that is when they capitalize. Use the cease and desist against Tactical and let them dictate the face of the fight on the side of Team Secret.
Although the thing is, Bo has the wild growth for Tactical himself.
Yeah.
So if he goes for the killer instinct, he's going to be safe. If he's not safe, he has more HP to survive. He has more sustainability from Lulu. And this is just the cost of having a Kai'Sa and Lulu go through for Grindsky. And now Tante goes in with a showstopper along with a face breaker. Azar and Trevor is now CC'd. But TS is forced to back away. They're forced to retreat as Grindsky is looking for the tier 2 turret mid lane.
They have no more ults, so this is the chance to close the cask.
Now forced away a Sonic Wave for Chinese One. Goes back onto the Raptors as TES is now confused. What do they need to do here, Dash?
Freedom of choice is what Team Secret needs. They don't need to be reactive on what Grindsky is putting in their table. They need to flip that table over because Team Secret right now, they're being forced to be reactive. This is not what they want. This is not their comfort zone. Grindsky is just dictating on where the fight is going to happen and when the fight is going to happen. Team Secret needs to find a way for them to be in their comfort zone. Grindsky just knows they're not taking any risk. Look at even the bot lane. They're just managing the wave state right there.
Yeah, this is really good for Grindsky Esports. They're confident, they're looking clean, they're looking flawless in this early game. And remember the stakes on the line. I'm going to reiterate that for the fans out there. If Team Secret loses this game, they will lose the chance for the lower bracket finals. And they will lose the chance to go into the grand finals, and they will say goodbye in WCS.
Oh man, our full split champions, their kingdom is slowly getting rumbled by Grindsky. As we said, the Grindsky is the Titans, and Chinese has been a thorn on their side since a while ago. Need to find answers. Chinese won't be a problem in the late game, but Tactical would be a great headache. And now whoever starts this, get the fight.
Sonic Wave goes in for the kick. Dragon Rage onto one. The Stasis entrant will be forced immediately into the fight. And now Season Desist on the Tactical. But look at Wild Growth. It's so much HP. And now Tactical jumps in with a killer instinct into the front lines against Team Secret. As Trevor is down. Rox is down. And Chewie will be followed up. And Grindsky will be eviscerating Team Secret. The comeback king has fallen. The Rift Herald spawned in the mid lane.
Oh, no.
And Grindsky is looking for the finish. Grindsky is looking for the win. And Grindsky will conquer the comeback king. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And Team Secret will say goodbye in WC.
Champions can fall, gods can bleed, and this is Grindsky conquering champions, and they got the win! This is the celebration! Team Secret is out of the game, and Grindsky follows to the lower brackets. What confidence, what reverse whip did they just do? Infinity, this is one heck of a series that we had right here.
This is the Titans that shut down the walls, that shut down the Superman, the weakness with the Kryptonite and WCS Philippines. Grindsky Esports once again. The weakness spot of TES has been touched, has been defeated, has been shut down by GS.
Magic card, United we stand, and that they did. Game 3 to Game 5, what a long shot for Grindsky, and they did the impossible right here, getting a reverse sweep against Team Secret. The comeback kings has been come back on by Grindsky, and this is just because that they gave way for Chinese to get his Lee Sin. 3 games? That was all him. That was all him getting the Lee Sin, getting great Dragon's Rages, and Team Secret couldn't even answer that. The early game pressure that Chinese just gave during those games, it was just so much. The Team Secret wasn't even able to get advantages for themselves, and they know that Ripperl is the favorite of Team Secret, and they always contest it, right?
Yeah, it's insane how Chinese One was just able to wreak havoc in the early game. The amount of jungle invade that he does for his team, and the follow-up of Grindsky was absolutely nuts. It's just unfathomable on how Chinese One has the team on his shoulders, and they're going to succeed. They're going in for the lower bracket finals here, Dash. It's crazy.
Yeah. This is just so much. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, but with how Grindsky performed this game, it was just so much to take in. Yes, there was some shining light for Team Secret, but it was not enough. The shadow, the darkness was just enough for them to get taken down. And this last play right here, look at the confidence. Trevor was able to pull out the cease and desist, but because Tatsuri was just so far, because Chinese was zoning them all out, no follow-ups from Team Secret came right there.
And the wild growth from Bo. Even if you do cease and desist onto Tactical, when Tactical has millions and millions of HP, how can you burst him down? You can't.
Yeah. Too much. Too much to take in. And Chinese, yes. This is what I was waiting for since Game 3 to Game 4. Chinese, Globe Prepaid Player of the Game. If I have an MVP for the whole series right there, this man was it. Because he was the one investing resources from all the players. He was the one giving Tactical his advantage, giving him the space that he needs, and he was the one who got all those steals from the objectives, and that's why every time they get the Exodia on their side.
And Chinese won time and time and time again. From the regular season up until the playoffs, they put huge value. The jungler, Chinese won. And I remember the first week of the regular season, we talked about this player specifically for Grindsky Esports. If he has this good food, if he is in a good mood, Grindsky Esports will prevail every single adversity in their path.
I hope that the panel asked what food he ate a while ago, because right now Chinese going crazy, going ham during the games. The Dragon's Rages are just so much, and even going for the whole health option, going for that health tank that he has always been, and always starting the fights with great Dragon's Rages. That's just so much to take in for me. That reverse sweep, I was on the edge of my seat. Infinity, we haven't been expecting this, but Chinese was just crazy during the whole last 3 games.
Yeah, it's nuts. You were on the edge of your seat. I was already on the floor. The reverse sweep from Grindsky Esports. They prevailed on the comeback kings. The Kryptonite prevails on this matchup here for Team Secret. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Team Secret any longer in this one, but still just a fantastic win from that series alone. And I'm just really excited for more games, but that was the last series of the day. I'm Infinity and this is Dash. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's a panel discussing what happened in that amazing 5 games best of 5 series.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Not just hunting in the night, no.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Secret is down. This is not a drill. Grindsky Esports in an amazing reverse sweep take the series versus Team Secret. I have to admit, hinika ako dyan. I had an asthma attack and my essential oils are like now
no.
beside me just because of how intense that series was. I cannot believe how amazingly on point Grindsky looked. Let's actually jump right into the series highlights because there's a lot to talk about. Odalus, it looked to be in Team Secret's favor because they started out really, really well.
Yeah, they have been jaxing the top lane with the help of Azar, and finally on game number 3 was respected, right, by Grindsky. And then again, when we started analyzing pre-show, been saying that Grindsky has been riding the backs of Chinese one whenever they face Team Secret. I don't know what did Team to Chinese one, because apparently when he faces this set of guys, he's just on a different level. And on games number 4 and games number 5, we saw his Lee Sin. I believe that you could actually create a montage of him. I cannot do justice. I mean, words cannot do justice of how Grindsky really fought, because I believe it actually took them everything in their arsenal just to take down the Giants in Team Secret. For Team Secret, though, the journey may be over, at least for this year, but I'm 100% sure that they will come back stronger.
Yeah, definitely. I want to chime in as well in terms of that was just a very different Grindsky than what we've seen from them in the first round of the playoffs when they went against Oasis. And it felt like Grindsky just took a bit of time to rev up their engines. They were getting warm up in games 1 and 2 where Team Secret did get the win. But once Jax was off the table, Grindsky was just able to take it back into their favor. And I can't get enough of Chianese's Lee Sin in that game 5. Oh my god. The Dragon Rages were always on point, and I feel like whenever this is the form of Grindsky, when they're ahead and hyped up on these matches, I think they can take on almost any team right now. It's just such an on the level that but before we saw 100% Grindsky. Sky's the limit for this team at this point.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Another moment for a Chinese one, just cementing the game 5 win. Love the draft overall. Again, for the Kaisa pick, when was the last time that we saw Kaisa? And then bringing it out on game number 5, putting all marbles in the basket for Grindsky Esports, just show the support system that they have, the trust that they have amongst their team. And they're against Crit, not a team that you could really count out at any point in the season, but they have done the unthinkable and they have eliminated Team Secret.
Let's actually waste no time anymore. Let's bring on to the panel Grindsky Esports, because I'm sure that they are celebrating like crazy. I can't wait to have them back here. I do think I owe them an apology over here. Grindsky Esports! Congratulations to you guys. At simulan ko na, kami ni Crazy Apple. Mika Fabs.
Hi, Crazy Apple.
Do apologize for doubting Grindsky.
For doubting Grindsky.
And you guys deserve the win 100%.
Yes, so much.
First question out. First question, medyo informal para kay Chinese. Chinese, ano ba yung kinain mo nung lunch, nung breakfast, at bakit ang galing-galing mo nitong series na to?
Ano bang kinain natin, guys? Kinain. Ay, yung ano daw po, yung sapa daw ni Coach. Ano po, dala ni Coach na itlog na maalat.
Okay, itong question naman, of course, sa Game 3, so 2-0 in favor sa Team Secret. Kamusta naman yung mentality ng team? Paano ba kayo naka-comeback? At sino ba usually sino yung naging cheerleader ng team para maka-comeback kayo?
Lahat naman po chinicheer namin yung isa't isa. Saka pag natatalo po kami, nakikita rin po namin yung mga pagkakamali namin. Tapos pagdating po namin kagad, pagka game 2, pag nag-game 2 na, makikita namin kung ba't kami natalo. Tapos pag natalo kami ulit, makikita po namin ulit. Kumbaga, nagkakaroon pa po kami ng chance, mas ginagalingan pa namin.
Game number 3, and I think this is yung turning point talaga ng series. correct me if I'm wrong, pero nung nakuha niyo yung solo kills sa mid lane and sa top lane, ibang confidence boost yung binigay doon ng Grindsky. Pero Chinese one, pare, every time. Sorry? Ulit yung tanong.
Ay, tuloy nyo lang po.
Tuloy ka lang. Every time na makakalaban mo ang Team Secret Chinese one, iba talaga yung pinapamalas mong aggressiveness, di ba yung pinapamalas mong laruan? Ano ba meron? Ano ba ginawa sa'yo ng Team Secret? Bakit pagka sila yung kalaban mo, iba yung action or iba yung Chinese one na napapanood namin?
Ganun pa din naman po yung performance ko. Siguro abang tumatagal, mas nagigilang po yung yung performance, nag-i-improve po ako. Kaya siguro po yung mga nakakalaban namin, medyo maayos yung performance ko.
Okay. And siguro, next question that I have, isa pa. Ang mga katapat niyong next ay isang team na documented na rival niyo, hindi talaga kayo umuubra pa sa ngayon. Sa lahat ng tournaments, RRQ ang nagpapahirap sa inyo. Ano ang i-expect namin sa laban ninyo at paano nyo sila paghahandaan?
Ito na rin po yung time namin para makabawi sa po pag nakalaban namin sila sa semis. Dodoble na po yung galing namin tsaka babawi po kami sa kanila kasi totoo pong hindi kami nanalo sa kanila sa lahat ng tournament. Pero tignan na lang po natin pag nag-semis na. Nakatapat namin.
There you go. Apple.
Okay, I think sa tanong naman na kalamihan ni Otto, siguro may isa na lang ako tanong dito, Chinese. I want to give you the chance to at least declare this. Kasi sa pinakita mo sa Game 4 at Game 5, pare, napabilib ako ng sobra sa lisin mo. Are you willing to say na ikaw ang number 1 lisin dito sa Pilipinas?
Hindi ko po masabing number 1 ako pero confident po ako sa performance ko na lahat kaya ko po. Basta po, wala po akong kinatatakutan sa jungle pero lahat po ng kalaban ko nire-respeto ko.
Humble. But
Grabe.
ako, gusto kong sabihin na yung pinakita mo sa Game 5, grabe yung mga Dragon Sage mo doon, pare. Thank you for that performance. Sobrang saya panoorin.
Ang ganda ng sagot
Ano po,
very, very humble. Very diplomatic.
I just wanted to say, Chinese, sobrang ganda ng mga Dragon Sage mo and it was a very great performance. Ang ganda panoorin ng mga nangyari na yan.
Thank you po. I love you po.
Okay.
Grabe na nga yung series highlights, parang puro Chinese nga yung lumalabas. So Chinese, of course, meron ka bang mga shoutouts and messages sa lahat ng mga supporters ng Grindsky Esports?
Unang-una po sa lahat, shoutout po sa mga boss namin na walang sawang suporta sa amin kahit po medyo tagilid kami minsan. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Shoutout po sa inyo, Sir Don, kila Mami Cheng, Sir Wayne, Sir G, Sir Dennis, kila Boss Berting, Sir Earl, tsaka sa mama ko po na nanonood ngayon, tsaka sa mga kapatid ko. Shoutout din po kay Boss Jomar. Shoutout din po sa Grindsky Aries tsaka sa girlfriend ko po. Shoutout sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Grindsky. So suportahan nyo kami sa laban namin sa RRQ.
Shoutout po dun sa mother ko na lagi sumusuporta sa lahat ng laban namin.
Ma, shoutout sa'yo ma. Magkikita na ulit tayo.
Shoutout po sa girlfriend ko and sa family ko. Thank you sa support.
Ako din. Shoutout din sa mama at papa ko na lagi nanonood. Sa girlfriend ko. Si Erica.
Shoutout din sa family ko na nanonood dyan sa bahay. Sumusuporta sa akin.
Shoutout din sa girlfriend ko.
First of all, syempre, I wanna thank God sa opportunity na to. Kanina nagpe-pray na ako talaga. Sobrang solid and thank you. Binigay niyo sa amin to. Bigay shoutout sa asawa ko. Sa wife ko na tuloy-tuloy support na pinagbibigyan ako sa trip ko. Shoutout sa utol ko kay Heartmeister tsaka sa jowa niya, si Yan kahit hindi naintindihan yung wild trip nanonood. Shoutout sa mga boss namin. Salamat maraming salamat sa pagtitiwala. At dito na tayo guys!
Congratulations, Grindsky Esports! We look forward to seeing your journey continue dito sa playoffs ng WCS PH. There you have it, guys. May pahabol pa na
Alright.
post. Yes,
Oh.
yes.
May zoom in pa.
May zoom in pa. May zoom in, may closing shot pa, diba? Oh, I am so happy for them. And they really do deserve it. Can you imagine the form of Grindsky Esports when we were at the Sea Icon Series fall season compared to what we saw today? It's pretty amazing indeed. And, you know, it of course, this is heartbreaking for Team Secret because, of course, they were the team to beat. And as Infinity put it earlier, to be the best, you have to beat the best. Let's check out the results from today, of course, because unfortunately, along with Oasis Gaming, we do have to say goodbye to Team Secret. And you know, Oculus, we were there was a lot of chatter earlier about there being a possible Horizon Cup curse. Just because this isn't.
You want me to go there?
There seems to be something around the teams, of course, the pioneering teams that we have. And, you know, for Team Secret, of course, the standards were so high for them. But unfortunately, it seems like the rest of the Philippine teams, they took up that challenge and they raised the bar even higher.
Just to answer your question about the Horizon Cup curse, I'm noting down the teams that are currently no longer qualified to participate in Icons Global, and Team Secret is there. SE is also part of that Horizon Cup curse list. Team Queso, I believe, in a bit of a limbo. DKG, the world champions, is no longer part of the list. The list goes on, right? I will continue to track the 10 teams that we had during Horizon Cup to see if the curse is really real. But regardless of the curse being there or not, we still have to give props to both GS and TS. TS really put up a fight. We understand and we know the adjustments that they had to go through all throughout the season. It's not easy to go through some big adjustments. And we know that this is still Hamez's team from the get-go, and with that change, they persevered and they actually went this far. But we still hold them to a different standard. And Team Secret, we all know them as the team of, but at least for now, they have to give that throne to someone else, because again, Grindsky was able to dethrone Team Secret.
Indeed. And Crazy Apple, looking at our brackets, of course, we have a really interesting matchup over here in the lower bracket between RRQ and Grindsky. What are your thoughts on this as the lower bracket continues?
Oh man, RRQ and Grindsky, they just showed up here in the lower bracket, and honestly, it felt like Grindsky has gone through the gauntlet going against Team Secret. While on the other hand, RRQ still remains to be seen how will be the match. I remember you guys mentioned that historically, Grindsky has had a tough matchup with RRQ. They have not really won against this team yet. So this will be the next test for them. This could just be the new Cinderella run. If you guys were talking about how Team Secret loves to do this, the Cinderella run from the lower bracket, Grindsky might just carry that mantle now after taking down Team Secret.
Or it could be RRQ as well. They also took the scenic route. It's gonna be really, really interesting. And from 6 teams at the start of the day, we are now down to 4. Team Underground, Fennel Adversity, RRQ, and Grindsky Esports. Let's take a look at the schedule for next week as we inch closer and closer to our WCS PH Grand Finals. We are going to be having Team Underground up against Fennel Adversity and RRQ versus Grindsky. By the way, Crazy Apple, your predictions are still in the running there, while myself and Riku, we have to rethink our Grand Finals predictions over there.
Wait, no taking back, right? Although I think Isaiah was the first one to take things back, and he transferred from, what was her prediction again? Fennel Adversity and Grindsky, right? And then
I think so, yeah.
Yesterday, she was very vocal in changing her prediction to Fennel Adversity and Team Secret. Well, are we going to count her change of prediction? We'll see.
We'll see. I think we have to revisit like that talent prediction thing or post rather, and then see like who is still in the running and everything. But you know what? With regards to Team Secret, of course, no regrets in putting my faith in them. I mean, like, I do remember another esports host, of course, from another tournament did mention, you know, you got to stick with your team. You know, you got to stick with the team through and through, whether or not, you know, they come out on top in the low times as well. So I do agree with you, Oculus. You know, this isn't the end for Wild Rift Esports, of course. There is still a chance for Team Secret to make that comeback. But also, you know, we can't be any prouder of these 4 teams that have made it this far. Team Underground, Fenway Adversity, RRQ, and Grindsky Esports. Oh my goodness. You know, everybody has been saying the Philippines looks stacked indeed. And these, you know, these 4 teams, these top 4 teams, we couldn't be prouder to have them, you know, be like the flag bearers right now of what we have for the WCS. Crazy Apple, I am wondering right now, you know, you have Team Underground with the brand new mid laner. We have RRQ that looks like they are on top form, have not had a loss yet in the playoffs. We have Fennel Adversity, of course, ever improving, constantly, you know, consistent. And we have Bright Sky Esports, our wild card in the playoffs with, you know, these stunning plays. What are your thoughts over here? I know you have your grand finals predictions, but I think it's going to be very, very close indeed.
I also want to talk about a bit of the elephant in the room here, Mika, in terms of I predicted Team Secret to eliminate Bright Sky today, and I'm so
look at
glad
this.
Oh, right, yes. No.
Aw, somebody.
But before
Somebody's
we get to
gonna
that,
be dancing.
but before we get to that, Mika, I just want to also highlight, these top 4 teams really are just on a different level right now. Especially, I think, partly recency bias, partly as well the highlight plays. Grindsky just really showed up today against Team Secret. Yesterday, Team Secret also went the full distance against UDG, and they were hyped up with that series. And again here, Grindsky showing up Team Secret in terms of upping the hype, upping the stakes for them. And right, for me, I don't regret putting both Underground and Grindsky in my predictions for Grand Finals. And if the series so far between Underground and Team Secret and Grindsky were any indication, I would love to see a best of 7 again between Underground and Grindsky.
Caster
Let me say
sweating.
something. All right, so we have 4 teams right now. We have UDG, we have RRQ, we have GS, and FLA. And if I'm going to take one trait of them to form a super team, that will be UDG's team fighting, RRQ's experience, Grindsky's support system, and Fennel Adversity's discipline. And these are the traits that we are going to look into next week as to what really is going to stand out. Again, we are looking for the top 2 teams to represent us in the Southeast Asia Finals, which has been very, very soon.
Very, very soon indeed. And that about wraps up what we have for you this week. Of course, this event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful gaming, less waiting time with 33 watts Pro enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
You can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps and 8 gigs data for all sites and Unli all net texts. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Don't forget, guys, this is your last chance. Like, this is your last few minutes, seconds for the PPGL giveaway. And we are giving away this lovely PPGL gaming chair. It's an exclusive one. I'm pretty sure it's limited edition. I don't think it's anywhere else. And all you have to do is post a photo of yourself watching the PPGL WCS PH playoff stream. Explain in your caption why you love watching us. And which team you are rooting for. Make sure that your post is public with the official hashtags #PPGL and #PPGL Wild Rift. The entries with the best caption will win this beautiful PPGL gaming chair, and the winner will be announced on April 5 this coming Tuesday via PPGL's Facebook page. Ooh, I'm so excited. I hope the winner gets to like post a picture with that PPGL gaming chair. I want to see how it looks like in real life and stuff. I hope you can see that. Again, congratulations to Oasis Gaming and to Team Secret. Mad respect for these teams. They have still got so far here in the WCS PH. And of course, the rest of these teams, their journey continues. And while, of course, we might be coming to the end of this week of our playoffs matches, we will be continuing our lower bracket run and our upper bracket run next week here at the WCS PH playoffs. Mika Fabs here, and on behalf of the whole production, stay safe, stay healthy, see you in the Rift, and wait for Dash and Apple's TikTok Dance Challenge.
Oh no.
Take him down, he don't have the damage. SBTC.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me, I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna
get to know you.